say bad boys let up easy. And on the judge, they lay the blame. Anytime you charge us a wati, the verdict is always the same. Not guilty. Just like Houdini on some technicality. By the hook or crook, they're bound to escape. Whole black youth in the grab. Who you feel go take the rap. And if they try to talk, man, it's sour grapes. I hope you realize that your jab and wine.
In TNT, justice is blind.
Is it just fate or cruel design?
In TNT, justice is blind.
She had them cause she done scare. All them whispering million air. As they seek she out like the Holy Grail.
It's only black man making a change.
Equal justice. Equal justice. Tell me when or when will it prevail?
It's only small is rocking in jail. Equal justice. Equal justice.
I hear they condemning accomplice witness. What a lying dog, the picture they paint. Once you're talking gun and hitman business, in that den of thieves you won't find no sense. Remember Pamasa, did she call him Congo Star? On Abdul Malik, he ball like a well, to tell the truth, the same call we prosecute is the same call I hear balling now. I only hope them black boy could understand.
In TNT, justice
No
is blind.
use burying your head in the sand.
In TNT, justice is blind.
She had death cause she does scare all them big boys and millionaire. On every case they sure to get bail.
It's only black man making a change.
Equal justice. Equal justice. Tell me when oh when will it prevail?
It's only small is rocking in jail. Equal justice. Equal justice.
What is the message they're trying to send me? Well, Sandra, think the message is clear. You done need a black boy already. Why the hell you want to jail a million, yeah? Forget motive and such. There are some you mustn't touch. Protection is the name of the game. Why the hell you want to probe who you feel you go disrobe? He's a noble son of global fame. I hear a big South contractor next in line.
In TNT, justice is blind.
To contracting hitmen they now
In
incline.
TNT, justice is blind.
He need not have no fear. Them jail gates he'll never hear. He don't have to put the horses for sale.
It's only black man making a change.
Equal justice. Equal justice. I hear they say all loud cash does tip the scale.
It's only small man making a change.
Well, justice so blind I could sing in braille.
It's only black man making a change.
Justice so low way below the pale.
It's only small fish rotting in jail.
They don't catch kingfish, they don't catch whale.
It's only poor man making a change.
Like a tiger shark a hook on the trail.
It's only poor man making a change.
When justice so sick for she looking frail.
It's only poor man making a change.
Equal justice. Equal justice. Equal justice. Equal justice.
Equal justice. Equal justice. Equal justice. equal justice.
All right, so that was singing Sandra, Equal Justice. So when we come back in at 11 o'clock, we're going to change gears a little bit. We're going to talk about some of the burning issues that are happening in Trinidad and Tobago and by extension the world. I have some good news to share with you that's happening outside Trinidad and Tobago. In the United Kingdom, one of our own from Trinidad and Tobago was awarded an award from the King of the UK. So I'm going to play that for you and many other things that I think I want you to join me in being a part of today. So I have some good news for you guys and I want you all to be a part of it, all right? So do not miss out on our discussion today. Share the live, all right? Share the live. I have a song I'm going to play from Mr. O'Connor, and I saw Mr. O'Connor over the week last week, and he said to me that they have some new music coming out and he's going to send it for me. So let me play you something from Mr. Dwayne O'Connor.
Every weekday at 6, criminals getting licks, eh?
The hunt is on. We don't hunt you down.
Allen have the nation transfixed, exposing conmen and convicts, eh?
The hunt is on. We don't hunt you down.
But some say they don't like the attitude, and he boastful and crude, though he does get bandits to surrender. Others say they really believe he have something else up his sleeve, but I get kicked so he directs the director. Hear the fella.
Do you have that clip
where a stolen Mazda was found in a garage strip? So that now let the nation see. Do you have that clip where gunmen up in the east say they're well equipped? So that now let the nation see. He say unbelievable. Director, come back to me, come back to me. He say he's not loyal to nobody except the people of TNT. And what he had to say, he just say it blunt, real blunt. And this is no secret to us all. He does hint it openly. Allen on the hunt is gives what he wants. Yes, the salary and the Mercedes-Benz to flaunt.
Gives what he wants.
My boss man salary and the Mercedes-Benz to flaunt.
Gives what he wants.
Mr. Director, gonna make cost you on national TV, you know. Remember, it's just $60 you're working for, you know. Allen living on the edge, coming down harder than a sledge. Hey, the hunt is on. We go hunt you down. But the smart lawyer make him pledge. Start every statement, it is alleged. Hey,
the hunt is on. We go hunt you down.
And those who are looking at us online, pleasant good evening, hope you are fine. Special greetings to my Sergeant Alexander. I don't know what's wrong with your boss, man, Dwayne, but like he left Canada in pain. Boy, you should be deputy and I the commissioner. Here the fella, do you have that clip where there's bacchanal and commerce in the partnership? So that now
let the nation see.
Do you have that clip where ministers say one thing and next day this? So that now
let the nation see.
He say unbelievable. Director, come back to me, come back to me. He say he's not loyal to nobody except the people of TNT. And what he had to say? He just say it blunt, real blunt. And this is no secret to us all. He does hint it openly. Allen on the hunt is gives what he wants. Yes, the salary, the Mercedes-Benz to flaunt.
Gets what he wants.
My boss man salary and the Mercedes-Benz to flaunt.
Gets what he wants.
Is this Trinidad? Nevertheless, don't hurt your head. Evidence he wants you to bring to set them bandits up in a sting. Sing it.
The hunt is on. We gon' hunt you down.
He said timing is everything. Look how he smash a shoplifting ring. Eh?
The hunt is on. We gon' hunt you down.
Director, I did some investigation and it was brought to my attention that the man who could assist me, his name is Fred. Fred, I'm giving you one day to come and see me, or I'll put your face on national TV. Want to know what I know, man? Don't hurt your head, don't hurt your head. What's the man dread?
Do you have that clip
where the mosquito bite the minister on she lip?
So that now let the nation see.
Do you have that clip where Vicky hiding teeth clothes like they have a grip?
So that now let the nation see.
He say unbelievable. Director, come back to me, come back to me. He say he's not loyal to nobody except the people of TNT. And what he had to say, he just say it blunt, real blunt. And this is no secret to us all. He does hint it openly. Allen on the hunt, is Gibbs what he want. Shooting up his car, they say was just a stunt.
It's Gibbs what he want.
Shooting up his car, they say was just a stunt.
It's Gibbs what he want.
One is one. I want to abandon this vehicle. I want a motorbike. I'm moving with a fly. Who you calling fly? The program gonna be hot tonight. I have a bag of thieves in the spotlight.
The hunt is on. We gon' hunt you down.
Allen teasing, we brain for spite and asking the director. Am I right?
The hunt is on. We gon' hunt you down.
And when he say he have a bombshell to drop, the snatch remote turn the volume off. And then he say, director, let's take a break. Put the account number on the screen. Director, why you looking so mean? Fix your face, the country's future at stake. You better make no mistake.
Do you have that clip
where I went Guyana to ask who pay for my trip?
so that now let the nation see?
Do you have that clip with me plane split into and I pose up by the wingtip? So that
now let the nation see.
He say unbelievable. Director, come back to me, come back to me. He say he's not loyal to nobody except the people of TNT. And what he had to say, he just say it just. No secret to us all, he does hint it openly.
Allen on the hunt, this gets what he want.
They know they can't buy me because I am not on this front.
This gets what he want.
They know they can't buy me, I am not on this front.
This gets what he want.
They know they can't buy me, I am not on this front.
This gets what he want.
My boss man's salary and the Mercedes Benz to flaunt.
Gets what he want.
My boss man's salary, Mercedes Benz to flaunt.
Gets what he want.
My boss man's salary, Mercedes Benz to flaunt.
This is an emergency.
Yes, my boss man's salary,
Calling
Mercedes
Sergeant
Benz to
Alexander.
flaunt.
Sergeant Alexander,
My
you're
boss
required
man's
to
salary,
get on the hunt.
Mercedes
The
Benz to
hunt
flaunt.
is on. This is not a test.
What's that?
This gets what he want.
My boss man's salary and the Mercedes Benz to flaunt.
This gets what he want.
The boss man's salary. Is that Mr. Gibbs?
Gets what he want.
Is that Mr. Gibbs?
Northeastern Division. Northeastern Division. This is an emergency. This is an emergency. The hunt is on. Calling Sergeant Alexander. Sergeant Alexander, you're required to get on the hunt. The hunt is on. This is not a test. This is the hunt is on. We have to clean this country up. The hunt is on. Sergeant Alexander, Northeastern Division, you're required.
Not alleged, it is a fact. That is,
Gets what he want.
ladies and gentlemen, is wetting after wetting after wetting.
Allen on the hunt, this gets what he want. Allen on the hunt, this gets what he want. Allen on the hunt, this gets what he want. Allen on the hunt, this gets.
From the days on the plantation, Guys, where calypso start, rising out of the ghetto, heading for tomorrow, moving on a new path. Like it was nature's plan for she to stand, and so she start to progress. But with no one to guard the gods, or you said she mad, and leave she in a mess. And while she's suffering, I saw some people took to court. After 3 grueling years, today that battle is still being fought. Lord, and while all you sit down around a table trying to find a solution for who or what is a calypsonian, look, somebody else just get killed. The poor people suffering still, and the rich man's pocket getting filled. Why government to government promise to help the big and small? The small man still can't see he way at all. But you wouldn't sing about that. You'd rather sing one set of crap and expect your public to clap. But no, a calypsonian, a person of integrity, a calypsonian, a person full of dignity, a calypsonian, is the mouthpiece of the nation. For you the people depend for information. Yes, we know all about lyrics, melody and rendition, originality and presentation. But if you can't sing a song to uplift the people of my land, sorry, you're not a calypsonian. If you only waiting on handouts from them politicians, that will make you no calypsonian alive. I want a song. Some calypsonians live the entire life and never see a march grass stage. Some of them never read Skinner Park and never hear them complain. So from their books we should take a page. While others today, all they studying is competition and money. They greet you with a smile, saying we is one family, but I say, God, if you know how near like sheep, and while we fighting, we sell as a society in a state. And somewhere around the country, another little child life get take. While some of them sit down telling themselves that every single year they must be in this match grand final. And boy, if they get picked, well, to go brace yourself, cause all you're in for real bacchanal. And if they don't get no satisfaction from Tuco, well, now the pain going to turn to grief. Cause the bacchanal now start, they want to see their score sheets, but them blinking judges, them thief. But no, a calypsonian, a person of humility, a calypsonian, knows to respect authority, a calypsonian, someone who's well disciplined, and no engaging, no set a lacqueray and thing. Yes, we know all about lyrics, melody and rendition, originality and presentation. But if you can't sing a song to help save the youths of my land, sorry, you're not a calypsonian. If everything is only he say, she say, and I set a confusion, that will make you no calypsonian alive. Always hear people say, don't expect porn if it please your soul. And if you live in a glass house, then no stone you should throw. You should never try to bend a tree when it don't grow big and tall. You should try to nurture it, take care of it, and groom it in the days when it's still small. Never condone the wrong things that your children do. Otherwise one day them wrong things will turn wrong and embarrass you. Check how long some of them singing a set of goddishness that run the East Indians out the tent. But them is the businessmen who have the money. So just know they once sponsor calypsonians 1 cent. And check how long this set of stupidness going on, and nobody would try to correct the wrongs. So unlike Brother Valentino, I won't ask where calypso went, I might ask where the hell.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the street 919 FM.
Calling all social media influencers, carnival babies, and boat ride lovers. Get ready for TikTok on the sea. On board the Embassy Yacht Carnival Saturday, 18th February 2023. Boarding 3 p.m. at the Hyatt Waterfront in Port of Spain. Sailing 4 to 7 p.m. Tickets cost TT $200. Includes free shots and cutters on entry. Plus, giveaways from Fab Look Beauty Bar 868 and $1,000 in cash. Courtesy World of Things online retail store. Performances by Bubbles and Yankee Boy alongside DJs Princess Chow, Nigel Snipes, Razor, and more. Tickets available online at islandetickets.com. Bobby's Bar Curep, Shens 868-461-4159. Cross 346-380-9679. TikTok on the Sea is hosted by Lady Hype and powered by Campari, Magnum, the World of Things online retail store, and Cross Promotions. Miss this? Your mad is niceness outside.
Scotiabank Magna MasterCard is back with its special Christmas giveaway. Just swipe for more rewards. Every time you swipe your card, get instantly entered for a chance to win 1,500 points on your Scotiabank Magna MasterCard. Get more this Christmas. More points, more rewards, more money. Swipe for more rewards today with your Scotiabank Magna MasterCard. Promotion runs until January 15th, 2023. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Visit MagnaRewards.com for more details. Approved by the NLCB.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio
are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Check out the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You, and every Friday evening from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. All night prayer live on the street 919 FM, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He hath showed thee, O man, what is good, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. For further information, call 753-1113 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
Job Optimum Health and Wellness. Are you sick and tired of being sick and tired? Get your Bioplasma Diagnostic Full Body Scan. Examines all of your organs in a single session. 95% accuracy. It's painless, non-invasive, and affordable. Call Pastor Job at 350-2628, 767-1031, or 275-6300. Sick and tired of being sick and tired? Get your Bioplasma Diagnostic Full Body Scan at Job Optimum Health and Wellness.
Hi, I'm Valentine Garcia.
And I'm Nikki Garcia.
Please join us on the Final Hour broadcast every Thursday at 9 a.m. on the street 919 FM radio.
Every week we will journey into the amazing Word of God. So please join us.
See you then.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Lights, camera, action.
Lights, camera, action. Good afternoon, good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. So thank you for joining me. Today is Monday the 9th of January 2023. And today we're going to do some good news. Join me on Facebook and on YouTube as we get into our good news segment. Need to show you some good things that are happening, not just in Trinidad and Tobago, but by extension the world. Trinidad and Tobago has made its mark on the map internationally. Again, you know, it's something that I'm really happy to highlight and something I really want to showcase today. When I saw it on the news, I said, yeah, boy, it's something that we need to talk about, something that we need to look into and, you know, share. When I saw it, I even showed it to my son. And I was really happy to show it to him because it's something that, you know, you need to let your people know about. The young people in Trinidad and Tobago to know. So join me on Facebook, join me on YouTube. It's something that I really think that you need to be aware of and see today. So you can log on to Iwer TV on YouTube. We're up and running on Iwer TV on YouTube and also on Facebook. You can join me on Facebook, which is The Street 919 FM on Facebook. All right. And when you come on, let me know where you're looking at me from so that we can, you know, just shout out to your community and your area. All right. Shout out to your community and your area. So we're going to be talking, the talking point today also, if many of you don't know or you're not aware, the discussion all over Trinidad and Tobago, every media house is about the presidency. This morning I heard Ms. Sean Felix talking about it, coming in the taxi from home. He had, you know, other media houses talking about it, and I want to, you know, do my part. So I wanted to recap and bring us to a place to where we are now discussing this whole situation with Miss Christine Kangaloo. All right, with Miss Christine Kangaloo as our nominee, as the Prime Minister or the PNM's nominee for the President of Trinidad and Tobago. But before I do that, I want to show you where Trinidad and Tobago has made it on the world stage. If you have to come on to see this, Trinidad and Tobago made it on the world stage, and when I saw it over the weekend, I said, yeah, this is something I want to highlight and showcase on my show today, Monday. All right. You know, sometimes you all say we don't show enough good news. Well, today I'm going to show you some good news. All right. So this is my good news today. Join me on Facebook and on YouTube. You're going to see my good news today. This is it. All right, so let me just see what's going on here. All right, so let me see what's happening here. All right, Trinidad and Tobago. So bear with me. All right, no, it's not that. Okay, yeah. So let's see what's happening here. All right. Okay. In the meanwhile, you could join me on Facebook and on YouTube, and you would see exactly what is about to show. All right, so you can join me on Facebook and on YouTube in the meanwhile, while I get it all organized. So it's a video of the young. Okay, yes, let's go. Let's see what's happening here. Yes, it does.
Caribbean woman to be awarded.
Okay. All right. So I think we have it sorted out. All right. So you need to bring back the mouse so I can have it sorted out. All right. So we're going to play it.
Generation trying to find her feet in Beckenham to a seat in the House of Lords. Baroness Floella Benjamin has had an incredible life. And today she became the first black Caribbean woman to be awarded the Order of Merit, a special honour from the King, saying she hoped it would show people from all backgrounds that anything is possible. She spoke to Helen Keenan.
A royal honour for distinguished service that has now become much more diverse. 4 of the 6 new members of the Order of Merit are from ethnic minorities. At a lunch today hosted by King Charles, including Baroness Floella Benjamin, the first black Caribbean woman to be awarded the honour.
I'd love my mum and dad to be here today just to see the fruits of their labour, to celebrate with me. And I just feel I'm one of the first black women to be included in the Order of Merit. The first Trinidadian woman, the first Caribbean woman, the first Windrush generation to be included, and it's absolutely incredible.
Here in the window box we watch the world go by. A rather handsome daffodil and a rose who's rather shy.
During her career, she not only became one of the first black children's TV presenters, hosting Play School,
my lords,
she also entered the House of Lords and given the title Baroness Benjamin of Beckenham.
Baroness Benjamin for services to charity.
In 2020, she was made a dame, collecting her medal at Buckingham Palace, which she received for over 40 years of charitable work. As it was during COVID, she couldn't shake hands with the now king, but today more than made up for it.
Today we had a deep conversation about diversity, about inclusion, about all the work that he's done in the past, and and all the work he wants to do for the future to make our country feel all-inclusive, all-embracing, and to just celebrate each other's culture and each other's differences. And this is to show children of my generation, people of my generation, children of the future, that anything is possible.
Another accolade to add to her long list of honours. Helen Keenan, ITV News.
Congratulations to her.
So I hope that you saw that. We want to say congratulations to her. That is some good news, really, really good news coming out of the UK, and especially for Trinidad and Tobago, So I hope that it will inspire other young persons to, believe in themselves and to go out there and achieve. All right. So that was some good news that I wanted to show today before I get into my real issue today and topic today on the Street 919 FM. So we know that the government has put forward the nominee of Miss Christine Kangaloo as the choice for president. All right. What I wanted to do was to play for you what happened on, I believe it's Friday. All right. So join me on the live. So this morning I'm going to build my case. All right. This morning I'm going to present my case to you. And I want you to listen. And you then make your judgment on all that I'm about to show you today. All right. So on Friday, the Prime Minister would have met, or was it Thursday? Let me just confirm this, right? Double check. I just want to make sure and double check which day was it. It was the Friday, right? Just making sure. I don't want to say something and then, it have the naysayers out there who just say spreading fake news. Right. So on Friday, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago would have had a meeting with the opposition leader, Ms. Kamala Persad-Bissessar, I believe, Mr. David Lee, Wayne Mark, and somebody else. I don't want to see who else other than I make a mistake, right? So she would have had Prime Minister would have had a meeting with the opposition concerning the choice or nomination for presidency. The Prime Minister would have nominated Ms. Christine Kangaloo. At the meeting, the opposition did not nominate anybody. So I'm going to show you a recap on what took place. So on Friday, the Prime Minister had a press conference, and it's going to show you a piece of the press conference so that take you back in your mind of how this thing played off. So taking you now to what was said on Friday by the Honorable Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago.
Position and Senator Wade Mark, who is leader in the Senate. So these 6 parliamentarians, we met and we had a very cordial discussion on this issue of a selectee. And we both agreed among ourselves that it would be best if we are able to have consensus. But we are not unmindful of the fact that it is possible that we may not have consensus. But the meeting went very well. The opposition was asked whether they had a nominee for consideration by our team, name or names, because the way this thing goes is never one person who is entitled. The opposition team indicated to us that while they met and they looked over the situation and so on, and there was not a name that they wanted to advance, that they had. In fact, they did not treat with individuals, they treated mainly with requirements and what sort of individual should fit the bill. We indicated to the team, the opposition team, that we had done some consulting as well, both in and out of the government. And having done that, we did come to the meeting with a name, and we are satisfied that that name is somebody who fits the bill, qualified, and can do the job. And the name that we advanced to the opposition was the person who is now sitting in the capacity of President of the Senate, and that is Senator Christine Kangaloo. We made that name available officially to the opposition, and we indicated that the government, having nothing else to consider from the opposition and having done our own considerations and having the deadlines to meet and the requirement to follow the Constitution, that we will be supporting Senator Christine Kangaloo, and we will meet all the requirements of the law going forward. The opposition indicated to us that they would want a little time to consider it, and we indicated that we would, our team, there are 12 slots on the form, which must be filled in by Monday morning. And we, at the government side, we can fill in some of those now. We can fill in all 12 now if we wish. But we did give the opposition the undertaking that we would fill in 7 when we set about to fill it in. The leader of government business will ensure that that form is made available to government members. We will, sometime between now and Monday morning, fill in 7, and we'll wait on the opposition. If they, after consideration, they decided, even if they do have reservations or whatever, if they decide that they would support the nominee by signing the form, we will give them that opportunity, because we are better off if we can go to the Parliament with some semblance or element of consensus. If, on the other hand, that is not to be had, then the government will have no choice but to fill out all 12 slots. But we really would be happy, and I think the country would be better off if a qualified person, as Senator Christine Kangaloo, is our nominee going forward, and we as parliamentarians can agree that being a member of parliament in our country, the way we conduct our business as a people, that being a member of parliament does not disqualify you or anybody from holding the office, because the Constitution does not say that. So, having said that, you now have to treat with two things you have to treat with. One is that the government will be supporting Senator Kangaloo. She's very well known to you. She's had a long service as a public officer. as Prime Minister and as head of this government, and I said this to the opposition, I am not one of those people who believe that because you have made yourself available for public service, that you have disqualified yourself from further public service. And I am not one of those who believe that because you serve in the parliament, you are the devil incarnate and you are disqualified. And I am not one of those who believe, and the cabinet supports my position, that because you have not entered into the public arena to offer yourself to serve with all that goes with that, that you are independent and you are better qualified to serve the country because you've never done anything for the country and all you've done is for yourself, and therefore that makes you independent. I don't subscribe to that. Very many people have made tremendous sacrifices to serve in public service, and public service is honorable. It all depends on how you journey through public service. So if you have any questions on that, I will take those questions now, and as you may, let me.
Right, so you just heard the Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, and he would have outlined for you the government's position on choosing Ms. Christine Kangaloo as their nomination for to be the president of Trinidad and Tobago. Right, so you just heard the Prime Minister on that. Outside of the same day, while Dr. Rowley is making his press conference and his speech, I want you to look. This is after the opposition and the Prime Minister would have met. The media would have met Miss Kamala Prasad-Bissessar outside the diplomatic center, and they were questioning her and asking her opinion on the Prime Minister's choice for presidency. And come on the live and hear Miss Bissessar. Now, this is her making her way to the opposition office to do her press conference. But I want you to join me on the live to hear what she had to say. Coming out of the diplomatic center, the media would have flagged down her vehicle and would have put a microphone in front of Ms. Bissessar to ask her some questions. I don't know how many of you would have seen this before, but you need to come on the live and see this and listen to Ms. Bissessar, and then we're going to go deeper into the discussion. So join me on the live, Street 919 FM Facebook page, Iwer TV. We're doing a recap to bring us to where we are today. So the Prime Minister would have met with the opposition leader. Then the Prime Minister would have presented to the opposition leader their choice. The opposition leader said that they didn't have somebody in mind at that time. Right? The Prime Minister would have called a press conference. The opposition leader is making her way out of the diplomatic center. Come on here, what she had to say to the media.
Yeah. There's no problem, ma'am. No problem. I know you much prefer to have this press conference at the Charles Street office, Mrs. Prasad-Bissessar, but in the interest of time, the Prime Minister is about to have his press conference. No. You said that the meeting was cordial, right?
Cordial meeting, open discussions and so on. I told the Prime Minister if he wants me to hold it confidentially, the name that he has put forward, I will. He said no, he will share it. So they're suggesting the lady in the Senate, Senator, President of the Senate, Christine Kangaloo. I shared my concerns because I am of the view that we should not have an active politician holding the post. I told him, give us a little time, we'll consider and we'll get back to him. So that's where we stand at the moment.
Did you submit a name of your own?
Not to him today, because this is the government's job at this point. We went with an open mind to get a candidate who is a bipartisan candidate who can, bring the country together, to bring some hope and empathy and compassion, after what we've shared for the last so many years. That did not happen. I told him that my caucus last night when we met strongly objected to any sitting politician. The Prime Minister insisted that the lady is a good person. I'm sure she's a good person, a good human being. I told him that justice must not only be done, but must be seen to be done. And that means that the appearance of bias would not be seen to be done. That appearance of bias from a sitting politician I don't think it's the right way to go, but I told him we will consider, and I'll come speak with my team again. But I am very disappointed.
Has another date been identified for a meeting, a subsequent meeting?
No, I just will share. I wanted to talk again to the people we represent. We held the caucuses yesterday, NATEX, Parliament, and therefore this is my duty. We were elected to serve people. Over 300,000 voted for us. We consulted with them before we took a position. One position was very clear from our meetings yesterday was we did not want a sitting politician. The person may be a great person. I have no objection to the person. But again, must only be seen to be done, must not only be done, but be seen to be done. I mean, who in this country will think that a sitting president, PNM president of the Senate, will give us a bipartisan approach? I don't think anybody can, take that and really feel comfortable with it, and I don't at all.
So while the discussion was cordial, you're disappointed about the name put forward?
I don't think disappointed is the right word, I mean, disappointment is such a wimpy word, a wincy word. I think it's very, very, very sad that the Prime Minister could say to us, we want to put a sitting politician. And the Prime Minister was very kind and gracious in saying, in the country we need to bring it together, we need to bring people together, we need to give hope. Words I shared, compassion. The country needs us now to get a consensus candidate. I'm sorry, but I'll consult with my colleagues.
Yes, thank you kindly.
So you just heard Ms. Bissessa. I'm giving you a recap. So that was Ms. Bissessa on Friday, coming out of the diplomatic center. I want you all to listen, Some of you all don't listen. Some of you all go by emotions and you all don't think. Listen so that your arguments or your statements could really be one of some sort of substance. So you heard the Prime Minister, you heard what he had to say, you heard why he would have proposed Miss Christine Kangalo. He made it quite clear that he doesn't have a problem with a sitting politician presenting themselves to work to be the president, whatever. And he went into the Constitution doesn't say that it's wrong. The Constitution doesn't say that it's wrong. Why he would have said that? Because when the president goes on vacation, as Miss Sharon Felix would have outlined to you over and over today, when the president goes on vacation, who acts for the president? Not the same Miss Christine Kangaloo, who is the Senate president. So your argument still doesn't hold any water, because even when she goes to act, or even when she presents herself to act on behalf of the sitting president, I have never heard Ms. Bissessa come out and say this is wrong. Why is a sitting politician going to act for the president? I've never heard Ms. Bissessa or anybody on the opposition side or any of the talk show hosts that are pointing out that it's wrong and it's this and it's that and it's the next. I've never heard them before say that what Ms. Christine Kangaloo is doing is wrong and the Constitution needs to change. All right? So you just heard Ms. Bissessa. I'm seeing the clock counting down on me. I have an ad break to take. When I come back from the ads, we're going to get into the discussion. I have some other clips to play you. So I have a legal view that I want to play you. So there is somebody with a legal view, right, that is going to share their legal view. I'm going to let you listen to them, and you're going to take from what they have to say.
No puede ser. Es el inoportuno de Frank.
¿Mi papá?
No, is that that is just on the ads computer. All right, so yeah. So again, we're gonna do this. We're gonna come back after the break. We're gonna come back and we're going to. I want to hear from you. What is your view on the statements made by a lawyer, and what again?
We
are The Street. The Street. The Street. 919 FM. The only radio station bringing perfect balance between entertainment and talk. Updating you with current affairs and social issues.
So what, we should just sit down and take the foolishness that's being meted out because of fuel. You feel that all you're real bad?
Right? Unlike his situation that I don't even want to go back and bring up and highlight.
You don't have a good record where that is concerned?
Having you in the loop with trends and entertainment. Providing music that lives on.
Darling, I feel the disco.
And spiritual food for the body, mind, and soul.
Satan slow full face. We're not taking that.
The Street. The Street. 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay. And so do we. Let's go pay some bills on The Street 919 FM.
Guess who's back again.
Juju Love is back on the street.
It's me, Juju Love, by public demand, along with my sidekick, Mr. Aruka. We take no prisoners.
Junior Davy is back on the street. Monday to Friday, 2 to 4 p.m. Juju Love, only on the street 919 FM.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Right. So I'm back with you, Trinidad and Tobago. I am back with you. So we were looking at, before we went for the break, we were looking at Ms. Bissessa coming up from the diplomatic center, making her statements about a sitting politician. She does not agree that a sitting politician should be nominated as the president of Trinidad and Tobago. She has a problem with that, right? Before I play you the lawyer, I want to play you this. I had to play this. If I don't play this, then I ain't have a show. This is me. If I don't play this, then I didn't have a successful show today. I have to play this. I have to play this. So join me on the live and look at this. You have to be a part of this. You have to see this. All right? So, Trinidad and Tobago, look at this and tell me what are your thoughts. All right? Listen to this.
Arthur N.R. Robinson was the third president of Trinidad and Tobago and the only president to also serve as prime minister of the country. He is remembered for surviving the 1990 coup attempt, for his influential role in the creation of the International Criminal Court, and his handling of the appointment of a prime minister after the 2002 general election. Arthur Napoleon Raymond Robinson was born on the 16th of December 1926 in Tobago. He was educated at Castara Methodist School, where his father was a head teacher, before moving to Bishop's High School. Robinson read for a degree from London University before he was called to the bar in London at the Inner Temple in 1951. He graduated in philosophy, politics, and economics at Oxford. Robinson returned to Trinidad, where he practiced as a barrister. However, life in politics beckoned. He made his entry into politics in 1956 as a founding member of the People's National Movement. Robinson was elected a member of Parliament of the West Indies Federation, and after the Federation collapsed, he became Trinidad and Tobago's first Minister of Finance, a post he held from 1961 to 1967. Robinson went on to form the Democratic Action Congress in 1971. His party would win both Tobago seats in the 1976 election. He worked for internal self-government for Tobago, a struggle which led to the passage of the Tobago House of Assembly Act in 1980. In 1986, after contesting several elections as part of a series of coalitions, Robinson led the National Alliance for Reconstruction to a landslide victory in the general elections. However, his time as Prime Minister from 1986 to 1991 was a difficult one. He led the country at a time when the currency was devalued, the crime rate and the unemployment rate rose, and the country was forced to take a loan from the International Monetary Fund. During this time, Robinson would push for the creation of the International Criminal Court at the United Nations. He also played a key role in the Granans Agreement of 1989, which deepened the integration of the Caribbean Economic Bloc, CARICOM. In 1990, members of the radical Islamist group the Jamaat al-Muslimin took Robinson and most of his cabinet hostage in the House of Parliament. He was brutally beaten and shot. Robinson was eventually released after 6 days of fighting, during which 20 people were killed. In 1991, Robinson's NAR lost the general election, but 4 years later he was back as a government minister, this time as part of a coalition. Robinson was elected as Trinidad and Tobago's third president in 1997, the first prime minister to do so. Robinson's time as president was remembered for his role in the appointment of a prime minister after the 2002 general elections. The election ended in a tie, and President Robinson appointed the leader of the opposition, Mr. Patrick Manning, as prime minister. Robinson would leave office as president in March 2003. Mr. Robinson married the economist Patricia Rawlins, and they had 2 children, Anne Margaret and David. Mrs. Robinson passed away in 2009. Mr. Robinson died on the 9th of April 2014. President Robinson's role in the creation of the International Criminal Court deserves special mention. He first became committed to the idea of creating a permanent tribunal to prosecute people for crimes against humanity when he was a student at Oxford in the 1950s. The concept itself dated back to the League of Nations, the forerunner to the United Nations. Robinson and a fellow student, Robert Wurtzel, attempted to revive the concept while at Oxford. In 1972, they created the foundation for the establishment of an international criminal court, with Robinson as director. As Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Robinson was able to table a motion at the UN General Assembly to have the court set up. It was eventually set up in 1996 and was established in the Netherlands in 2002. Its first verdict was delivered in 2012, 2 years before President Robinson died. Arthur N.R. Robinson has been honored in many ways for his contribution to Trinidad and Tobago and the wider Caribbean. In 1997, he was awarded this country's highest honor, which was then called the Trinity Cross. In 1998, Mr. Robinson was honored with the Order of the Caribbean Community. In 2011, the international airport in Tobago was renamed in his honor, the A.N.R. Robinson International Airport. That same year, he received Tobago's highest honor, the Tobago Medal of Honor.
All right, so that is Mr. A.N.R. Robinson. Somebody's asking what? So we are trying to see here. What are we trying to see here with this clip? Mr. A.N.R. Robinson was a prime minister. He was a functioning politician. He had his own political party. He had a coalition with the UNC. So, the point that Ms. Bissessa is making doesn't hold any water, because we have seen where politicians have functioning politicians who had political parties, who had a political party was once our president. Okay? So I just wanted to put that in perspective there. I wanted to show the history of Mr. Robinson, right? But while I'm showing the history of Mr. Robinson, I also want to show you. So I said to you, I wanted to give you a legal view of all right? What is the legal view of Mr. Martin, a lawyer, attorney at law? All right, I want to play you an attorney at law. What was his name? Martin George from Tobago. So he was asked what is his view on this nomination of Miss Christine Kangaloo. So he would have given his legal view on it. And I want you to hear what is his legal views.
The choice by the government of nominating the Senate President, Christine Kangaloo, as their choice for President of the Republic. Now, firstly, when one looks at the issue from a legal perspective, I will say at the outset that there is nothing legally wrong with the government making such a choice. And in fact, such a view is fortified and in fact enshrined within our very own Constitution, because when one looks at the sections of the Constitution which deal with the president and the appointment of a president, it is pellucid from section 24 of our Constitution that the framers of our Constitution actually envisaged the possibility that someone who is a member of the Senate or a member of the House of the Representatives can be elected as president. Section 24 says, where a member of the Senate or the House of Representatives is elected as president, his seat in the Senate or the House of Representatives respectively shall become vacant. So it is clear that the framers of the Constitution considered the possibility that someone could be a sitting member of the House of Representatives or a sitting member of the Senate and still be appointed as president or nominated for such an appointment. So there's nothing at all legally wrong with it. So it is clear that the government is on solid legal ground in making such a decision. Where it gets interesting, of course, is apart from the court of law, where the government is clearly on solid ground, there's also the court of public opinion. And based upon what persons have expressed, since the naming of their choice, it is clear that some consideration ought to be taken as to, hearing the views of others, because we must all remember that as far back as the 1936 case, right, the Privy Council case, 1936 Privy Council case of Ambad versus Attorney General, right, this was a case from Trinidad and Tobago, right, and in that Privy Council case, Lord Atkins made it clear that one must always look at these situations with an open mind. In fact, Lord Atkins, in that case, that Privy Council case of Ambad versus Attorney General, said, justice is not a cloistered virtue and must be allowed to suffer the scrutiny and the respectful, even though outspoken, comments of ordinary men. So, in other words, we, in looking at this situation in Trinidad and Tobago, have to listen to and be willing to hear the comments of ordinary citizens on the matter. And, of course, the government can then decide whether they take those into account or not. So, in the court of law, the government is very clear and they are on solid ground. That's backed by the Constitution itself. Section 24 actually envisaged the possibility of a member of the Senate or a member of the House of Representatives being nominated for the post of president. In the court of public opinion, I urge the government to have regard to the Privy Council case of Ambad versus Attorney General, where Lord Atkins made it clear that we must still, even though you are on solid ground legally, we must still be open to hearing the views of others. And of course, you then make your final decision based upon that. We, however, bear in mind that once you venture into these areas of morals and ethics and whether it's morally right or ethically right, the words of former Prime Minister Basdeo Panday, when he made it clear that politics has a morality of its own. So we wait to see how this matter plays out in the public space.
Right, so you just heard.
I want my man to last more than.
So you just heard from Mr. Martin George, and he is from Tobago, and he was asked to give his legal views on the situation. And he gave you his legal views. And I want you to take note of some of the things that he would have said. He would have quoted from the Constitution, and he would have lucidly, clearly said that here what's going on. Based on legally, constitutionally, the government is right. The government is not breaking the law. The government is not doing anything that is wrong. Right? That's what he said. He said, but, there is a but. His but is, and he would have drawn from a case, and he would have said that, here what? Even though you're not doing it, and you know, it's amazing, but I'll say it. He said, even though you're not doing anything legally wrong, but think about ethically. You know, is it that, you know, you need to listen to how people feel about you now putting someone like Ms. Kangaloo into the position, right? You know, listen to the voice of the people, but which people you're talking about? Who's the people you're talking about? Who's the people? Just asking. Who's the people? But I'm putting that aside. He is saying, you know, sometimes you need to listen to the voice of the people who may have an issue with your choice. With your choice, you know, you need to have an open mind and open a different, listen to a different perspective on the situation. So I'm giving you all of what happened over the weekend. I'm recapping all that took place over the weekend where this situation is concerned. I'm going to give you a time to call in and share with me what are your thoughts about all that I'm playing. I'm playing lawyer today, and I'm presenting a case to you. So all of that was being said, all of that has been said. But lo and behold, on Friday evening, in the midst of all of what was happening, and I remember right here on Miss Davies' show, at that time, the UNC, Miss Bisasa, had a press conference, and she presented her nominee for presidency, which would be Mr. Israel Khan. When we come back from the news, I have some video clip to show you of who is Miss Bisesa's nominee. No, Miss Bisesa has a problem with Christine Kangaloo. Right? She has a problem with Miss Christine Kangaloo as someone being presented as our president, as a nominee. But I want you, the right, and you know what I'm appealing to? I'm appealing to the right thinking citizens, the ones who Dr. Rowley does always say, those are the ones that makes they are the ones that don't toe no party line. They're not for no party. They are the ones who are just sitting and observing and looking on. The right thinking citizens. I want you to listen to Miss Bisesa's choice. Who is Mr. Israel Khan? I have some videos to show you of who Miss Bisesa wants to be your president. Here I was saying to you, I needed to be back with me, you know. I don't want you to move off of this live, you know. And if you could share the live, share the live. I want you, the 218 of you on YouTube, get somebody to come on. Right? You see the ones, the how much of you on Facebook? The 192, I want you all to share it. Because I want you all to look at Miss Christine Kangaloo, compare Miss Christine Kangaloo to Mr. Israel Khan. And I'm seeing where the Prime Minister, I just got a message here that I want to read out from the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Listen to this message from the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Prime Minister Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley will be hosting a media conference today at 2 p.m. at the Diplomatic Center. You hear that? And if I could run across to the Diplomatic Center today, I will run across. If I could only run across, I'll run across. But here what I'm saying to you, we need to compare. Let us compare the two candidates. Miss Christine Kangaloo, the Senate President, and Mr. Israel Khan SC. You today will be the jury on who you think would make a better president. Who you think will make a better president. Let me see if you all could remember some of the statements made by this man. I will play it back, So you have to join me after the news. The 199 of you, 200 of you on Facebook, and the how much of you on YouTube? I'm going to see. Let's make it 239 of you on YouTube. Come back, stay right there and join me as we look into the two candidates, the two nominees, one from the opposition and one from the government. Miss Christine Kangaloo, Senate President, and Mr. Israel Khan. We're going to look at them and you're going to tell me today, what are your thoughts? What all I'm doing is building a case for you to make a right choice. We're coming back after the news right here on the Street 919 FM. Just letting you know and reminding you that the Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, will be hosting a media conference today, Monday, the 9th of January, 2023, at 2 p.m. at the Diplomatic Center, St. Anne's. If I could run across, I will run across. But, boy, it is interesting. We say thank you to the 242 of you joining me on YouTube and the 200 of you on Facebook. Don't touch that dial. Don't come off the live. We have to compare and contrast. We're going to look at Miss Christine Kangaloo and we're going to look at Mr. Israel Khan SC when we come back after the news. Don't touch your dial, This country, boy. Oh my goodness. I don't know. We live in a country that there is never a dull moment, Never, But what I would do, boy? I live in here. So I had to take what I live in, I had to be with it. So don't touch your dial, Trinidad and Tobago. I really appreciate all of you who are on the live with me today. I appreciate all of you. Stay right here with me, coming back after the news.
This one's blessed Twin Island, Godfather of the whole Caribbean. All them neighbors used to look up at we. Now they hardly taking us seriously, you see, because we going through some hard times. The axe getting harder to grind. Although we going down a slippery slope, I would never ever give up hope. Because I don't believe that any politician should succeed in dividing this nation. I don't believe in all the gloom, nor the prophecies of doom. Divided we all shall fall, so time to heed a nation's call. I say I don't believe that the solution lies in the hands of the trade union, but I believe that we will
expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the Street 919 FM.
Join Pastor Kelvin Heinerine and friends for The Way, The Truth, The Life Radio Ministry, a Church of God ministry, live on the Street 919 FM from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. This and every Sunday on the Street 919 FM. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh to the Father except through me. John chapter 14, verse 6. For further information, contact 686-3845, 349-5178, or 342-7303.
Scotiabank Magna MasterCard is back with its special Christmas giveaway. Just swipe for more rewards. Every time you swipe your card, get instantly entered for a chance to win 1,500 points on your Scotiabank Magna MasterCard. Get more this Christmas. More points, more rewards, more money. Swipe for more rewards today with your Scotiabank Magna MasterCard. Promotion runs until January 15th, 2023. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Visit magnarewards.com for more details. Approved by the NLCB.
Ladies, the world's hottest soca stars you ladies love are coming to the largest gathering of women ever. Soca for her. 23, Friday, February 3rd. Boys. Lyrical, Iwer George, Urban Owls, Mama Nappy. Is it the only weather that I'm feeling so? Representing the Caribbean, Skinny Fabulous. Everybody push something in the air now. Behavior nothing. Problem Child, Moto.
You don't know this your boy Moto there from St. Lucia. February 3rd is all about soca for her. Moto will be live.
If you can be my woman, I don't care. I want you to be the outside woman.
Joining the Queens, Patrice Robert
and Nadia Batson. Get early bird tickets now at islandetickets.com. Cachets nationwide.
Extra foods grabbers up. Soca for her. Coming to the Queen's Park, Savannah.
Friday, February 3rd.
Blessings in the wonderful name of Jesus. My name is Nikki Garcia, and you are invited to listen to the Final Hour broadcast every Monday from 12 midnight to 5 in the morning on the Street 919 FM radio. Here, Pastor Helen Garcia and my husband, Pastor Valentine Garcia Jr., preach the Word of God. We can be contacted at 629-0113 or 623-8444. Tune in and prepare to be blessed.
As my life I lay it on the altar, as my life.
Tune into the Street 91.9 FM
every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
for the Repairing of the Breach radio program with me, Bishop Showinau Thomas.
The scripture says, and they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places.
Thou shalt raise up the foundation of many generations, and thou shalt be called the repairers of the breach, the restorers of the paths to dwell in.
Don't miss it. Repairing the Breach radio program with Bishop Sherwin R. Thomas on the Street 919 FM every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m. Tune in to the Street 919 FM every Friday from 9:15 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. with Kingdom Health Services, situated at number 125 Eastern Main Road in Tunapuna. For the program, Health and Healing, merging the old with the new with Mr. Brent Diet. For more information, call 318-7471 or 484-0141 or 360-4100. It's all about Kingdom Health Services on the Street 919 FM.
Join me every Wednesday morning on the street 919 FM, 5 a.m. to 5:55 a.m. to hear For the Kingdom with the voice Darius Lois. For those questions on life you want answered, if you question, is God real? Does he care about me? And how he functions in this world and in your life? Then tune in and get answers to those questions.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
News from the street, 919fm.com. Here's what's happening.
Good afternoon, I'm Chanel Webb with the 12 p.m. news on the Street 919 FM and online, Facebook and YouTube. In the headlines, President of the Supermarket Association says increase in electricity rates can lead to higher grocery prices. No response from government on UNC's nominee for president. And police arrest 10 persons for drug and firearm offenses over the weekend. And internationally, in China, more than 88 million people in Henan infected, official says. And now the news in detail. President of the Supermarket Association of TNT, Rajiv Dipti, says increases in electricity rates can very likely result in higher costs of groceries. The Regulated Industries Commission has proposed rate increases for tea and tech over the next 5 years. For residential customers, the increase would range from 15% to as high as 64% based on kilowatt consumption, and for commercial customers, they will see an increase ranging from 51% to 63%. Dipti said supermarkets are already burdened with high overhead costs and electricity being a major one. So therefore, an increase will only add to the situation. Dipti is suggesting that a hike ought to be done incrementally as citizens and the country's economy still recovers from COVID. In other news, there has been no response from the government on the opposition's request to consider senior counsel Israel Khan for the presidency. The UNC will also be submitting its nomination for Khan by tomorrow. Last Friday, Prime Minister the Honorable Dr. Keith Rowley announced that Christine Kangaloo was the government's nominee for the post. The opposition, which doesn't support Kangaloo on the basis of her being an active politician, last Saturday requested the government consider Khan, which is the head of the criminal bar of TNT, for the post. Yesterday, UNC Senator Wade Mark doubled down on the UNC's opposition to Kangaloo. In more news, police arrested a total of 23 persons in connection with the drug and firearm offences across the country over the weekend. Police held 3 men at an old wooden structure in Rochard Road, Penal, in the wee hours of Saturday for possession of a revolver with ammunition and a quantity of cocaine. During the same exercise, a 44-year-old man of Laborie was held for possession of a quantity of marijuana. Another man in Duncan Village was arrested for possession of marijuana after a woman alerted the police about a domestic violence issue. 1 kilogram of the substance was seized. Central Division officers also held 4 men in a separate exercise for possession of ammunition and firearm. In Arima, officers were engaged in an exercise in a Piaco area early on Saturday morning, arresting 2 men for gang-related activities. And internationally, nearly 90% of people in Henan, China's 3rd most populous province, have now been infected with COVID, local health officials say. Provincial official Kan Quenchang revealed the figure amounting to about 88.5 million people at a press conference. China is battling an unprecedented surge in cases after abandoning zero COVID policies in December. The move followed rare protests against lockdowns, quarantines, and mass tests. The Henan provincial figures are in stark contrast to the COVID figures from the central government. According to official data, just 120,000 people in the country of 1.4 billion have been infected and 30 have died since the shift in COVID policies. Recapping the headlines, President of the Supermarket Association says increase in electricity rates can lead to higher grocery prices. No response from government on UNC's nominee for president. and police arrest 10 persons for drug and firearm offences over the weekend. And internationally, in China, more than 88 million people in Henan have been affected, officials say. Good afternoon, I am Chanel Webb, and that was the 12 p.m. news on the Street 919 FM and online, Facebook and YouTube.
News from the street. News from the street. 919fm.com.
As soon as things start getting a little harder, once blessed Twin Island, Godfather of the whole Caribbean. All them neighbors used to look up at we. Now they hardly taking us seriously, you see, because we going through some hard times. The axe getting harder to grind. Although we going down a slippery slope, I would never ever give up hope. Because I don't believe that any politician should succeed in dividing this nation. I don't believe in all the gloom, nor the prophecies of doom. Divided we all shall fall, so time to heed a nation's call. I say I don't believe that the solution lies in the hands of the trade union. But I believe that we will come back, and I believe in the red, white and black. I believe that we will pull through. Cause Trinidad and Tobago, I believe in you. Yes, my people, I believe in you. As soon as things start getting a little harder, I see people seeking greener pastures. People who I thought would have stay and fight. See them hustling to get on the first flight, so trite. But I'm not abandoning ship, no way, cause I on board for the whole trip. Yeah, yeah, and I'm sure that I'm not alone. So let's work hard and rebuild our home. Because I don't believe the preacher on the pulpit is more sacred than the imam and pundit. No one may say superior to feel they could rule forever, using us for fortune and fame, making us pawns in the chess game. I say I don't believe my people so mad to follow them cats are dealing the race card. But I believe that we will come back, and I believe in the red, white and black. I believe that we will pull through. Cause Trinidad and Tobago, I believe in you. Yes, my people, I believe in you. Yeah, yeah. I don't believe that this nation could be held to ransom, and that no train Begonian has a better vision. I don't believe that my people would sit and allow evil and no patriotic shinny. Party before country. But I believe that we will come back, and I believe in the red, white and black. I believe that we will pull through. Cause Trinidad and Tobago, I believe in you. Yes, my people, I believe in you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not pointing fingers at anybody, but it hurts when I feel and I see how this little train they go the land of our birth. Should be our favorite place on earth. Railroads from Africa, Europe and Asia. Train they go give us food and shelter. We too wealthy here to be poor, so let's ensure we settle this score. Because I don't believe my people are losing heart and allowing everything to fall apart. I don't believe we are so blind Jersey. I say I don't believe all this corruption could continue in such oblivion. But I believe that we will come back, and I believe in the red, white, and black. I believe that we will pull through. Cause Trinidad and Tobago, I believe in you. Yes, my people, I believe in you. You're responsible. I believe in you. Don't mind the trouble. I believe in you. We well capable. Yeah. I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe in you.
All right, that's music coming down from Mr. Chucky Gordon, and I hope that you all would have enjoyed that one. I believe in you. Do you believe in Trinidad and Tobago? I hope that you do, and I really hope that you stayed with me. I hope that you are still there with me on YouTube and on Facebook. All right, so don't move. I'm going to show you now. So I'm presenting a case to you today. Right, I'm presenting a case to you today, and the case is really about are we chalk and cheese? Is it that we how are we chalk and cheese for me? I don't know for you, but chalk and cheese. I'm going to show you now. Let's look at the nominee for the UNC. The nominee for the UNC is Mr. Israel Khan SC. All right, Israel Khan is the nominee for the UNC. All right, as you heard in the news a while ago, there has been no response from the government on the opposition request to consider senior counsel Israel Khan for the presidency. All right. The UNC will also be submitting its nomination for Mr. Khan by tomorrow. Okay. All right. Last Friday, Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Keith Rowley, announced that Christine Kangaloo, all right, Senate President Christine Kangaloo was the government's choice, was the government's nominee for the post. The opposition, which does not support Christine Kangaloo on the basis of her being an active politician, last Saturday requested that government consider Mr. Israel Khan SC. Right, he's the head of the criminal bar of Trinidad and Tobago. That's why I read over that news, I read over that news because I want you to hear what he's the head of. He's the head of the criminal bar of Trinidad and Tobago. All right? This is the man. I'm just going to show you little clips, little snippets of who the UNC is considering to be the choice. All right? UNC choice for presidency. Join me on the live, The Prime Minister is like... He had to join me on the live because you have to see for yourself, hear for yourself. Some people would say that, only just cut up people, only just cut up the clips, only just cut up what people are saying. Sometimes they don't want to play the whole statement, and I don't have time to play whole statements. So you take out the juicy part and you play it. But they don't like that. You all have a problem with that. You all find that, hey, play the whole thing. I don't have time to play the whole thing. But you have to come on the live to see this and to listen to this. And you tell me. Right? You tell me. I also want to see that there's a clip that I have here. And for me, I don't know, boy. Anyway, let me not say anything. Let me just show the clips and hush my mouth. But look at this and tell me what are your thoughts. So this is Mr. Israel Khan, SC. All right? Mr. Israel Khan. So the photo you're seeing on your screen right now is Mr. Israel Khan. Again, I want to read for you. And I'm reading it from our news. This was read about a minute ago in our news. Opposition which does not support Ms. Kangaloo on the base of her being an active politician last Saturday requested that the government consider Mr. Khan the head of the criminal bar of Trinidad and Tobago. This is the man who they requested. Listen.
The Prime Minister is an imposter when it comes to say that he will subscribe to his oath. He's a liar.
Okay, we won't say such strong statements.
I am saying it, let him sue me. He's lying to the population, he's lying to the country, left, right and center, just how he lied about the Millgate. But that will leave the Millgate aside.
Well, you know.
The Prime Minister is an imposter when it comes to say that he will subscribe to his oath. He's a liar.
Okay, we won't say such strong statements.
I am saying it, let him sue me. He's lying to the population, he's lying to the country, left, right and center, just how he lied about the Millgate.
This demand that the UNC is asking the government to consider to be the president of Trinidad and Tobago. Let me say good afternoon to the 211 or 212 persons joining me on Facebook. And the 300 and how much? 341 on YouTube. This is the man, you know. This is the man that the UNC from Miss Christine Kangaloo. This is the man that they're asking you to consider to be your president. We serious? We serious? Nah, we're not serious. I want to show you something else. Join me on the live. Come on the live. Come on the live and see this. I want you to see this. So, Miss Bissessa had a problem with Miss Christine Kangaloo because she's active in politics. And that's the reason why Miss Bissessa has a problem with Miss Christine Kangaloo. The lawyer is saying to us that we need to listen to the views and opinions of others, or even, you know, it might be opposing views, but listen. All right? But listen to this. Hey, well, you need to join Money Live, you know. Yeah, you need to come on the live and see this. Come on the live and look at this. So this is Miss Bissessa. This is Miss Bissessa. I want you to come on the live and look at this. This is Miss Bissessa. Miss Kamala Prasad Bissessa. I have always been respectful when I am announcing her name for a specific reason. I don't want anybody to say that I'm disrespectful. I'm respectful. But look at this. Right? Look at this. Look at this.
But he's my brother in the law, none other than Senior Counselor Israel Khan. Thank you very much. Thank you, Israel. Thank you so much. So Israel must have felt something touch him in his soul for him to show up here tonight, and I thank him so much for the support. But he's my brother in the law, none other than Senior Counselor Israel Khan. Thank you very much. Thank you, Israel. Thank you so much. So Israel must have felt something touch him in his soul for him to show up here tonight, and I thank him so much.
So Israel Khan, how independent are you showing up at a UNC meeting and the opposition leader would have acknowledged your presence and that you would have felt something in your soul? Huh? I don't know. Maybe you all might disagree with me. But how independent are you, Mr. Khan? How independent are you? The opposition leader is saying that you're so independent. Huh? You all know where this is? This is where, for the leadership of the UNC, where he would have come and endorsed Ms. Bisesa as leader. Yeah. Yep. So when we talking about independence and you know what is sad is that you're hearing the watch this. Watch this. Come on your screen, come on your TV, come on your YouTube, come on your phone, and look at the independence of what they want us to believe is an independent view. You don't want an active politician, Ms. Bisesa, but you want somebody, Israel Khan, to join UNC, supports Kamala as a leader. Huh? I don't know. Somebody could correct me. Somebody could say to me, are you taking us for a fool? So if you have a problem with a sitting politician, as Miss Christine Kangaloo has, you have a problem with, right? But you don't have a problem putting somebody who would have supported you for leadership of the UNC? So are we fools? Are we fools? But again, I am just presenting a case. And I want to remind you at 12:30 we have our NGC. At 12:30 we have our NGC segment where it helps us to keep our environment clean. All right? And every day from Monday to Friday from 12:30 we have our NGC segment, keeping our environment clean. So going back to my discussion here, so you want us to believe, Ms. Bisesa, that you have a problem with Ms. Kangaloo, because why? Ms. Kangaloo does not appear to be balanced. She's a practicing, known politician. But you submitted Mr. Israel Khan's name and Mr. Israel Khan to join the UNC supporting Ms. Kamala Bisesa for leadership. Wake my point it over now. Make my point it's all over because somebody taking us for a fool. You all remember when this man, SC, Mr. Khan, would have written to Mr. Gary Griffith and said to him that there is not enough East Indians in the police service? That's who we want for president? Huh? Oh, yeah. Sunday Express. The Sunday Express asked Khan about a report dated August 2020. About what? That he's interested in joining the UNC and supporting Ms. Kamala Bisesa. Huh? We don't want to hear these things. We don't want to read these things. We don't want to look at these things. And certain media houses clearly, certain media houses, as is always said, holds the government to a higher standard than the UNC. And nothing is wrong with that, you know. But my problem with that is somehow or the other, the opposition seems to get away with nonsense. I think there's a joke by nominating Mr. Israel Khan. I think they just nominated him to just create a discussion. Or they're really taking the people for fools. Right? So let me say good afternoon to the 356 persons watching me on YouTube and 243 on Facebook. I want to open up the phone lines. I want to hear your views. I have now presented my case to you. I presented my case to you as a nation, as a young man. Over the weekend, I would have done a little research. I would have said that I would have come and presented to you. You understand? The information that I would have gathered over the weekend, looking, listening, and sharing, you know, the information that is shared out there. Sorry, but you tell me, as a nation and as a people, are you satisfied with the opposition choice? Just like how people are saying that they are not satisfied with the government's choice, are you satisfied with the opposition choice? Because the question today on all over other media houses was about a sitting politician would tarnish the image or the house or the office of the president. That was the whole discussion today on other media houses. Is it that we're saying, okay, you have a problem with Miss Christine Kangaloo, but you really want us to accept Mr. Israel Khan? Oh, yeah. Let me hear from you. Hello, good afternoon, caller.
Good afternoon, Pastor Google.
Hey, Mr. Chance, how are you? I hope I presented a good case.
Yes, I want to thank you for presenting a wide perspective. Because you see, this matter of the office of the president is a serious business, you know. It is the highest office in the land in terms of protocol and for precedence. The highest office. This is not a by-the-way discussion. It's a very important discussion. This business of the president came in 1976, the Republican Constitution. This is a big thing. Very important. And you quoted the section from Mr. George, section 24 of the Constitution.
Yeah, and that's why I played it.
That's correct. That's what I'm saying, and that is what I'm saying, that what is happening here is that the people are being educated and informed on this matter. And this is not a matter of song, but I just explain certain things. And it's very clear that the framers of the Constitution envisaged that somebody from the Senate or the House of Representatives could be selected as president. And they said that if somebody like that is elected, a vacancy, they will create a situation to fill that vacancy. So it means that there is the possibility within the Constitution. So we have dealt with that. That is it. But I want to tell you, the second thing you raised was a point coming from a learned judge, where he mentioned that the views of ordinary people must be shared in these matters, okay? And there's where I'm coming in. You know, I'm not a judicial officer, but an ordinary person. And that was the view shared by that judge when he says that justice is not a cloistered virtue. He's an ordinary man and woman. I'm an ordinary person in this society. And here how I consider that nomination of Israel Khan by Mrs. Kamala Prasad, Bissessa. I'm not mincing my words. I'm going to use robust words here this morning. I consider that selection by the opposition leader as a disrespect.
Yes.
It is an insult.
Yep.
And a contempt to the right-thinking people of Trinidad and Tobago. It's an insult.
Yep.
This morning somebody said, well, you know, they're trying something. Pastor Google, you're trying something with the office of president in this country? That office is the face of this nation. That office greets other presidents and other high-ranking officers throughout the world. Seriously, yeah. And this must not be a matter that will bring this country into disrepute. This must not be a matter that will cause people to consider Trinidad and Tobago as a failed state. Yeah? It's a serious matter.
Yes,
and I consider that nomination itself disrespectful, insulting, and contempt. You know what contempt means? Contempt means that she doesn't think very high of us.
No, she doesn't.
She does not think very high of us.
They don't.
And I will tell you, I'll go further to make this point. You see, besides all the legal qualifications and other things, there are issues of character.
Yes.
There are issues of character.
Yes.
And I'm going to ask Miss Kamala Prasad this morning, because her judgment, her history of her judgment in the past has been questioned and colored in the past.
Stay on the line, Mr. Chance. Stay on the line. Mr. Chance, stay on the line. I have a segment to do right now from NGC.
From the beginning, the National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago has been focused on creating a sustainable future. For us, sustainability is not just a passion. It is a pledge to our planet that we will be mindful of our impact. It is a plan to help realize the potential of our people. It is a promise to our children that we are thinking of tomorrow. The National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago, pursuing sustainability at the forefront of energy.
Keeping our environment clean in order to sustain a healthier world. These public tips on how to sustain a healthy environment are sponsored by the National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago. Cut down on car journeys. If possible, switch to a hybrid or an electric car to reduce your greenhouse gas emissions, or try carpooling, walking, cycling, or using public transport. Have your groceries delivered. One van delivering to 30 families is less polluting than 30 separate car trips. Invest in an air filter. It's possible to escape the air you breathe, but investing in an air filter can help clear out or significantly reduce the amount of particulate matter, allergens, and dust mites in your home. Consider investing in clean air by using a HEPA air filter, at least in your bedroom, where people tend to spend the majority of their hours when at home. And if you can, invest in a HEPA filter for different parts of your house too. This tip isn't applicable when you're outside, of course, but if possible, choose to take routes or spend time in places with cleaner air. For example, get some fresh air in the great outdoors over the weekend. And consider wearing a mask if you have to be in a particularly polluted area to prevent health problems that go hand in hand with breathing in polluted air. Filter your water. Another recommendation is to start filtering your water. These public tips on how to sustain a healthy environment are sponsored by the National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago.
From the beginning, the National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago has been focused on creating a sustainable future. For us, sustainability is not just a passion. It is a pledge to our planet that we will be mindful of our impact. It is a plan to help realize the potential of our people. It is a promise to our children that we are thinking of tomorrow. The National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago, pursuing sustainability at the forefront of energy.
All right, so I'm back with you, and Mr. Chance, you still there?
Yes, I'm here, Pastor Google.
All right, so we just have about one minute before we go to our ad set, but you can go ahead.
Yes, and let me just qualify that, because, I was saying that I was asking the opposition leader whether she considered these important attributes like temperament and emotional intelligence. You know what temperament is, Pastor Google? Temperament is a person's nature that affects their behavior. I am sure you will play a video clip that tells us much more about that nominee. You hear it. I'm sure you have that video clip when you referred to the Prime Minister as a liar.
Yeah, I played it just now.
All right, and that has something to do with temperament. And what about emotional intelligence? You know what emotional intelligence is? The ability to manage and control your emotions. Those two qualities are very important for people in that high office of president. I'm asking, this is Kamala Prasad Bishesa, whether that came into consideration. And as I leave now, I always question the judgment. My people, this is an issue of judgment of the opposition leader. And I'm going to leave you with this one. That's why I question the judgment. As we speak now, the judgment of the opposition leaders before us, there is a man sitting on the opposition bench. He sits next to the opposition leader. He is before the criminal court, charged with defrauding the people, the taxpayers of $1.4 million. He's on $1 million bail. And you know what is his position in the UNC? He's the chief whip in the parliament. Huh? and he's also a deputy political leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chance.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the Street 919 FM.
Ladies, the world's hottest soca stars you ladies love are coming to the largest gathering of women ever. Soca for her. 23, Friday, February 3rd. Boys. Lyrical, Iwer George, Urban Owls, Mama Nappy. Is it the only weather that I'm feeling so? Representing the Caribbean, Skinny Fabulous. Everybody push something in the air, Lord. Behavior nothing. Problem Child, Moto.
You don't know this your boy Moto there from St. Lucia. February 3rd is all about soca for her. Moto will be live.
If you can't be my woman, I don't care. I want you in the outside woman.
Adamo. Joining the Queens, Patrice Roberts
And Nadia Batson. Get early bird tickets now at islandetickets.com. Cachets nationwide.
Extra Foods Grab Bazaar. Soca for her. Coming to the Queen's Park, Savannah.
Friday, February 3rd.
Renting a car in Tobago should be quick, affordable, and easy.
Wow.
Here at Onia Rentals, we make the process as simple as possible by using our easy e-sign-up. Yep, we can sign you up from just about anywhere using our tablets. See? All done. And everything goes straight into the cloud. Yeah, you're on your way. Are you coming to Tobago? Book your car rental with us and enjoy the most affordable rates in Tobago. But hurry, because cars go pretty fast. Call 361-1042. That's 361-1042. One more time, 361-1042. O'Neill Auto Rentals, Tobago, taking you further.
You want to find something great to do with your Tuesday nights? You want to learn and understand the true reason for Jesus? Then join us every Tuesday night from 8 to 9 p.m. for the program, This Same Jesus, the program that puts Jesus in his rightful place in our hearts and in our homes. Let's bring church home to you. Join us every Tuesday nights from 8 to 9 p.m. with your hosts, Kempes and Kevin. Be inspired, be blessed right here on the Street 91.9 FM.
Falling in love with Jesus.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iwer George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
All right, so I'm back with you, and I want to thank Mr. Chance a whole lot for weighing in into the discussion today. I really want to thank him because he would have brought a dynamic perspective on the discussion, and I think I just want to play over something that Mr. Chance would have talked about. Two things Mr. Chance would have weighed in, and I want to touch on it one more time. So he would have talked about looking at the candidate of the UNC and how he presents himself, the character, the whole disposition of this man. I want you all to listen carefully, and this is what Mr. Chance was alluding to, and I want you to listen to this. Listen to this.
Prime Minister is an imposter when it comes to say that he will subscribe to his oath. He's a liar.
Okay, we won't say such strong statements.
I am saying it, let him sue me. He's lying to the population, he's lying to the country, left, right and center, just how he lied about Emilgate. Well, that will leave Emilgate aside.
Well, you know.
The Prime Minister is an imposter when it comes to say that he will subscribe to his oath. He's a liar.
Okay, we won't say such strong statements.
I am saying it, let him sue me. He's lying to the population, he's lying to the country, left, right and center, just how he lied about Emilgate.
And that's the man who Ms. Bissessa expects us to accept as the president or nominee as the president of Trinidad and Tobago. Let me go to the phone lines. Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, I listened over the weekend. You see what Martin just said there? That settled everything for me. Long as it is not against the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. And anything else could go aside. You see, we talk about public court and all kinds of things. Trinidad don't have that. Trinidad don't have that. People only talk this and talk that. But if you take them one side and give them a piece, they forget the reality, the truth. They forget all of that. And I have a paper here. Expect the 17th of March, 2016, where the headlines stated $1 million men, 5 of them, 5 Indians, Israel can inside of that too. 5 of them, headline, Expressor, telling you that. And these are the people come and they want to push on people and say these people have moral standing. You understand? They have moral standing. We must accept them. We must accept them. No, Dr. Rowley is right, and nobody could stop Dr. Rowley from putting Christine Kangaloo as the president. Then, what they do now? They're lie them by, because they don't sign, seal, and deliver. They could do what they want. Don't sign, seal, and deliver. They cannot move that. And the thing, all the wrong things that they do, she's a serious woman. They know that she's a very serious woman, and they don't like that. They don't like that at all. They love to play the fool all around the place, say all kind of things, and want you to believe what is saying. But leave Dr. Early idea with her, and we will take her as the president of Trinidad and Tobago.
All right, thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, Pastor Google.
All right, good afternoon.
Do you remember at one time, okay, let me say this way. If you invite me to your studio and I came with a short pants and a jersey and I tell me that is not the way, I can tell you by making hot I should wear that. Then I am wrong, because your studio has a standard for me to enter. Right? I'm saying this to say, you remember when he had an issue with his outfit and going to court?
Go ahead, caller.
You remember when he had an issue with his outfit and going to court? He used to wear a Nero top, and he had a problem with them with that outfit and with the court, and he say that is part of the court. So if he becomes president, what example is he setting for children? That because I have my own thing, I don't conform to the rules. What are you telling children? Don't conform to the rules, although it is not. You understand where I'm going? You remember that incident at all?
Not right now, but thank you very much, caller.
All right.
All right, thank you. Hello, good afternoon.
Hey, Pastor Google, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I thank you for giving us, the normal citizen, an opportunity to give our views, because in those media stations on the road and things, don't come down to the small man to ask these questions and their views. So I thank you again for 91.9 giving us that opportunity. Well, Pastor Google, Mr. Chance is right. With temperament, there's a psychological thing, and that tape you play, we cannot have someone like that in holding at that high office with that kind of attitude. You understand? And then after using some statements that certain people don't have guns and they need to have more of the Indians to have guns and things and less police and things, that is dangerous statement. And I am seeing that opposition is calling for insurrection in this country, like Trump and what's going on in Brazil. I am seeing the pattern they are modeling under the Republican and the Brazilian, right? And also, Pastor Google, Dr. Rowley has been fair to each citizen in this country to get them an opportunity. And he went wrong by getting Gary Griffith that opportunity. He thought he was a citizen, but he was a party member of the UNC. And Israel Khan is a party member of the UNC, and he has identified himself. And we cannot take that chance with him again. So anybody else, but not Israel Khan. Christine Kangaloo is a good thing, because the precedent has been set under ANR that you don't have to be, party doesn't concern in this matter. Okay? You have a nice day.
Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
They could do what they want, this PNM country. Because PNM people don't thief and no corrupt. The PNM could do what they want. UNC could never come back in power in this country. Thank you.
All right. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. All right, hello, good afternoon.
Pastor Google, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Pastor Google, remember the tune that the Hollies had sang? He ain't heavy, he's my brother.
Uh-huh.
You remember that tune?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. You hear what the lady say? He's my brother.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember that tune came into my mind.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't heavy, he's my brother, by the Hollies. Okay?
All right.
And if I shall lose, blood will flow, and I'll make the government ungovernable. And the man up and down with the coffin all over this country. Pastor Google, have a nice day. Blessings. Reach home safe in Jesus' name.
All right, hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, we should be glad that they didn't select Anil Robert or David Nakid.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon.
Blessings, Pastor Google.
Good afternoon, Uncle Stillen.
Oh, what a happy day, Trinidad and Tobago. Pastor Google, play a song by Mr. Kurt Allen in your earlier rounds. This is the kind of people that Mr. Kurt Allen talk about, that UNC party want to impose on the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, Pastor Google. Listen to these people when they speak, Pastor Google, and you will understand the kind of people that we want to put in the parliament at Trinidad and Tobago. The representatives where, Pastor Google? Only Trinidad and Tobago? Pastor Google, the world is listening to what taking place in Trinidad and Tobago. We could put these people in the parliament at Trinidad and Tobago to go and speak to who, Pastor Google? Oh, what a happy day in Trinidad and Tobago. Pastor Google, you have a blessed day, and you take care on the nation's road for me, please. Thanks for the time, Pastor Google. Blessings.
You're welcome. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor Google.
Hi, good afternoon.
Maybe not like what I have to say, but as far as I'm concerned, Israel can't. They could just as easily have gone to the beat and dump and take what the mongrels do. Just easy. Take what the claim.
Okay. Okay, now. Shocked. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor Google.
Yes, sir.
Now, I can't add nothing more to what Mr. Chance had to say. But when you look at the character of the man, when you look at the character of the man that they want to show up on us, I've never seen our present president in such. Imagine a man with a media house telling us that our president represents the state in Pastor Google. If there is a official visit from any prime minister or anybody around the world, most likely the first person they tend to meet is our president.
Yes, yes, sir.
That's a serious role. And check the man that you want to put there, a man who sit down in front of media to tell me our prime minister does lie to us. If he becomes president,
well, boy,
go to the prime minister, he might say, Pastor Google, enjoy your day. We have to be, something has to be definitely wrong with Trinbagonians.
But before you go, and I know that, as you said just now, it is clear that these people take us for fools, and they really laughing at our intelligence, or they really think that we are so stupid as a people and as a nation that we would sit down and look back at the history of Israel Khan, his statements towards black people, his statement towards even the remark when Miss Bissessa would have called Miss Kumi Robertson Regis about her slave name.
You know when you make that statement,
what did he say?
When she said to us, look, Israel is here. I wonder what she did. She wonder what brought him here.
Yes.
Well, here what brought him there. His ancestral name is what brought him there. Right? The can is what bring him there.
And you know what that reminds me of? And it is not far-fetched that some of our supporters thinks that way. You know why? Because I heard a caller said something. You know what he said? He said Miss Kangaloo belonged to my tribe.
Oh, this morning on another radio station, it reached down to that. Why I have to call them and ask? I call them and ask them, how come it reached down to the lady ethnicity?
Yes, because that is what the caller said. The caller said that I will not bad talk Miss Kangaloo because she's a part of my tribe.
They wouldn't like to hear them this morning. So I said, well, if this is one of your own, and this is how you denigrate a person of East Indian descent because she belongs to the PNM, how would you view an African person who also belongs to the PNM? If you were to get into office, and this is how you view a person who views with the PNM in this hate, in this level of hate, how would you view an actual African person who you assume to be a PNM? Because all Africans are PNM from their standpoint. And I want to put you guys back into office. How am I to do that? When you have no respect for us. Pastor Google, enjoy your day.
Thank you very much. It is sad, you know. It's really, really sad. But I want you to listen to the legal advice or the legal view of Mr. Martin George from Tobago.
On the issue of the choice by the government of nominating the Senate President, Christine Kangaloo, as their choice for President of the Republic. Now, firstly, when one looks at the issue from a legal perspective, I will say at the outset that there is nothing legally wrong with the government making such a choice. And in fact, such a view is fortified and in fact enshrined within our very own Constitution. Because when one looks at the sections of the Constitution which deal with the president and the appointment of a president, it is pellucid from section 24 of our Constitution that the framers of our Constitution actually envisaged the possibility that someone who is a member of the Senate or a member of the House of the Representatives can be elected as president. Section 24 says, where a member of the Senate or the House of Representatives is elected as president, his seat in the Senate or the House of Representatives respectively shall become vacant. So it is clear that the framers of the Constitution considered the possibility that someone could be a sitting member of the House of Representatives or a sitting member of the Senate and still be appointed as president or nominated for such an appointment. So there's nothing at all legally wrong with it. So it is clear that the government is on solid legal ground in making such a decision. Where it gets interesting, of course, is apart from the court of law, where the government is clearly on solid ground, there's also the court of public opinion. And based upon what persons have expressed, since the naming of their choice, it is clear that some consideration ought to be taken as to, hearing the views of others, because we must all remember that as far back as the 1936 case, right, the Privy Council case, 1936 Privy Council case of Ambad versus Attorney General, right, this was a case from Trinidad and Tobago, right, and in that Privy Council case, Lord Atkins made it clear that one must always look at these situations with an open mind. In fact, Lord Atkins, in that case, that Privy Council case of Ambad versus Attorney General, said, justice is not a cloistered virtue and must be allowed to suffer the scrutiny and the respectful, even though outspoken, comments of ordinary men. So, in other words, we, in looking at this situation in Trinidad and Tobago, have to listen to and be willing to hear the comments of ordinary citizens on the matter.
And so do we.
Of course, the government can then decide.
On the Street 919 FM.
Look at people, you make me wanna.
Calling all social media influencers, carnival babies, and boat ride lovers. Get ready for TikTok on the Sea. TikTok on the Sea. On board the Embassy Yacht Carnival Saturday, 18th February 2023. Boarding 3 p.m. at the Hyatt Waterfront in Port of Spain. Sailing 4 to 7 p.m. Tickets cost TT $200. Includes free shots and cutters on entry. Plus, giveaways from Fab Look Beauty Bar 868 and $1,000 in cash. Courtesy World of Things online retail store. Performances by Bubbles and Yankee Boy. Alongside DJs Princess Chow, Nigel Snipes, Razor, and more. Tickets available online at islandetickets.com. Bobby's Bar QREP, Shens, 868-461-4159. Cross, 346-380-9679. TikTok on the Sea is hosted by Lady Hype and powered by Campari, Magnum, the World of Things online retail store, and Cross Promotions. Miss this? Your mad is niceness outside.
Well, I want to see everybody mad in the front.
Every Friday, it's all about Fire Mood Soca Fridays with MC Dukan Selector Kochi from 6 straight to 9 p.m. blazing all the latest and past soca hits. So remember, make it a line, make it a day, rock and come in, you know. It's all about Fire Mood Soca Fridays on the Street 919 FM. You don't know.
Here at Land Capital Certificates, we provide opportunities for your money to make money. We all know saving is important, but saving alone won't get you to your financial goals. And let's face it, the bank doesn't have your best interest in mind. So this is your wake-up call. Do you have $1 million saved? Then contact us today. Spots are limited. Call 324-LENN. That's 324-LENN.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Check out the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You, and every Friday evening from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. All Night Prayer Live on the Street 919 FM, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He hath showed thee, O man, what is good, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. For further information, call 753-1113 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Right, just reminding you that at 2 p.m., the Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley, will be hosting a media conference today, Monday the 9th of January 2023 at 2 p.m. at the Diplomatic Center in St. Anne's. All right, so look out for that. I'm sure that the Prime Minister is going to be responding to these statements that are being made, or the nominee by the opposition. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Pastor, good. I would just want to say something. The president, all the same about the president. What you have to say about the president, all I say she has to be admired. Because she's the only person who didn't fall in love with office. Trump fell in love with office, was the joke. Even Gary Griffith and Kamala fell in love with offices, but she didn't. So all that's just salute the lady and say, job well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comment. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Pastor Google.
Good afternoon, ma'am, and how are you?
Oh, I am good. And I can see you in urban form. You're good too.
Why you say that?
Yes, my dear. Let me tell you, remember the name of the tune, Stalin tune? Is You Will. If I don't love you, who will? That's the name of the tune. If I don't love you, who will? Okay. And it juxtaposes with the statement, with, as he was trying to say, with all thy faults, I love thee still. And it's a poem written by Mr. Cowper. Right? He's a poet from England. And he was saying to England, with all thy faults, I love thee still. So Stalin was telling us, right, regardless of what you say about his people, with all their faults, I don't know that already, I love you still. So when you get a chance, you will play that. You can play that for me, please. Now, coming to the presidency, I salute Miss Paula May Weeks, a woman of integrity, a woman of class, a woman who carried out her duty with integrity and respect for the office and so on. And to the incoming, to the nominee, is also a woman of integrity, regardless of her ethnicity. A waxing poetry, boy. Regardless of her ethnicity, she's also a woman of integrity. So, the Prime Minister, the Honorable Prime Minister, would have taken his time and selected her. Right? He went for the best candidate. Now, pertaining to the candidate nominated by the other side. Oh my God. Oh my God. What a character that they want to hoist on the nation of Trinidad and Tobago. Well, we gave him the thumbs down. Reason being, too much African in the police service and all kind of different things he had to say. So he gets a thumbs down. He's not suitable to hold that high office. So my dear, so blessings to you, and may God continue to bless Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, good day, Pastor Google. I don't think I called for the year, so let me express all the blessings for the new year to you and your family. Pastor Google, let me just say to what Ms. Carol just said here. That Israel Khan nomination is just a long line of actions by Kamala Prasad-Bissessar of tightening her base. Now, straight out of the Cambridge Analytica playbook is that once you keep your base and skim some of your opponent, you will win elections. So it's just about keeping that base until 2025, looking for some useless slogan to beat the PNM. And so it was just telling her base, look, I consider you. Look at a man here with some misguided racist views. I just nominate you there, you know, I think about that. And then secondly, let me first of all say thanks to Her Excellency, Mrs. Paula May Weeks. She embraced this role more than any other president in my estimation. She understood the role. She kept a level of class in the face of the most classless behavior. And I want to salute that lady, because the first female prime minister of this country did not set a proper example for the ladies of this country and the young girls of this country to look towards office. However, Mrs. Paula May, she absolutely defined that role for the first female to hold it. And lastly, shortly, Dr. Rowley has always said, well, he hasn't always said, but in the wake of that particular fracas we had in Parliament with the Electoral College, he said something that went over plenty people's head. He said, the academics in this country have failed us. And what he was referring to is that despite all their learnings and their degrees that they got from universities, Pastor Google, they stayed silent on issues that they had to pronounce on. And if they pronounced on it, they were very disingenuous about it. And I believe the tool for Dr. Rory to choose from outside of the PNM was very, very small. And he had to go to Mrs. Campbell, who I think is a proper choice. She has proven that she could hold an even hand. And I think Dr. Rowley's options were very limited when he looked at all the academics in this country who just resort to being disingenuous and dishonest. Thank you very much, Pastor Google.
Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Pastor Google.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Not too bad at all. Good afternoon to your listeners and callers of 91.9. Pastor Google, the precedent has already been set a long time ago, ever since this government got into office in 2015. You understand? Even though you are of impeccable character, I will denigrate you to the nth degree, regardless of what anybody thinks, and nobody can do me nothing. You understand? So I will say what I want to say about you, and I will even include race. You understand? And that is where we are in Trinidad and Tobago today. You denigrate the present president. To what extent, to what degree, what has she done wrong? You understand? And that is where we are in Trinidad and Tobago. So Christine Kangaroo has not even taken up the position as yet, but they have decided to denigrate her. For what reason, I don't know. Because even though she is a sitting president of the Senate, we had a sitting prime minister who became president.
But listen to this, though, Brian. Right? Listen to this. And this is where my beef comes in, right? To the people who have a problem with her, right? They have a problem with her as a sitting somebody active in politics. They have a problem with her now being, elevated to the office of the president. But here was the question I want to ask you, Brian. When she has been acting all the time, were these voices coming out and saying that we have a problem with this?
Not a word. And not only that, Christine Kangaroo is no longer a member of the PNM ever since she became president of the Senate. She resigned from the PNM as a member. You understand? So she decided to listen to me. I am taking up a position where I need to have no biases. And therefore she resigned as a member of the PNM. So people who want to stigmatize her as being a PNMite, because perhaps many members of her family may have joined the party, who was going to be selected are not member of a party? Who? And then on top of that, you have people in jacket and tie denigrating the government on the next side of the fence. Politicians denigrating the government, call them insipid this and insipid that. You understand? Good. So you want to put they want to put somebody there who is going to give the government pressure to get all of their issues passed. We don't catch him with tail because we have to bring simple majority legislation to get it past these people who will not support anything. And after that, now you have to go to the president to ascend it. We're going to put somebody there who will give us a lot of problems too. So then we will never be able to pass any type of legislation or any type of law in this country because front and back we're seeing trouble. And that is the way we want to run Trinidad and Tobago. Look at what's happening in the States. The president had to sit there until the Congress formulated a speaker because nothing could be done. And that is where they want to take us.
Yep.
So everybody who is against this government, the hell with whoever they put or whoever they suggest, as far as they're concerned, that person ain't no good. And if you ask people that, listen, well, what is wrong with Christine Kangol? You know what they're going to say? That she's PNM.
Yeah.
And they don't even know. That is the only reason they could come up with. Because she's not before the court. She don't have any issues before the court. Look at the people that Kamala Prasad-Visesa took to the president, to meet the prime minister to discuss this issue. A man who is on $1 million bail, and the next one who literally lied in the parliament as Speaker of the House. Literally lied to us when he said that a certain case was, he received information that a certain discussion could not be had because it was prejudicial. He lied, literally lied. And he brings propaganda to the Senate. So he moved from Speaker of the House immediately into the leader of opposition business in the Senate. So is there a bias there? Isn't there a bias there? So that's okay for them to do. So Christine Kangol cannot be elevated even though she has acted for the last 7 years as president of Trinidad and Tobago. What is wrong with her? I want people to come out and say, okay, you have a problem with her, fine. Tell us what is wrong. Because she's not a member of the PNM. So you tell us what is wrong with her. Give us something that we could say, okay, I agree with you and she should not be there. Because you see, Martin George saying that there's nothing legally wrong. We're hearing, but there's a but. What is the but?
Listen to the
opinion of who?
The opinion of the opposition.
Exactly my point. And that is the crux of the matter that I have with these people. There's nothing legally wrong because they look for the legal opinions to find something. They ain't find nothing, So they say, but nothing legally wrong. But what?
Yeah.
It's always a but.
Yep.
Because they don't like anything that this government and Dr. Rowley puts forward in this country. Even though he is on the right path, they want to just denigrate any and everybody, regardless of who. And if you can't get through with that, but then we go to race.
Yeah.
Why? Why must we go that way? Why must we denigrate our citizens? And that's why we are having problems, Pastor Google, in getting decent people to be on boards in this country. Because they could say, you see, me and my private life and my family, I'm not going there with them set of hogs. Look at how they got on our parliament against the independents recently, some time back. You recall that? Look at how they got on. These same word mark and these same people was talking to our speaker like if she was nobody. Rudy Indar Singh, you little imp from Princess Town.
All right.
Saying, who the hell is you to tell we, and talking to her like and denigrating the speaker, disrespecting the speaker. How long we going to let this continue? And they want to lead us and to make laws for us to follow and to call themselves honorable minister. This is honorable minister of that. Ridiculous. We will have none of it. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, caller. Hello.
Good day, Mr. Google.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good day, Mr. Google.
Good afternoon, sir.
Mr. Google, what I would like to say concerning this whole thing, watching at the UNC, people can see the true colors of the UNC during this pandemic. What have they done to support the betterment of this country during the pandemic? That showed them up plainly. They have nothing good in store for this country. All they want is the treasury. That is the main focus, to get the treasury back in their hands. Blessed day, Mr. Google, to you and all your listeners.
Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon.
Welcome.
Hey, Pastor Google.
Hi.
Sorry to call back. But Brian hit it right on all his points. Right? And what is happening in Trinidad and Tobago, Pastor Google? Dr. Oli speak about it. The woman didn't even get elected yet, right? They started this degrade her, right? And this is what he's saying. When people is going up for public office, there's a small pool of people because people do not want to put their name up because of the grading by the UNC before they're being selected. So he have to look for people, and this is what he found. There's not much people names he could go with because UNC is degrading everybody name when they put them out up there. So he's having a problem to find people to serve. Right, Pastor Google?
Yes,
and Christine Kangol is a good choice.
Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, Pastor Gould.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yes. Look at an article on Sunday, the 11th of March 2012.
Mm-hmm.
That is the newsroom issue I was telling you about. Sunday, the 11th of the Sunday Guardian, the 11th of March 2012. You pull it up, you'll see it, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Okay, then. Thank you very much.
All right.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor Google.
Hi, good afternoon.
No, my take on this is Mrs. Kangulu was acting and they didn't make any big fuss or anything. We have a lady there who is the president, a wonderful person. They are picking noise and making false statements about her. Concerning Mr. Martin George, he said everything was correct what the government did. It had to have a but. And the but he put in with the example, you know what I am saying? It's like you tell a fellow, you did the right thing, you should not have really, you didn't steal the Zabuka. But if you did steal it, I would have pardoned you with the double tongue and the double ways of thinking. Okay? You understand me?
Yes, I understand you, Mommy.
Yes, the Prime Minister did the right thing, but there is a but. Use something else to go. And if he had gone and put Mrs. Beckles or somebody else or Hines or somebody else to be the president, that is what they want, to get fewer around the place. Okay? But Dr. Holiday, he did the right thing. Okay then, bye.
All right, thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Pastor Google, good afternoon to you and everybody else. I listened to the attorney that you played the song by the thing on, and he said that they didn't do anything unlawful or whatever illegal, but at the conjunction where this thing now coming, the conjunction must come in, but they could have think that and listen to the voice of the people. But isn't the UNC all the time at that point, people who fail, who lose the election, people who reach me, this one, men who are sitting in the Senate, and they say, we ain't do nothing illegal, so we leave it just up. So if the PNM ain't do nothing illegal, leave it just up. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon.
Pastor, good afternoon. And how are you?
I am okay, sir.
All the best for the new year. You know, I haven't been calling for a while.
Yeah.
But I don't believe this. Birds and raptor flock together. If it just salt over your back and you're a frog, it will burn your back. So when she put Israel Khan and pulled that name for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, she's telling me Israel Khan is one of her. Because it has so much learned judge and respectable judge that you never heard in such behavior. Look at the recording you play when he mentioned that the Prime Minister is a liar and the arrogance and hate. He said it towards the Prime Minister. How could you make somebody like that your president of your country to stand up? Remember, the president of Trinidad and Tobago is the person who holds the highest spot in the country. Mm-hmm. And what was Mr. Robinson when we make Mr. Robinson president of Trinidad and Tobago? So I don't understand what is the problem if the woman was nearly every one of them. Everybody does have a political party that they like, they prefer, or they want to. Then we wouldn't have a president. We wouldn't have prime minister. We wouldn't have anybody. If to put up the young lady, I have never heard that young lady anything. But look at this, the president, the recent president we have today, we have never heard of no kind of terrible behavior or no kind of thing to look down at the president of Trinidad and Tobago. But because, I believe only because of pressure coming from certain departments, that young lady did not put herself back up. But ma'am, you did a perfect job as you was president. Hats off to you and go away. Go away knowing that you did a perfect job. Have a blessed day, Pastor Google. And that's all I have to
say. All right, thank you very much. I wanted to show over the opposition response to this whole situation. I want you to listen to the opposition response. Listen to this.
Yeah. There's no problem, ma'am. No problem. I know you much prefer to have this press conference at the Charles Street office, Mrs. Pasabi Sessa, but in the interest of time, the Prime Minister is about to have his press conference.
No.
You said that the meeting was cordial, right?
Cordial meeting, open discussions and so on. I told the Prime Minister if he wants me to hold it confidentially, the name that he has put forward, I will. He said no, he will share it. So they're suggesting leading the Senate, Senator, President of the Senate, Christine Kangaloo. I share my concerns because I am of the view that we should not have an active politician holding the post. I told him, give us a little time, we'll consider and we'll get back to him. So that's where we stand at the moment.
Did you submit a name of your own?
Not to him today because this is the government's job at this point. We went with an open mind to get a candidate who is a bipartisan candidate who can, bring the country together, can bring some hope and empathy and compassion, after what we've shared for the last so many years. That did not happen. I told him that my caucus last night when we met strongly objected to any sitting politician. The Prime Minister insisted that the lady is a good person. I'm sure she's a good person, a good human being. I told him that justice must not only be done, but must be seen to be done. And that means that the appearance of bias would not be seen to be done. That appearance of bias from a sitting politician, I don't think is the right way to go, but I told him we will consider, and I'll come scrutinizing again. I am very disappointed.
Has another date been identified for a meeting, a subsequent meeting?
No, I just share. I wanted to talk again to the people we represent. We held the caucuses yesterday, NATEX, Parliament, and therefore it's my duty. We were elected to serve people. Over 200,000 voted for us. We consulted with them before we took a position. One position was very clear from our meetings yesterday was we did not want a sitting politician. The person may be a great person. I have no objection to the person. But again, must only be seen to be done, but not only be done, but be seen to be done. I mean, who in this country will think that a sitting president, PNM president of the Senate, will give us a bipartisan approach? I don't think anybody can, take that and really feel comfortable with it, and I don't at all.
So while the discussion was cordial, you're disappointed about the name put forward?
I don't think disappointed is the right word, I mean, disappointment is such a wimpy word, a wincy word. I think it's very, very, very sad that the Prime Minister could say to us, we want to put a sitting politician. And the Prime Minister was very kind and gracious in saying, in the country we need to bring it together, we need to bring people together, we need to give hope. Words I shared, compassion. The country needs us now to get a consensus candidate. I'm sorry, but I'll consult with my colleagues.
Thank you kindly.
Right, so you just heard Ms. Bisessa, right? Going to the phone line. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Pastor Google. I'm listening to Kamla Prasad Bisessa, and she's saying that Israel could bring the people together. These are the words that she's using, He could bring the people together. When you stand up and telling people there are not enough Indian in the police force, there are not enough Indian here, there are not enough Indian there, he could bring the people together. Come on and people could lie to we and get away with it, We study, we learn under Dr. Williams. Under Dr. William, we learn. Not only Dr. William, he teaches, we learn under him. And so you could spin it up how much you want to spin it. It can't work. You put a man like that to represent the country, the world, watching on the world, listening to this man. All you have nothing, absolutely nothing. And that is why all say in opposition. Why? All you feel everybody in this country foolish, just like all the foreigners and them. Or you could tell them what they want, and they're still following all you. No. That people that stand by and looking to keep this country upright, standing. We don't want this country to collapse. And that's what they're looking for. Because you see what he's saying? All they're doing is to make the country ungovernable. It's ungovernable. That is the word they're going on with them. anything the PNM government try to put in for, we will pick hell against it. It must never happen. And they feel they'll be victorious with that. Or they'll never be victorious with that. Have a blessed day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrew. Thank you very much. All right, so I see I have a WhatsApp call. Let me take this WhatsApp call. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Caller. Hello. All right, so you're not there. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon again, Pastor Google.
Hi.
Did any of them went to this is Stalin funeral, as far as you know?
Well, you would have heard it on Juliet show on Friday. None of them would have attended.
Right? I don't know now. I really don't know. But God knows. He sits high and watch low. I just always say that He knows everything, even most secret thoughts. Heaven help. Okay, Pastor Google. Blessings.
All right, thank you very much. And let me say good afternoon and thank you to the viewers that are looking at me on Facebook. I have 235 persons looking at me on Facebook. I want to say thank you all very much. And also on YouTube, 382. I want to say thank you all very much for being with me. You all could have been anywhere else, but I want to say thank you for choosing to be on the Street 919 FM. And to my listeners on the radio, my loyal listeners on the radio, silent listeners, thank you all very, very much. Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, Pastor.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I said on some people.
You what?
They say I said on some people, right? They say Dr. Oli, he brash, he have compassion, he don't want to talk to go. But this man, you listen to this man, how he has deal with people, how dismissive he is.
Yep.
You ever hear Dr. Oli Gianso on an interview? Dr. Oli is the most calm, one most calm on an interview. This man talking on an interview like he not a shop.
Yep.
I don't care, he lie, I don't care.
Yeah.
And
Let him take me to court.
This is the man. They want to bring to the us.
Yep.
This is the man they want to put in textbooks.
And that is the man, if they win the next election, is going to be your president. I think that is what people missing. People understand that if you lose, as Mr. Manning said, if you lose the key of your brain and put that lady in office, she has already shown you who she is going to put as president.
And this is the man now. This is the worst thing ever. He has no compassion. You don't see that, but hear how this man talking on an interview.
Yep.
Like in a bar.
Yep.
With the partner and them. But you know the media house and them wouldn't see this.
You what?
The media house and them wouldn't see this.
No. I haven't heard any. I've listened to some of them today, and they never talked about the opposition choice.
No.
They said that they're saying that Miss Christine Kangaloo is going to tarnish the image of the presidency because
Israel Khan, the opposition leader lawyer, he wouldn't do that.
No, they're not, and they have nothing to say about him.
I was on a discussion this morning, and I tell half of them they're hypocrites.
Yeah.
Point blank hypocrites.
And
because
again,
a lady lawyer, she basically lawyer, and he's a known UNC, a known supporter of the UNC, but you know what? That is not a problem.
No.
He has no respect. He's very dismissive. He can't talk to you at all. But you know what? Because he's not PNM, he's okay.
Yeah, man. I'm going to take this caller. Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor.
Yes, ma'am.
You know what is my great dream? That email gate, the Pastor Go, that appreciate, you know. That email gets still in my head when the Prime Minister put up step with video.
Okay.
Have a blessed day.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, Pastor Google, she called Mrs. Kangaloo a sitting PNM president. I wonder who she was bringing in.
Okay.
If it's a standing PDP or NJAC or somebody else she was bringing in. If not one of the same people with her she bringing in.
Thank you.
People. Okay.
Thank you very much. When I come back, I'm going to play some voice notes. I see Mr. Bigo Sunshine sent me a voice note. I'm going to play that when I come back. I'm going for my 1 o'clock, half an hour new break. And then I'm going to come back after that to take some of your final calls right here on the Street 919 FM. All right, so don't touch your dial. Stay right here with me on the Street 919 FM, where we continue constructive talk. And clearly, I've been listening to your views. And I'm realizing that you all are very, 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 very aware of what is going on. Very much aware.
And welcome to the review.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM. We are the Street. The Street. The Street. 919 FM. The only radio station bringing perfect balance between entertainment and talk. Updating you with current affairs and social issues.
So what, we should just sit down and take the foolishness that's being meted out because of you feel that all you're real bad?
Right? Unlike his situation that I don't even want to go back and bring up and highlight.
You don't have a good record where that is concerned.
Having you in the loop with trends and entertainment. Providing music that lives on.
Darling, I feel the disco.
And spiritual food for the body, mind, and soul.
Satan soul for face. We're not taking that.
The Street. 919 FM.
Coming to the Queen Park Savannah. It's a celebration for you. A celebration for her. Soca for her. Friday, February 3rd. Featuring with the 18 band.
Boy, I want you to hold me in the corner. Watch how I go.
Nadia Batson and Sam.
I'll be coming back for you. I'll be coming back.
The world's biggest soca superstars.
Excellent. Hear what's going on. I'm gonna be live. Who? EA, yes, me, and many more. Yo, this is Lyricalist, I'm specialist.
Special guest and surprises.
It's gone like rain, flowing like water. With your bumper.
Get early bird tickets now at islandetickets.com and caches nationwide. Soca for her. Soca for her 2023.
Is it me or the weather that I'm feeling so? From the time I see I want to put the walk on you.
Friday, February 3rd. Savannah, we coming.
Guess who's back again.
Juju Love is back on the street.
It's me, Juju Love, by public demand, along with my sidekick, Mr. Aruga. We take no prisoners.
Junior Davy is back on the street. Monday to Friday, 2 to 4 p.m. Juju Love, only on the street, 919 FM.
Bruce Wayne and Sexy Flex present Soca on the Boat 5. The Return to Soca. On Sunday, 5th February 2023. On board the luxurious Embassy Yacht. Boarding 3 p.m. Sailing 4 p.m. DJs, MC Duke and Selected Country.
Yo, this is MC Duke and I will be on Soca on the Boat 5. Return to Soca.
Dr. Ross.
This is the musical surgeon Dr. Ross, and I will be on board Soca on the Boat 5. Return to Soca.
And Bruce Wayne and Mr. Voice.
Soca on the Boat 5. The Return to Soca. Yours truly, Mr. Voice. I will be there at his death.
Get your limited early bird tickets. At $200. Get your tickets at The Police Mess, Long Circular Road in St. James. The Street 919 FM on Marvel Road. And Candy Crush, booth number 6, Caranage Fish Fry. Or call Bruce Wayne and Sexy Flex at 340-2016 or 2271. No oversized coolers allowed and no glass bottles allowed. Soca on the Boat 5. The return to Soca.
Look back, hey! Look back, hey!
Job Optimum Health and Wellness. Are you sick and tired of being sick and tired? Get your Bioplasma Diagnostic Full Body Scan. Examines all of your organs in a single session. 95% accuracy. It's painless, non-invasive, and affordable. Call Pastor Job at 350-2628, 767-1031, or 275-6300. Sick and tired of being sick and tired? Get your Bioplasma Diagnostic Full Body Scan at Job Optimum Health and Wellness.
Hi there, I'm Lester Sublal, inviting you to join me on the first, second, and third Saturday, 8:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. for the program Slow Gospel Music, and on the fourth and fifth Saturday from 8:30 p.m. for an extended version of Slow Gospel Music on Street 91.9 FM.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Without moral authority, no, you could never win. Trouble with La Trinity, too much Satan correcting sin. To be a leader fit and through the right example you must set. Who do you expect to follow you if you're really a hypocrite? The motto of leaders today, don't do as I do but as I say. Children must become confused when basic trust leaders abuse. They have no moral authority, they have none. If your son have no brought up, see, you have no moral authority. Who are you to lecture about bullying in school when your son quick to pull up puya, he can't keep it cool? How could you tell children about harassing others when your son there allegedly harassing elders? So you have no moral authority, you have none. Before you lecture to black hen picnic, go home and fix your son. I sit down by my TV, taking in the budget. The annual financial ratchet fee to pick we pockets. They say how times are changing, we in a deep recession. But the man who reading know we a bleed confession. Before he jumping in the dance, they fix him with some good finance. $10 million from the board, but money for culture he can't afford. He have no moral authority, you have none. If you fix yourself first from FCB, you have no moral authority. How could you tell culture about tightening we belts when you would never have to bother about your financial health? So you have no moral authority, you have none. Before you cut the grant to NCC, bring back with 10 million. Watching all who talking loud when they go to Bago. They know what shouldn't be allowed when they reach in Scarborough. But when things in Trinidad rotten and stinking, you could ask them long and had not a word they saying. Questioning the bold contract, who buy the land and lease it back. They loaded THA and more, but all after Section 34 they have no moral authority. They have none. If you can't explain it properly, you have no moral authority. Who are you to talk to we about being transparent when Ish and Steve have such good friends in your government? Who are you to talk to we about equality of the law when there's one law for the rich and another for the poor? So you have no moral authority. You have none. Before you attack the THA proclamation. Love you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Alana! Wanna take that?
Is showing signs of stress and strain. Remember, I said to you all, as the strain of the campaign begins to bite, she is going to react in certain ways.
Mr. Manning accused the opposition of having no vision and said the UNC is yet to tell the nation of how they plan to govern the country.
She tore up the manifesto to give you one impression, but you should have seen them in a room somewhere else. You should see them. As of now, they have no manifesto, my dear friends. And they have been waiting for the PNM to bring out a manifesto so they could get some ideas as what to put in theirs.
The PNM political leader warned supporters that such a person cannot be trusted to govern the country's affairs.
Leadership requires, my dear friends, that when everything else is falling down around you, you have to stand tall.
You remember that gentleman? He would have warned us. He would have warned Trinidad and Tobago. And some of us still haven't yet understand, or some of us still haven't yet realized what we're dealing with. All right? Trinidad and Tobago. And we're back to the phone lines. And I'm taking your calls. I just have a few more minutes with you. Remember, coming up after me is Juju Love with Miss Juliet Davy. And Miss Juliet Davy is going to take you straight until 4 o'clock, where Miss Aisha Wells is going to come in and take you from 4 to 7. All right? I wonder if we'd have any Monday night forum tonight. I'd like to know. All right? So don't touch your dial. Stay right here. Constructive Talk is coming to a close, but then we have other shows that is going to come on and take you straight until the end of Monday. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor Google.
Hey, Manu.
You remember, keep telling Dr. Rowley, mash your extra board, swing corner when you have to, and if you even have to put in a reverse gear to get things going good, select the reverse gear, and you do it what you have to do, Dr. Rowley. And I believe you're doing the right thing. By rocking in a reverse gear and them, it jumped them. So I can understand how Ms. Kamala Prasad, Mr. Sister. You don't have no sense of memory at all. When you signed for the man from Tobago, what's his name, Robinson, to come president, you didn't sign for that? All this sit down and saying, listen, and himself now they say, first these people are hired dotish. They hired thinking all kind of things. Dr. Rowley, rocking a reverse gear and swing corner who not sitting down properly, let them fall off. Are gone.
All right, Manu. All right, listen to Mr. Manning.
It behoves us, my dear friends, to examine what we are up against. And as we do that, we have to make our analyses. We are students of politics. And also, we have a responsibility to point out to the people of Trinidad and Tobago what you're likely to get if you make the mistake and put God out of your thoughts and elect the opposition to government in the country today. The Kamla Prasad Bissessa today, who is presenting herself as an alternative Prime Minister to Trinidad and Tobago, is just not ready, my dear friends, lacks the political skill, lacks the political experience, lacks the political training, lacks the political acumen, and will be a disaster if, God forbid, she becomes Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago.
Wow. This is a classic, you know. Can't get rid of this speech, boy. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pastor. Pastor, you know, really embarrassing in this country. You ever do social studies as a subject in primary school and secondary school?
Of course.
So why is it I looking at these bloggers who are about 25 and 30 years of age criticizing the selection of Christine Kangaloo as Prime Minister, as President? Did they do social studies when they realized that Mr. Robinson was the first politician to become, the first recognized politician to become President of this country? I wonder if I don't Marsha Walker knows about that.
Marsha Walker? You really want me to play that? I didn't even
Marsha Walker ever do social studies in primary and secondary school?
You know what? Let me tell you something. You're talking about Marsha Walker, right? Marsha Walker, remember what Jack Warner said about how they go about choosing or selecting what you name? Anthony Carmona? Does Marsha Walker remember what was done or what was said by Jack Warner when they were choosing Anthony Carmona?
But, you know, I just ask myself a question. If we have people in this country who don't do current affairs or understand the type of government we have, legislature, judiciary, executive, and people don't understand the function of our president in this country, we really have a serious problem, I know. Ask anybody what is the first past the post. Ask them why you ask people what is the difference between what the UNC want proportional representation and first past the post system. Ask them why Kamala President decided to do some kind of second ballot when she tried to change the election process in this country. Remember that? The Constitution? And people was against it?
I hear you, Colin.
Right? And people can remember Kamala was part of the electoral process that selected Iwer Robinson. I remember that Mr. Manon was Justice Anthony Lockley.
Boy.
People can't remember that? Social studies.
No,
and I'm ashamed of these so-called 30-year-old and 25-year-old bloggers. Even what you should know about that. Talking about what the government they cannot button the camera.
But if you getting paid to do something, how you expect them to be to bring history to prove it? But I want to play something for you to hear how they go about choosing. Listen to how they go about choosing a president. You want to hear?
Yeah,
listen to how they go about choosing a president, caller. Listen, I want to listen. Come off the line and listen. This is said by one of their own, you know. Mr. Jack Warner said this. Jack Warner said this is how they went about choosing Anthony Carmona. You don't believe me? Me ain't gonna say what he say. I'm gonna play what he said. Join me on the live. Listen to what Jack Warner had to say.
When a president has to be appointed, special branch has to do a security check on the president to see his background and so on. When Kamala decided to appoint her good friend and law partner, Carmona, special branch had to do a background check on Carmona. When this check was done, special branch came to Kamala with the report and said, we have discovered certain acts of marital infidelity, and therefore this is the report. I have been told by special branch officers that Kamala then asked them to doctor the report. what is wrong here is that here is Kamala giving police the instruction. Kamala is instructing the police. So you understand why Email Gate and Prison Gate and Butterfly Gate and so on, why these things can't come to fruition. Because Kamala instructed the police, and I'm telling you tonight, I have been told that. Let Kamala say if it's true or not. But I want to tell tonight that you have to ask Gary Griffith. Ask Gary Griffith if what I'm saying now is news to him. That's all I ask him. Ask him if it's news to him. The fact is, how could Kamala tell Special Branch to change the report to facilitate the appointment of Kamona? That is why Kamona is half dead at the moment. This country is going down a precipice and Kamona is asleep. Because he knows how he got there. And I'm saying to you, therefore, that in any country, anybody who does that is not fit to govern. And if you want to put Kamala back, that's your business. My role, my function is to bring the facts to you. And I give you the facts, what they are. I make the facts. You can go and vote for her if you want. But I know my conscience is clear. I know in 2010, I put her there. And when I did that, I was not aware. I was not aware of what I know now. Gypsy today said that she's the most ungrateful ingrate. First time I hear that too, man. The most ungrateful ingrate. And I'm telling you.
That's Jack Warner words, not mine. That's Mr. Jack Warner words, caller. That's Jack Warner saying that. And they want to come out now and tell us about Christine Kangaloo? They don't have any more authority to tell us anything.
None whatsoever, Pastor. Pastor, I'll tell you something, Pastor. The UNC tries on misinformation. The previous caller touched on it, and it's named a caller. This is why they do certain things. I was in the Shagonal area the other day, Pastor Google. And in the middle of the borough, the corporation, which is controlled by the UNC, is controlled by the UNC. The roads in a mess. And I have a supporter of the UNC saying, boy, this government is the worst. And I tried to tell this person about these roads that we're speaking about within the borough is a responsibility of the borough corporation, which is controlled by your people, right? And that person is doubting me, telling me that every single road in this country is the responsibility of the Ministry of Works, Pastor Google. And this is the miseducation, the illiteracy that the UNC thrives on. And you see that what you just played there? They know for a fact that people would not dig and find that. Especially their beast. They won't dig and find that. And that is why, Pastor Google, they continue to do things with impunity. And thankfully, we have 2 to 3 people on radio, like yourself, who could actually say, you know what, time to get off the train and let me do some digging.
All right.
Thank you, Pastor Google.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Pastor Google. Tobago in the house. Happy New Year's. Pastor Google, that goes to show you how these people think, how they operate. They did it with the late Robinson. And now that PNM wants to do something similar, and within the law, they're finding fault. Right, Pastor Google, they're finding fault. But Pastor Google, here, you know what getting me? To hear Mr. Dumas or whoever is the one out of them saying that they were like a Hindu president. So that's showing you that is Israel kind of Hindu. So that is why they're saying a Hindu, so they're showing the support to the candidate that Kamala Bisadem is supporting. Well, if it's so, If you watch all these past presidents that we had them mix up. Pastor Google. Then we have a female and we want to do another female. That is what they're trying to push to the youths and them. Well, yeah, well, we supposed to nominate a young person, somebody at age 23, 24, 30, to be a president. You understand? So I can understand. That is how these people and them are thinking. And that is why Trinidad and Tobago is in the condition that it is in, because you have these people and them who say they went to university and they have how much subjects and degree things. That is how they think. And it's just the same way how we have.
Oh, yeah. Well. 91.9 FM, yeah.
So there's why I have to leave it. Trinidad and Tobago. Coming up next is the Juju Love Show.
Let us meet on the street. Our station is #1, bringing balance to the nation. Soca, and Calypso, rhythm section with limbo. We bringing you plenty vibes. Please just share the light. We bring the heat on the street. It will be vibes all day. #1 frequency.
Iwer George, big boss of the business. When I want to listen to a radio station, I listen 91.9 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the Street 919 FM.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM for the program The Final Hour with Pastor Valentine Garcia Jr. and his wife Nikki Garcia for the Bible study every Thursday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Mark chapter 16 verse 15 says, "Go into all the world and preach this gospel for every creature, for I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power of God unto salvation."
Tune in to the Street 919 FM every Thursday from 10:05 a.m. to 10:20 a.m. for the program Straight and Narrow, The Way of Life, The Health Store, being brought to you by Mrs. Arlene Collins Mohammed. For more information, check us out on Facebook or Instagram at Straight and Narrow, or visit our website at www.opulence.com/Arlene for Life. You can also call or WhatsApp at 309-4697 or 620-9379.
Job Optimum Health and Wellness. Are you sick and tired of being sick and tired? Get your Bioplasma Diagnostic Full Body Scan. Examines all of your organs in a single session. 95% accuracy. It's painless, non-invasive, and affordable. Call Pastor Job at 350-2628, 767-1031, or 275-6300. Sick and tired of being sick and tired? Get your Bioplasma Diagnostic Full Body Scan at Job Optimum Health and Wellness.
Red, white, and black, I love you. Have you ever been? Have you ever been? Have you ever been? If you've never been here, I suggest you board a rocket. Put some energy and put some
expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
You're locked on to The Street 919 FM.
We are The Street, the only radio station bringing balance to the nation. 91.9 FM.
Pep Square. Like to hide in the dark to let the lips speak. Liquid supplement for them bird with a twisted and a chip beak. Hey, hey, why they want us high? Hey, hey, yo, well, every time I show up, everything blow up, everything blow up. All on the rag and the flag, them go up. Everything blow up, everything blow up. When we arrive, bad minds start show up. Everything blow up, everything blow up. All on the rags and the flag, them go up. Everything blow up, everything blow up. All on the rag and the flag, them boom. I defy the odds, just like the Crips just defy the bloods. Like how the wind scream defy the bugs. Like how the tall boats defy the mud, yeah. Them try stop me flow, so me do like Trino. And I rectify the clock. Wet me and put me in electric chair, but all they did was electrify the plugs. Watch me, them go hard, we go harder. I born for this, I'm the Luke Skywalker. There's no one in this business can go on like them are my father. Hey, why move with the red eye? Lightsaber axis the Viking Jedi. Drive over them like a semi. Hey, 20,000 can rise against we like zombies on Juve morning. They can't stop the garland. They can't stop the garland, Lord. My name is persistence and you can't stop hurricane from forming. They can't stop the garland. I want in time I tell them. Hey, bad, light back the fire and burn them. Light back the fire and burn them. Hey, give me a vintage, bam, 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 bam. Light back the fire and burn them. Light back the fire and burn them. Boy, well every time I show up, everything blow up, everything blow up. All on the rag and the flag them go up. Everything blow up, everything blow up. When we arrive, bad minds start show up. Everything blow up, everything blow up. All on the rag and the flag them go up. Everything blow up, everything blow up. All on the rag and the flag them. Welcome the vintage garland. No Game of Thrones, Peter Dinklage garland. I don't suffer from shrinkage, darling. Clean to my skin, there's no inkish, darling. Suit a black, not a pinkish, darling. No iceberg could I sing this, darling. It's the promoter while I feel Viking. Cause them in a broken English, darling. Watch this, move your mother from 10, boy. We make you bleed like another man 10, boy. Enemies could have never jump 10, boy. Climb the chart to another top 10, boy. Hey, and all you know my business. I don't really care no business. We destroy the whole of them business. Hey, I'll take you fight against we like zombies on Juve morning. Hey, they can't stop the garland. They can't stop the garland, Lord. My name is Persistence.
Good afternoon and welcome to another edition of the Juju Love Show on the Street 919 FM. You are welcome. This is the No Safe Zone edition. Well, let me say, very good program. Google, you set the bar very high this afternoon for me to follow, but you know, I will do the best that I can. Obviously, you know, we don't compete, we set the pace, but I must say, hats off to you, very good program. You usually do a very good program on the Street 919 FM. You're welcome, Google. Okay, folks, my co-host, Mr. Ruka, and my sidekick is not here as yet, but he said that he would be here in 5 minutes. So I'm going to procrastinate a bit because I want him to come in at the very beginning of the meat of the matter this afternoon. So share the live. Those of you viewing us on your social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube. Share the live and you are welcome. Thanks for joining us. We have some interesting videos to show. We are going to take a slightly different road with respect to developments regarding the announcement of both the opposition leader and Prime Minister with respect to the nomination of a president, which is expected sometime later on this month. We're going to have a different perspective on the whole thing this afternoon, and so I need to have Mr. Ruka here by my side as my sidekick and co-host, right? So we want you to keep it locked to the Street 919 FM. In the meantime, as we wait for Mr. Ruka, I'm going to open the lines. I see persons have been trying to get in already. I'm going to open the lines, and you can call and you could bring your greetings or say what you want to say in the meantime. Caller, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Julia. And good afternoon, the train.
Good afternoon.
Mano.
Hi, Mano. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon to you. And I want Dr. Roy to stay in that gear. Must she X a little harder and hold on to the steering wheel. Must she X a little harder, hold on to the steering wheel. When you have to pull corner, build yourself look in the mirror, because everybody's supposed to be in the right position, sitting tight, because this is a nation we're building here. We don't skylark when we're building a nation.
That's correct.
So we have to do the right thing. So Dr. Rowley, hold the joystick in your hand, pull corner when you have to. When you see time coming around a corner and you have to pull the corner and the rock in a reverse gear, do it. Everybody's supposed to have on their seat belt. Ms. Camilla Pusad Bissessa, take a rest. All your wine to the side are gone. Good afternoon, past the street, and Zina, good afternoon to you. Mommy Sauce, love is the answer, gone.
Thank you very much. Right. So Mr. Ruka is here. So we'll pause on the calls. Thank you very much, Manu, and all of you who had intended on calling to make up that time. Okay. Seeing that I open the lines, there's another call. I'll take it just because. Good afternoon, welcome.
Well, Julia, I'll be short. Good day, right?
Yes.
I would like to hear your spin on the president, because you spent something with me that stayed with my mind, that Guy Griffith situation. So I would like to hear your spin today. Good
Thank
day.
you.
Listen to your program.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ruka, good afternoon and welcome. Mr. Ruka, let me tell you one time on air, we will not be tolerating any late coming, eh? Anytime you come late, you might as well go back. Okay? Right.
Yes,
okay.
yes, yes.
Miss is not taking any late coming in her class, right?
Okay.
You want to bring greetings to the listeners and viewers?
Greetings. And I support Manu in his call. Let the opposition whine to the side.
All right, it's too early. It's too early.
No, Juliet, whine to the side.
It's too early. I'm going to put on my glasses, eh?
I'm supporting Manu. Whine to the side.
Okay.
They had no such compunctions. Since we left here, Juliet, Friday, and alerted to the population to the mischief of the opposition, they have run true to form.
True to form, yes.
We said that they will hold a press conference in the next 5 minutes.
Actually, you pointed it out, yes.
And we also said that we expect Kamala to nominate some controversial...
Throw a monkey wrench in the whole thing.
A monkey wrench into the gear wheel?
Yes.
To throw the whole population off talking. Time for talk is done.
Okay, so let's get the program started. Trinidad and Tobago. The opposition leader, Kamala Persad Bissessa, Sushila, because she said that she loves her name. Well, the name Pushwati has never been
confirmed.
Right, confirmed. Right, but we know definitely that Susila has been confirmed. And thanks to Camille, she is now proud of her name after
over 45 years in public life. We now know what is Kamala name. Can you trust? Would you? Is it? That doesn't seem to me somebody that you can trust.
Thank you very much. Right. So Trinidad and Tobago, the opposition leader, Kamala Susila Persad Bissessa, announced her nominee for the post of president. None other than Israel Khan, attorney at law, and he's also the head of the criminal bar.
Do not stick up in. I'm glad you say that. When was he elected? What was the majority vote that voted it? And when would he? How long was he head of the criminal bar for life?
Okay.
There's no democracy in what these people are doing.
Right. So stick up in.
Go ahead.
Stick up in, because we don't want to digress too much. You know, don't mind is so much with these people that sometimes when you're talking, something just come to you and it's had to belch it out one time, you know.
The time of the day, at least from on my angle, I think he doesn't deserve it.
Right. So let's continue where we're going with this. Now, the disingenuous of Kamla Prasad Bisesa, not for the first time, not for the second time, not for the third time, to play out in the public domain that she is taking the moral high road. In this instant, with the issue involving the selection of a president, she, true to form, took the moral high road and is now condemning the government or the prime minister's nominee, who is the current president of the Senate, Mrs. Christine Kangaloo Garcia. She's Mrs. because of the surname Garcia. A lot of people know her only by Christine Kangaloo, and I think it's time that we, if we refer to her as Mrs.
As the president, we should
be able to have that full name in context, right? And she's disingenuous in the face of facts, clearly stated out in precedents that has been set in this country, whereby a sitting politician became the president of this country. And mind you, when we say sitting politician, we mean sitting politician. He was an elected member of the House, having 2 seats in the 1717 deadlock coming out of the 1995 election. I stand to be corrected, Mr. Ruka.
Yes.
Am I correct?
You're correct.
Right. Coming out of the 1995 election, and it would appear, that this deal was already sealed, right? But 2 years after the 1995 general election, Robinson is appointed president. He
brokered that deal with the then Basil Padney to trade his 2 seats.
Right.
Not for the first time.
Right.
Tobagonians, there's a precedent that Tobagonians must pay attention to, that your leaders are accustomed selling you on the political pulpit and altar of political expediency. It happened we said this.
On the basis that the something become the head cornerstone. What is he saying again? Because that is Robinson's words with respect to his party in Tobago.
The stone that the building
reject becomes the head cornerstone. He said that. Right. So precedence is already set there. Yes. And it is really sad that a media and a society could allow Kamla Prasad Bisesa and the opposition UNC to peddle in the public space, in the atmosphere, that there is something new and unconventional about what is taking place here. Notwithstanding, the precedence was set by UNC government led by Basdio Pandey, and Kamla Prasad Bisesa was a member of that administration, and she had collective responsibility in going along with the government's nomination, which was A&R Robinson.
Yes.
But something that did not come out of all of this, because I've listened to a number of conversations and I've seen a lot of Facebook posts and what have you.
Yeah, too much.
Robinson, their nominee, people must not forget that, because we are where we are today, because Trinidad and Tobago is a 9-day mentality people, and they throw caution to the wind. But we have to remember that it was the same Robinson who, some years later, oust the Basdio Pandey government on the grounds of moral and spiritual values. And what are we seeing here today?
We did not pay attention.
What are we seeing today? Kamla Prasad Bisesa, with the lack of moral and spiritual values, stand up point blank in the face of every citizen in this country, the 1.45 million of us, and tells a lie, a blatant, nasty, dirty, stink lie, pretending not to know that precedence has already been set where this is concerned. And Kamla, being a lawyer, having taken silk for herself, should know that as an attorney, precedence plays a very critical part.
That's the bedrock of the common law system.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So you know what I want to tell you this afternoon, Mr. Ruka, and what I want to tell you people of Trinidad and Tobago, those listening to us on the Street 919 and those viewing us on a social media platform. Kamla Prasad Bisesa, in naming her nominee, she has clearly outlined to Trinidad and Tobago that she has outlined her judgment skills of one to be very lacking.
Yes.
Very lacking.
We must pay attention to that.
And we must pay attention to that. This cannot be narrative, to my mind, is not about the nominee.
But the judgment
of the person, Kamla Prasad Bisesa, for yet another time. She has proven to the people of this country that she is bankrupt and that she is desperate. Bankrupt and desperate. Bankruptly desperate.
Or desperately bankrupt.
Oh gosh. It goes either way. Such is the situation with her. And this is what we have to focus on. Her judgment. We have seen between 2010 to 2015 the type of judgment that she have made. And today we will point out some of the judgments that Kamla Prasad Bisesa has made. Why today she would nominate Israel Khan as her choice to be president of Trinidad and Tobago. Israel Khan, from all accounts, is a very controversial figure. Do you want to put a controversial figure to head the highest office in Trinidad and Tobago? Kamla's judgment, her leadership is wanting Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Ruka, I give you an opportunity to
Juliet,
say your piece.
I want the country to, first of all, I want to rubbish the policies of Kamla Prasad Bisesa based upon the two things. One, her choice for leader of the head of state. Juliet, all I would say about that, because I don't want to, if I want to give Mr. Khan the latitude of my thought waves. I refuse. Exactly. I refuse. Mr. Khan, all I would ask is if Mr. Khan can produce a Trinidad and Tobago birth certificate, we would listen to him. No, Judah, I'm dead serious. I know they would love me not to be fired, but I'm not going there with Mr. Khan. If you can produce that, no. Listen, the Constitution under Section 24 said that the president must be
a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago.
And we are talking about nationality, citizenship. We going a little further. Produce a birth certificate that says that you were born here, and then you can continue wrong thing. So
hey, pong tong. Hey, all good, yes. Producer.
And I also want to take a little jab at Mr. Pandey. I'm ashamed of Mr. Pandey as making statements and people going to him, being the only prime minister in the history of Trinidad and Tobago politics to make a jail for corruption and have the mendacity to come to our face. Where are we going with this? Mr. Pandey must not be taken seriously.
Right.
We don't want to know about constitutional reform. He should have thought about that when he was making deal with deceased Robinson.
Stick a pen.
Good.
So Kamla's first faux pas, to my mind, in
is
this
the birth
whole
certificate.
In this whole, you go throw me off, Mr. Ruka. Kamala's first faux pas in this whole
debacle.
Right, debacle to come up with I wouldn't even call it a debacle.
No, it's not.
Right?
It's not really.
Right, the whole process is the word I really want to say. To come up with a president, her first faux pas is when she was invited by the Prime Minister as the opposition leader to have talks with regards to this. She carried with her Wade Mark and
David
Lee. Now, viewers, I want all to share the live, come on the live, tell a friend, to tell a friend, come on the live. Because
yes,
I want,
pretty, you know?
Yes, I want to show you the very first faux pas that Kamala Persad-Bissessar made in this whole process of trying to get the right person to be the president of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And why is I'm calling it a faux pas? We have to admit that given Kamala Persad-Bissessar and the UNC's whole behavioral pattern on the political landscape, that she really does not care. And I will show you all later on in a video, one that you sent me, that they really don't care. They don't care about their MPs and their councillors and their aldermen and their members of their party and their supporters. They don't care what is the makeup of those people. They could be hooligans, they could be thugs, they could be, you just name it. They could be criminals, you name it. Kamala Persad-Bissessar, they do not care. And Munilal told us that clearly in one of the clips. Let's go to our very first video, the one with David Lee.
Before you go, I just want to quote a statement that was made in the Parliament by the Honorable Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley.
Yes.
Who is Kamala Persad-Bissessar really working for? The country must ask themselves, because if no matter what she says, you can judge Kamala Persad-Bissessar by the fruits by the fruits
that she produces. Anil Roberts, David Naked.
David Lee.
David Lee,
who seems to have replaced, and I asked you a little earlier on, where is Julian John, who was at Kamala's right-hand side?
Wade Mark, imagine Wade Mark. Imagine Kamala Persad-Bissessar is still putting this political dinosaur before the face of the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
The only Speaker of the House that had the embarrassment of coming to apologize.
Stick up in. Don't go any further. Right. Stick up in. Share the live. Where's the engineer guy? Share the live here this afternoon. We want to go to our very first video to show you the very first faux pas that Kamala made as the opposition leader in this whole process to come about with a president of the Republic. First video, moderator. Is he there?
Yes, Juliet. Yes, I saw the engineer guy came by just now. I don't know. The engineer guy.
David Lee. First video.
Okay, yes.
And after that, Wade Mark.
The judgment of what we are questioning here, what is on trial here today,
is Kamala's judgment as a judgment as a leader,
and we want to juxtapose that to the leadership that we are being having.
That's correct. Now. Yeah, both of them is the same thing.
Opposition Chief Whip David Lee has been charged for misbehavior in public office conspiracy to defraud. Mr. Lee, the Member of Parliament for Pointe-a-Pierre, was today detained and brought before a justice of the peace and charged. He was released after being given $1 million bail. The charges are said to be in connection with the purchase of a $2.3 million Mercedes-Benz and whether the $1.4 million in tax exemptions derived may have benefited a party financier. Leaving the offices of the Financial Investigation Bureau this afternoon, MP Lee told reporters this is the PNM at its best and said he would give details over the weekend.
This was
this was recent, you know.
Recent. Yes, this happened in September or thereabout, I believe. But what is instructive that Kamala chose chose to bring David Lee.
And she brought him.
Juliet, I'll stick up in there. I want to commend the government of Trinidad and Tobago every time for the level of control that they show. It cannot be easy to sit down and negotiate with Kamala when she is bringing people like David Lee and disgraced former Speaker of the House to talk with you. These things must hurt you immensely. Because Kamala Persad cannot tell me that she cannot find better representatives to represent. I think she's thumbing her nose at the people of Trinidad and Tobago and saying to you, look at me, I am in my glory here. So yes, Juliet. So we must be careful because
callers, Mr. Ruka, just carry on. I got a call from Mount Hope Hospital and I need to take it. So you just continue the
all right, okay, good.
The conversation there. Excuse me.
Yes, population. We need to put these things in perspective, because you cannot say to me that we are a serious country looking at serious leadership by the Honorable Dr. Keith Christopher Worley and talking about the nominee that the opposition leader is putting before this population. We cannot be serious, because if we are serious, we would say that it was automatic, almost a shoo-in, that Kamala Persad Bissessa had no problem with Christine Kangaloo acting for the last 2.5 years as president each and every time as we're seeing that the count is coming up.
Yeah, so you go right ahead. I'm looking at it.
Yes. She had no problem with Christine Kangaloo acting as president every time Paula May Weeks vacated the office.
Right. But
she's now having the world of problems
and we will show,
when she's being given the substantive office.
Again. Folks, the countdown for the ads are here, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. But quickly, on the David Lee issue.
Yes.
From the time David Lee was charged, he was supposed to be removed as what he is in the
he's
parliament.
He's a political leader.
No, what he is in the parliament, the chief whip, he was supposed to be removed there immediately. Folks, don't get anywhere. We'll be right back.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
The street comes alive with the mother of all carnival.
Everybody, let us meet on the street.
91.9 FM, the soca frequency from inception.
Plenty vibes, we just shed the light. We bring the heat on the street.
It's the mother of all carnivals.
Yeah, what I need, a little bit of rhythm, a little bit of rock. Right down is non-stop. Oh, you don't know how to line over. This there go be water mix up with beer. We jump in there. This there go be water mix up with beer.
Yo, this is the mother of all cannibal.
The mother of all soca. The official station and the destination. The Street 919. All new soca first. All new soca first.
All soca, all day.
Tell the DJ, play some soca music today. You see, this carnival are also like garbage.
Nobody does it better than on the street.
91.9.
Yo, this is Iwer George, the big boss of the business. When I want to listen to a radio station, I listen 91.9.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the Street 919 FM.
Trinidad!
Bruce Wayne and Sexy Flex present Soca on the Boat 5. The Return to Soca. The Return to Soca. On Sunday, 5th February 2023. On board the luxurious Embassy Yacht. Boarding 3 p.m. Sailing 4 p.m. DJs, MC Duke and Selected Country.
Yo, this is MC Duke and I will be on Soca on the Boat 5. soca.
Dr. Ross.
This is the musical surgeon Dr. Ross, and I will be on board. Soca on the boat 5. Return to Soca.
And Bruce Wayne and Mr. Voice.
Soca on the boat 5. The return to Soca. Yours truly, Mr. Voice. I will be there at his dance.
Get your limited early bird tickets. At $200. Get your tickets at The Police Mess, Long Circular Road in St. James, The Street, 919 FM on Marvel Road, and Candy Crush, booth number 6, Caranage Fish Fry. Or call Bruce Wayne and Sexy Flex at 340-2016 or 388-2271. No oversized coolers allowed and no glass bottles allowed. Soca on the Boat 5. The return to Soca.
Look back, hey! Look back, hey!
This is Wayne Delamore, Head Consultant and Director of Natural Health Solution, with over 15 years of experience in clinical nutrition and microscopy. We specialize in early detection and prevention. We incorporate evidence-based nutrition and science-driven analysis. Tune in to our educational program every Wednesday
from 9 a.m. to 9:30 a.m.
right here on the Street 91.9 FM. For appointments, call 222-2189 or 304-5816. At Natural Health Solutions, we offer a natural solution to healthy living.
Ladies, the world's hottest soca stars you ladies love are coming to the largest gathering of women ever.
Soca for her.
23, Friday, February 3rd. Boys. Lyrical, Iwer George, Urban Owls, Mama Nappy.
Is it the only weather that I'm feeling so?
Representing the Caribbean, Skinny Fabulous.
Everybody push something in the air now. Behavior nothing.
Problem Child, Moto.
You don't know this your boy Moto there from St. Lucia. February 3rd is all about Soca for her. Moto will be live.
If you can't be my woman, I don't care. I want you in the outside woman.
Queens, Patrice Robert
and Nadia Batson. Get early bird tickets now at islandetickets.com. Cachets nationwide.
Extra foods grabbers up.
Soca for her.
Coming to the Queen's Park, Savannah.
Friday, February 3rd.
It's real. I am the back of the class. I am the back of the class. Hear this. All of that is feeling.
We don't see.
How they feeling? Yeah. Tell them we could mash up it. We could mash up show. We could get on bad. Do all that we know. We could jump, we could wave, we could this, we could that. We could make we rag and them blow. Because we fully done speak why. Tell them that we fully done. It's not all in we tongue. And we had it fully black. We don't see, yeah. Hey, it's nothing that bad like we. Cause we bring the energy. Tell them look how we dance. We don't see. We doing what we want. We don't see. Tell them we fully dance. We don't see. Lad. Tell them we doing what we. Tell them we fully don't see. Yeah. Hey, tell them we don't have no brain. Mind it don't fly out and plane. Sense gone in a garbage bin. We don't see. Yo, hey, dream come and we head it fly. No, we energy multiply. Tell them come make we dash, we shoot. Make we throw up hands. Make we run like we full weapons with biting hands. Make we shake down the fence and throw down the bands. And swing the place from this like a fan. Tell them we fully dance it. Why? Tell them that we fully dance. It's not all in we tongue. And we had it fully blank. We don't see. Yeah. Hey, it's nothing that man like we. Cause we bring the energy. Tell them look how we dance. We don't see. We doing what we want. We don't see. Tell them we fully dance. We don't see. Lad. Tell them we doing what we. Just don't you bad mind we. Because you don't just fight me. Don't just give me away for free. You don't have to pay a fee. This style, yeah. Ha! It's no sense and energy. And rub is the remedy. So make we dash, we shoot. Make we throw up hands. Make we run like we full weapons with biting hands. Make we shake down the fence and throw down the bands. And spit the place strongest like a fan. Tell them we fully done it, yeah. Hey, tell them that we fully done. It's all called in return. And we
FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Yes, Juliet.
Yes, welcome back, folks.
Where we left off.
I know we are coinciding right now with coinciding right now with a press conference going on. So we're competing for listeners and viewers. But we'll hold on our end.
Juliet, our constitution is pellucidly clear on who can hold office, and if we are to go by what Attorney Martin George has said, the government has done no wrong.
Tonight's top story.
We ain't going by Martin George yet.
Right, okay.
Stick up with Martin George. Keep your notes. Keep your copious notes there. Being ready, we still on the issue of the process and the opposition leader meeting with the PM to discuss
and the
a nominee and the persons who she walk with. Because we must show the people of this country Kamala's judgment. Because Kamala doesn't care anything about Trinidad and Tobago. She made that lucidly clear when she told Vasan Bharat, to hell with country. You care about country you go to hell. And you wanted ignore your party and want to put party in. No, you want to put country in front of your party.
Go to hell.
Go to hell. People must understand who this individual is. This is not about Israel Khan. Israel Khan is just a nominee and just a name in part of all the other names like Anil Roberts, like Jared Ramdeen, like Anand Ram Logan, and like David Naked. Her judgment, she has poor judgment skills. So folks, watch again who she walked along with. And this individual happens to be the leader of the Senate. The other one was government business. This one is the leader of the Senate. Kamala putting these kind of people in front of our faces and don't care. Listen.
To tonight's top story, the Speaker of the House, Wade Mark, apologized today to members of the House for his false claims last week in Parliament. But while he apologized for the erroneous claim, he, however, said he was not the reason last week's motion of no confidence in the Minister of Finance, Larry Hawaii, was suspended, instead casting blame on Chaguanas West MP Jack Warner. Peter Christopher reports.
I wish to assure all honorable members that I never intended to mislead this honorable House.
The apologetic words of Speaker Wade Mark at the start of this afternoon's parliamentary sitting, 1 week after he wrongly claimed that he had received a notification from the High Court of Trinidad and Tobago informing him of a libel case involving Larry Hawaii and the editor of the Sunshine newspaper, Azad Ali. The error was a central plot point as a no-confidence motion in Finance Minister Larry Hawaii brought to the House of Representatives by Chaguanas West MP Jack Warner was abruptly suspended. Today, the Speaker said it was not his intention to hoodwink the lower house and apologized to the members of Parliament.
I also sincerely regret that through my error, it may have appeared that I willfully misled this honorable House, and for that I most respectfully apologize.
The judiciary sent out a statement following last week's sitting, clarifying that it did not send a letter to the Speaker. Having done so earlier this week, the Speaker once again apologized to the judiciary, stating that he also sent a written apology to Chief Justice Iwer Archie. In referring to the letter, which he had actually received from the Minister of Finance, Larry Hawaii, the Speaker warned members of the Parliament last week that their contribution to the motion could be sub judice as a result. But the Speaker claimed that despite his warnings, he did not prevent the motion from going forward, and instead said it was a call made by Chaguanas West MP Jack Warner.
I did not deny or shut down debate on the motion. It was the mover of the motion
Who of his...
You know, listeners, viewers, Mr. Ruka, Wade Mark is saying that it was not his intention to hoodwink the population. Now, this was a matter involving a motion of no confidence brought before the House by Jack Warner, who I believe was the ILP leader at the time. I stand to correct it, but he was right. He brought a motion before the House against Larry Hawaii,
who was finance minister.
Who was finance minister, and a lot of information was going to be revealed coming out of that motion.
And going to Hansard.
And going to Hansard. Thank you very much. So what Wade Mark did, Wade Mark could say that he had no intention. I am putting it to Wade Mark that he had, it was intentionally done. And it was intentionally done because they averted the information that was going to be laid in the parliament and the Hansard, and they did not care if Wade Mark had to come later and apologize. Now, if you notice, coming down to the end of the clip there, what he said? He said how, in no way, his saying that that he received a letter is what caused the motion to fail. So what caused it to fail?
Yeah. He said Jack took it upon himself.
What caused it to fail?
The motion. Now a motion goes to debate, and then we would have different persons coming in on the opposition side, making statements against the. But Juliet, this no confidence motion came from somewhere. You know?
Yes, it came from somewhere.
Jack Warner. In the first instance was responding to Larry Hawaii and the character of the man.
Yes.
Who
surrounding the $10 million I think that he received from
when he left FCB. When Larry Hawaii left FCB on the 24th of June, Larry Hawaii resigned from the FCB, and he was given a gratuitous payment of $10 million. Similarly, 2 days later, before you go for that, 2 days later, on the 26th of June 2014, Kamala Persad-Bissessar appointed Larry Hawaii the new finance minister.
And what I wanted to say there, interject there, was similarly to all the other instances whereby Herbert Volney came off the bench in less than 24 hours, he was on a political platform. Similarly, so when Kamala Persad-Bissessar wants to pretend to this country that she's taking the moral high road and that she has integrity, people must know the facts in this country and they must go back to the facts because the facts are there. Similarly to what took place with Herbert Volney, Larry Hawaii, in the flash of an eye, came out from the bank and ended up as the finance minister.
And Jack Warner, in a sitting at the House of Representatives, moved a motion of no confidence in the Minister of Finance. Speaker Wade Mark approved the motion on the 30th of December. As Jack Warner rose to speak on the 23rd of January 2015, Speaker Mark stopped him and said to the House that he received an official letter from the High Court. Well, you know, the High Court was, before the day was done, within 24 hours, issued a statement because there is a clear separation of powers which this country must understand. The dangers of what Kamala Persad, Shusila, whatever her name is, because I'm not too sure if it is. Because
don't lose your train of thought. Go ahead.
No. Because
I know I was going to lose your train of thought. But in any event, let me help you.
Yes.
Here, and I'm reading from a letter or a commentary from Afra Raymond, who was, I think, the president or the chairman of the joint consultative committee or something to that effect, right?
Well, I was just talking about the separation of powers, which we must understand that if you allow certain leaders, they will incestualize the whole democracy that we stand, that we must defend. We must defend the separation of the executive from the legislature to the judiciary. And Kamala shows that she has no respect for that separation.
Right. And let me help the listeners to understand what took place and why Kamala's judgment is very poor as someone who was a prime minister in this country, taking along Wade Mark and David Lee to meet the Prime Minister to discuss a presidential candidate. This is what Wade Mark said. And I'm quoting here from Afra Raymond's commentary. Here is the contentious sentence of Speaker Wade Mark's statement. I received only a few hours ago a notice from the High Court of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, dated January 16, 2015, a matter involving Larry Hawaii and Azad Ali of the Sunshine Publishing Company Limited. Now, in his apology, Wade Mark said that it was not deliberately done. This is what I now read here for you. This song like this wasn't deliberately done?
Well, but it has to be because he's actually quoting a lawsuit that was filed by Mr. Larry Hawaii against the Sunshine newspaper, publishing an article sometime earlier on. And that article speaks of Arthur Lockjack getting a $460 million loan for Carlton Savannah to build Carlton Savannah for Carlton Savannah, of which Larry Hawaii was the chief executive officer of the state-owned First Citizens Bank. And Jack Warner wanted to bring that to the attention of the population that Mr. Hawaii has, as far as he's concerned, have some interest in the matter. That being said, we did not know that on the 23rd of June 2013, a year before, Arthur Lockjack gave Wade Mark an executive master's therein lies all the links. The Arthur Lockjack Institution gave Wade Mark an executive master's to which he's beholden to because he sat in an exam room.
Oh God, he's my sidekick.
According to
you are my sidekick.
Reports.
No safe zone.
Here he is defending the man who gave the Arthur Lockjack a group company, because I don't want them to come. The persons who seem to have interest, 400, they had to write off that loan to the tune of 130 million. That they borrow 400.
And to confirm what you just said, the title of Afra Raymond's commentary was Carlton Savannah Swirl.
That is where the problem came out. The state-owned bank used some initiative to give a business group a $460 million loan. The loan fell through and the property was now up for 120 million. Jack wanted to bring it to the country's attention that this man, who is the finance minister, was the man who presided over this debacle.
And Wade Mark, as the Speaker of the House,
was an executive master's from.
Right. But Wade Mark, as Speaker of the House now, abusing his authority in the no confidence matter to make sure that the information of which you now speaking about didn't come to the public ear. Thank you very much. Folks, we want to engage you in the conversation, so the lines are open and we have plenty more to add.
466-5391 342-0081. Those are the numbers, and well, WhatsApp is something different. Right?
Yeah.
Juliet, so we want to because there's a tangled web of dishonesty that runs deep within the bellies of the UNC.
Yes,
and all who they chose and Kamala, these persons who Kamala have brought to the meeting was not brought by instinct. Kamala selects the deputy political leader. I don't know what election takes place in the UNC. I know it is a selection process, and obviously she selects who is the leader of the opposition in the Senate.
Sekapin, Kuala, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Juliet.
Good afternoon, dear.
And
Mr. Ruka.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Juliet, you didn't realize everything Kamala touched destroyed. She touched the education ministry, the children gone mad.
Right now we still reaping the benefits.
She touched Kamona here and all gone mad. Everything she touched just going through. She touched the treasury, gone mad too. Everything. I realize she only put in a little baby child clipping she hair every time she going in the media. But I don't know what she doing all these things to do to look young again. Right? One last thing before I go, Miss Julia. I realized, I heard one of them saying, it have a black chief justice, a black president, and a black prime minister. You remember who made that statement?
No, I don't recall. Remind me.
Okay. That same time made that statement.
Made that statement.
Right? And now they put in their own. And they're still fighting. Why it is, Kamala? Is it that she wants to be the only East Indian lady to be in high position? We have to think about that also. Have a blessed evening.
Thank you very much. Lines are open. I see we have 1 minute again and just over a minute for ads. So if you want to get in on the conversation, you have to do so now. Go ahead, Mr. Ruka, in the meantime.
Juliet, the greatest democracy in the world comes with the biggest economy in the world, the United States democracy. Well, let me tell you, it would appear that we put in the Trinidad and Tobago democracy to its test. I am saying that our democracy is far superior. They took 15 elections to elect a Speaker of the House. It just lasted a whole week. And he's now elected, the greatest democracy in the world. And I dare say that the Speaker of the House is an elected member. He cannot be nobody else coming. He's the elected member for Florida. He must be an elected member to become Speaker of the House. There's precedents, there are patterns that we can take from. So we are not shouted, or we are up for opinions that it is working in other democracies. We seem to be superior in certain things because we are going to have a speaker elected with not so much this.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well. 91.9 FM, yeah. Is the vibe. Everybody, let us meet on the street. Our station is #1, bringing balance to the nation. Soca, and Calypso, rhythm section with limbo. We bringing you plenty vibes, please just share the light. We bring the heat on the street. It will be vibes all day. #1 frequency. All day, the mother of all incoming vibes all day. We bring it virtually, #1 frequency. The mother of all carnival, hey. The mother of all carnival. I said the mother of all carnival. This shit, 91.9 FM. This shit, 91.9 FM. 91.9 FM. This shit, 91.9 FM.
Yo, this is Iwer George, the big boss of the business. When I want to listen to a radio station, I listen 91.9
FM. You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the Street 919 FM.
Scotiabank Magna MasterCard is back with its special Christmas giveaway. Just swipe for more rewards. Every time you swipe your card, get instantly entered for a chance to win 1,500 points on your Scotiabank Magna MasterCard. Get more this Christmas. More points, more rewards, more money. Swipe for more rewards today with your Scotiabank Magna MasterCard. Promotion runs until January 15th, 2023. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Visit magnarewards.com for more details. Approved by the NLCB.
Hungry for savings, oh yeah. The bacchanal box go save you plenty. 2 years now be waiting for carnival. The bacchanal all in the road and we saving with KFC. The best deals, oh gosh. bacchanal box. The savings never stop. The bacchanal box, yes, the bacchanal box.
Hungry for savings this carnival? Come satisfy it at KFC with the Bacchanal Box. 2 pieces of chicken and 1 regular side for $31.95.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Check out the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You, and every Friday evening from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. All night prayer live on the street 919 FM, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He hath showed thee, O man, what is good, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. For further information, call 753-1113 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
Join Pastor Kelvin Heinerine and friends for The Way, The Truth, The Life Radio Ministry.
This is the voice of Tuesday, Seventh-day Adventist. We are preaching Emergency Alert broadcast, which is from the Tuesday, Seventh-day Adventist Church. We will be featuring voices of brethren from different parts of the world, preaching the gospel, preaching prophecy as it relates to current events and the ending of the world. Listen to us on 91.9 FM every Sunday from 9:05 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Sundays. May God bless you as you learn the truth. In Jesus' name, amen.
Renting a car in Tobago should be quick, affordable, and easy. Wow. Here at Oni Rentals, we make the process as simple as possible by using our easy e-sign-up. Yep, we can sign you up from just about anywhere using our tablets. See? All done. And everything goes straight into the cloud. Yeah, you're on your way. Are you coming to Tobago? Book your car rental with us and enjoy the most affordable rates in Tobago. But hurry, because cars go pretty fast. Call 361-1042. That's 361-1042. One more time, 361-1042. O'Neill Auto Rentals, Tobago, taking you further.
What you need? Prince Judgment Day. There's nothing new if you see me behavior stinking the party. Maybe it's just the rum, it's not me. When I'm drinking punching with ice, head gone and start to talk ice. No judgment, maybe it's just the rum, it's not me. Do not criticize if I hold a bumper too tight. No judgment, maybe it's just the rum, it's not me. If I hold on your waist and beat you with face and wind out your body, maybe it's just the rum, it's not me. And if I make you wet till you dripping sweat in front of everybody, maybe it's just the rum, it's not me. Cause when I come out to party, no time to study nobody. Mr. Luke's in the event, they just call me. If they can't take me, call the army. Cause there's nothing new. If you see me behavior stinking the party, maybe it's just the rum, it's not me. She come
man. Yeah, what she tell me? Maybe it's just the rum. Don't tell me it's not me. She all over the dance. Look at spots behind she white pants. Yeah, what she tell me? Maybe it's just the rum. It's not me.
Why so the thing now?
Now she kick off she shoe and climb up the fence and find out about it. Maybe it's just the rum. It's not she. I don't want to get she vexed before she get undressed in front of everybody. Maybe it's just the rum. It's not she. Cause when she come out of party, no time to study nobody. Mrs. Lucy in the bed to discuss it. They can't take she body army. She bad. Cause there's nothing new. If they see her behavior stick in the body, maybe it's just the rum.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
When you stay down with the man, down and see just so you have no moral authority, you have none. Before you wash your mouth on Kublai Singh Anil, why wifey run? Love ya.
Welcome back. Welcome back. So, we continue to take your calls. The numbers to call 3420081, 7711791, and 4665391. And we are discussing, and we will discuss it for 2 days, today and tomorrow. Again, we will discuss the issue of the president, of course, until the prime minister is talking now. So obviously some kind of discussion will come out of what the prime minister is saying at the press conference. So we'll continue this tomorrow as well. Mr. Ruka, you can
Juliet,
continue.
Well, one point I just wanted to kind of clear up is that with speaking about the greatest democracy, and where the speaker of the in this case the speaker of the Senate, I don't know, well, the speaker of their house, he has to be an elected member. But in our constitution, we have, the framers of our constitution have made accommodations for our speaker to be, for our president to be an elected member. Section 24 of our constitution says clearly, where a member of the Senate or the House of Representatives is elected as president, his seat in the Senate or the House of Representatives, respectively, shall become vacant. They catered for people, for a member of the Senate or a representative. So the government is...
So it's a non-issue.
It's a non-issue,
yes.
Let me tell you, it is of nuisance value.
Caller?
The opposition is minoring in majors. They're not majoring in they are minoring in majors.
Good afternoon, caller. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, my sister, Juliet.
Yes.
And good afternoon to my brother,
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Andrew.
Yeah, what you're saying there is that Kamala and them is playing with the mind of the
correct. Correct.
Because if they read the Constitution and the Constitution said the Prime Minister did nothing wrong, they have nothing to talk about. But they bring Israel Khan and look him in people's face. How disrespectful Kamala and the UNC, you know? How disrespectful they are. Because if you check March 17, 2015, you will see Israel Khan. There are 5 lawyers on the Express front page. They say $1 million men. Israel Khan is one of them was there. Yes, she said that she better. Yes, she said that she better. These are the things they're doing. They're playing a plotting to see if they could fool the people to get back into power. But the power they get in 2010, the people get fooled. They tell them Dr. Manning not working, the country crisis and all kind of thing, and they follow them. So they get 29 seats. They feel they could always get 29 seats. But tell Kamala Prasad this as that She will never see that. She could see a pink horse and the sea power again in this country, because the things come down on them too. To the African people in this country. You understand? And I can see how some of them still underneath you. I tell them already, Dr. How do you call him? Jakwana. Jakwana real money. Jakwana is a businessman. Jakwana carry them and give them the treasury. Put them in the hands of the treasury. You understand? And what they did to Jakwana, then all the underneath here feel all they could do better. Check all the Africans, our top posts in the UNC and the people partnership. All of them gone. All them gone. These little boys underneath here dragging on the ground. And I feel them could lift up, them could bring them back up. They can't come back up. When they fall, they fall. Permanent fall again.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Thank you. Leave it there. The lines are open. 342-0081 7711 466-5391. We're taking your calls. We are discussing this afternoon the process for coming up with a president for the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, Juliet.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Aruka.
Good afternoon.
Where is Miss Jolene John?
Good observation.
I just want to find out where, because I'm not seeing her. You know,
not hearing her.
I'm not seeing her at all.
Yes. Thank you. Folks, we want to go to another video because, you see, the dishonesty, the hypocrisy, the double standards, the lies, it must be exposed. Mr. Aruka, you just made a point with respect to the international politics in terms of its House, the Senate, and how they appoint a Speaker of the House. And you made reference to Trinidad and that ours are different in that our Constitution made room for someone who is involved in active politics to become.
The Section 24 says the seat becomes vacant the minute they take the appointment. They accept the appointment.
Right.
So the government has done nothing legally wrong. I think what Attorney Martin George had said is that he's quoting an old case of Atkins versus the Attorney General of 1936 in the Privy Council, that where a judge was saying that even though you are right legally, you must give some credibility to the average man on the street.
Lord Atkin.
And you asked me, why doesn't Mr. George take the same and keep the same energy and ask Fanny Augustine
to prorogue the THA
and listen to the voice of the people before he hijacked Watson Party and call himself an independent.
Stick up in.
A convenience,
right.
Juliet.
Stick up in, because I want the public of this country to see where Christine Kangaloo, the Prime Minister's nomination, the sitting President of the Senate, who acts from time to time as the president in the absence of the substantive president. A couple months ago, Christine Kangaloo, in that acting role, would have received a prime minister from a president from another country. Let's go to that video.
Republic of Guyana, Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, arrived in Trinidad and Tobago on Wednesday afternoon as the 3-day official state visit begins. More in this report.
President Ali, accompanied by his wife Mrs. Arya Ali and other members of the Guyanese delegation, disembarked at around 4:30 p.m. at the south terminal of the Piarco International Airport, where he was greeted by acting President of Trinidad and Tobago, Christine Kangaloo, Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, Dr. Amory Brown, and other members of Cabinet. This evening, President Ali and his delegation will be hosted to dinner at the President's house, and on Thursday will meet with Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley at the Diplomatic Center for the beginning of bilateral talks, which will include ways to develop a strategic partnership between the two countries in areas such as food security, energy, tourism, trade, and investment, among other topics. An initial memorandum of understanding was signed between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana in May 2022, when Prime Minister Rowley visited Guyana, addressing the removal of all barriers relating to trade between the countries. President Ali and his delegation will return to Guyana on Sunday. Ayana Carter, TTT News.
President Irfan Ali was received by acting President Christine Kangaloo. What is the problem, Trinidad and Tobago, that Christine Kangaloo is now being nominated to be the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago? What made her role different then to what is supposed to come if she is appointed the President?
I want to say that Kamala and her
minions,
her co-conspirators have been attempting to poison the minds of the populace against an elected government. That is against the Treason Act. This is law. This is
come now, man, talk to the people, man. Talk to the people.
Because this is an elected government, and you are trying to cause rift against an elected government, and you are an elected member of the House. This is against the Treason Act, and it is no wonder why Kamala and them have been trying to get that act off the books, because they are squarely violating this every time they open their mouth. You cannot tell me that you find nothing wrong. There is no legitimate claim to anything that Kamala is saying.
Exactly.
And it is proven that the only leader that we have ever had in the history of Trinidad and Tobago that was a prime minister, a politician that had reached as high as prime minister and also became president, was a person that Kamala and them appointed as president, Arthur Napoleon Wade. And these things are etched in history, you know. He was a prime minister. Then you can't get more polluted than that.
Google, I was listening to Google program today, and Google would have played the life and career of Arthur Napoleon Robinson from the beginning to up until the time he became the president of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago.
Under a regime that Kamala sat as a deputy political leader, nominated and has the mendacity today.
She has no moral authority. Let's go to a voice note.
Yes, good evening. I would like to know, right, if the UNC or Kamala Persad-Bissessar and them government was in office and the PNM was in opposition and Kamala Persad-Bissessar did nominate Rudal Munilal to go up for president, what do you think Ole would be saying all now? What do you think you'd be saying right now?
Sure. You really think after we sat down here, and we would have discussed at length the issue, that person will make that voice note? Nah, man, come on. That is why Kamala and them is able to fool the people in this country.
That is the level of low fencing, so to speak.
Caller, good afternoon.
Low fencing, good afternoon. Or lack of intelligence. Or they fool them so much that they can't think for them.
Can you imagine?
When you talk about character, when you look at the character of Rudal, you think Rudal has the character. That's the whole. No,
Caller, you are breaking up. I don't know if you are moving. You need to stay one place. Caller?
Hello? Are you hearing me now?
Right, go right ahead.
It comes down to the character. When you judge, and Robinson made the statement, moral and spiritual. I tell them already. I don't have to judge anything, you know. A.N.R. Robinson made that decision because he became head of state. You know what that means? Head of state. That means Jim Guyanese president come in, the head of state, which is the president, meets the head of the next state. Right? He became head of state, right? After giving them 2 seats and come back and tell me, if somebody said what? If fish jump out of water and say shark barracuda inside it, is not so?
Yes.
So if Robinson was in charge and come out and tell me, come out of the party and put Mr. Manning in charge based on moral and spiritual values, what that tells you about the group of people that he did align himself with? That is why that man could make that statement, because he has no moral values to think that the reason we putting somebody there is because of their, how to put it, the character of the person. Munilal has no character. Jack Warner has no character. Check the people that is around this lady. If I sure all of them has to answer from, and if you notice Jillian John is not there, even the man that she have moving with, she know, I could check about 6 people within that party presently is before the court. So they have no moral values to come to tell anybody anything about moral and ethics. Until the leader, they'll tell these people behind, she go and clear your name and come back, like what she did with Jack Warner. Then something had to be wrong with my population. And if we make the mistake, that man has to be a dunce, I had to be a dunce. After a man make all that statement, I ask me what kind of police and police to come to vote for them people again.
Thank you very much. The thing about it is, with the question the person is asking, here it is, we are telling the person that there are precedents that has already been set under Kamla Prasad Bissessa, taking collective responsibility under the Basdio Pandey administration and appointed Robinson as president. Caller, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good day. So what if the UNC government had elected Basdio Pandey for presidency? What have been the conversation then? Listening off it.
Caller, say what you said again.
What if the UNC government had elected Basdio Pandey for presidency? What have been the conversation then? I would listen off it.
That's your question.
You know, and again, thank you, caller. And the caller is entitled. They are entitled to their opinion, and of course they're entitled to ask a question. Yeah. But again, I want to go back. Let me just go back on this call. Caller, good afternoon. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon to you too. But my thing too is what happened to the lady that I liked just the other day? Why they didn't put a Miss Tisha who did I like so much?
Thank you very much, caller. Leave it there. Yeah. Caller.
Yes. I had to come back in. These 2 last fellas they called it. They are perfect dunce. They will come and put be in power, you know. Many people like them, they not listen to the program. They not listen to all of it said. And they come in to ask this kind of stupid question about Pandey and Pandey and Pandey. Like just the race car they play, the race car they on. You understand? Just on the field. Who is Munilal? Who is Munilal? You understand? Who is Munilal? Look about if Munilal go there. These people have no. That's why Robertson had us to do what he did with Pandey and Manning, you know, because they were so Pandey had no sense. You was the sitting prime minister, and the come 1818, and you was the sitting prime minister. You is in office, and Robertson was smart him, because Robertson said, go as 2 big men, go and sit down and work it out. And what always promise, I will deal with it. They say yes. And so they went, and when they come back to Robertson said, without due to moral and spiritual value, we have no other choice but to give Manning to run the country. That was Robertson would.
All right, stick up in, Andrew. Stick up in. Yeah. Thank you very much. Andrew. Let's go to a video here, and because the caller wants to know who is Rudal Munilal. Let's tell you who is Rudal Munilal. Let's go to that video. Hold on, caller, hold on.
Some, not all. We feel, over the last few days, our chief whip, our very hard-working chief whip, member of parliament for Pointe-à-Pierre, arrested on trumped-up charges that are laughable, vexatious, frivolous, bound to fail. But they did that because they are desperate, so I have the good news for you. Anytime the PNM do that, they are already walking out of power. They are on the way out. Never forget, Basdev Pandey was on charges when he took an oath as Prime Minister of this country. Don't forget that. Don't forget all the UNC had to Tim Gopi Singh. This man that the country recognized and honored him with a national award, parading him to the courts, corruption. After a couple of years when he went there, the chief magistrate said to Dr. Gopi Singh, you are free to go. Those charges are not known to the law. That is what happened in this country. People don't forget that. Finbar Ganga, Dhanraj Singh over the years, they will do that all the time, but that is a sign of their desperation. They're on the way out. Even in the CARICOM, if you want to make an example, Excellency Irfan Ali, people just forget he was on 7 corruption charges when he became president of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. When he become president, they drop all the charges. They say it's not looking too good. That is how they trump up charges against persons who are fighting them and struggling. So tonight I tell the goodly Dr. David Lee, welcome with your battle scars. It means you are fighting.
Take them on.
And other politicians, if you don't have scars, that means you are not in battle.
So you understand what you're dealing with?
Nobody in the country can support what we just heard there.
You heard what he said about President Irfan Ali?
What he said about Finbar Ganga, everybody. And these bunch of people are supporters.
Caller, sorry about that. Caller, good afternoon, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon to you, the panel, the thing there. You see, what a lot of people don't understand is how the Constitution is written. Basdev Pandey and Rural Murilal have matters to attend in court. And if you're going to pick them, the Electoral College would never even consider them as anything there. So it's a waste of time. They shouldn't even bring up these sort of things to prove a point and that is the problem. A lot of people doesn't understand how these things work. And to choose for them to actually call Basdev Pandey and Rural Murilal, that is where the problem lies. It lies between the people, and that is where Kamala's strength is. She'll mislead. So what Kamala is actually doing, Juliet, is to sully that the person who is nominated by the PNM's name.
We know that. We said that on the first day.
Right, so she will always attack her. But if she makes anything that she feels against the UNC, she goes say, look, you are a PNM president.
But it's not just to sully the person's name, but it is also to give the people the impression that Dr. Rowley and the government of Trinidad and Tobago is inept, they're incompetent, they cannot lead. They cannot run the country properly.
Juliet, before I go, I want to think, because what it was, you cautioned me when I said that Kamala Prasad's successor was supposed to be the one responsible for Section 34.
Yeah.
One of her MPs was saying that Stuart Young is very quiet on the matter that is before the joint, not the joint select, but the Commission of Inquiry into the area. And he was saying that Stuart Young is the main responsibility for that. So if he under the UNC could say that, I think that gives me the authorization to put Kamala responsible for Section 34. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Go ahead.
Something wrong with these collars and them helmets. Your brain ain't working good. You hear it happen before. No big fuss, no big robbing cause because of that. You come and ask about if it was Pandey and if it was Munilal. If it was Pandey or Munilal, that president done said nobody had nothing to say on the PNM side, brother. You understand? No laws were broken. Read the Constitution. You come and talk about if it was this and if it was that.
But the thing about it is, I just tried for clarification to show people the Senate President Christine Kangaloo, hold on, caller, in her role as acting president.
Flawless, yeah.
She would have received the president of what is the problem? What make that acting appointment and what makes it was she more political now in this position or less political? Come on, people, let's be real.
So let us clarify. I know let me deal with the caller and we go clarify.
Caller, good afternoon.
What the argument is it?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. I just have one question. Through you all, there's one question alone I would like to pose to Mrs. Kamla Prasad Professor. One alone. Can I pose that question to her through you, Julia?
Go right ahead, caller, once it's not libelous, yes.
No. Over the years, over the last maybe 20 years or so, Mrs. Bissessa has been saying all along that she's a mother, she's a grandmother, she loves, she adores the children of this nation. The children, the babies, the children, this one, that one, that one. My question to her is this. Does this abiding love and affection for the babies and the children of this nation, Mrs. Bissessa, does this love for children extend to the unborn? Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, caller. Go right ahead what you wanted to say, Mr. Ruka, because the ads counting down.
We had Mr. Pandey being the Prime Minister.
You will have to stick a pen. We have to give preference to the callers.
Yes,
caller, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon, Juliet and Mr. Ruka.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Well, I am so happy that Dr. Rowley came to the public and very quick too. He according to Manu, he mashed the eggs.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
So she's talking about
the street comes alive with the mother of all carnival.
Everybody, let us meet on the street.
91.9 FM, the soca frequency from inception.
Plenty vibes, we just share the light. We bring the heat on the street.
It's the mother of all carnivals.
Yeah, what I need, a little bit of rhythm, a little bit of rock. Right down is non-stop. How you do now to line my walk? There go be water mix up in there. We jump in there. There go be water mix up in there.
Yo, this is the mother of all Caliban.
The mother of all soca. The official station and the nation. The Street 919. All new soca full. All new soca full.
All soca, all day.
Tell the DJ, play some soca music today. You see this carnival? I also like garbage.
Nobody does it better than on the street.
91.9 of this street. 91 street. 91.9 of this street. 91 street. 91.9 of this street. 91 street. 91.9 of
Yo, this is Iwer George, the big boss of the business. When I want to listen to a radio station, I listen 91.9.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the Street 919 FM.
Bruce Wayne and Sexy Flex present Soca on the Boat 5. The Return to Soca. The Return to Soca. On Sunday, 5th February 2023. On board the luxurious Embassy Yacht. Boarding 3 p.m. Sailing 4 p.m. DJs, MC Duke and Selected Country.
Yo, this is MC Duke and I will be on Soca on the Boat 5. The Return
return to soca.
Dr. Ross.
This is the musical surgeon Dr. Ross, and I will be on board. Soca on the boat 5. Return to soca.
And Bruce Wayne and Mr. Voice.
Soca on the boat 5. The return to soca. Yours truly, Mr. Voice. I will be there, and it's that.
Get your limited early bird tickets. At $200. Get your tickets at The Police Mess, Long Circular Road in St. James. The Street 919 FM on Marvel Road. And Candy Crush, booth number 6, Carenage Fish Fry. Or call Bruce Wayne and Sexy Flex at 340-2016 or 388-2271. No oversized coolers allowed and no glass bottles allowed. Soca on the Boat 5. The return to soca.
Look back, hey! Look back, hey!
Guess who's back again?
Juju Love is back on the street.
It's me, Juju Love, by public demand, along with my sidekick, Mr. Aruga. We take no prisoners.
Junior Davy is back on the street. Monday to Friday, 2 to 4 p.m. Juju Love. Only on the street, 919 FM.
Renting a car in Tobago should be quick, affordable, and easy.
Wow.
Here at Oni Rentals, we make the process as simple as possible by using our easy e-sign-up. Yep, we can sign you up from just about anywhere using our tablets. See? All done. And everything goes straight into the cloud. Yeah, you're on your way. Are you coming to Tobago? Book your car rental with us and enjoy the most affordable rates in Tobago. But hurry, because cars go pretty fast. Call 361-1042. That's 361-1042. One more time, 361-1042. O'Neill Auto Rentals, Tobago. Taking you further.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Over the moon, over the moon, look there. I said so far over the moon. Come shake up and groove. I said so far over the moon. Come free up the blues. Raise your hand up to the sky. And wave all of your troubles goodbye. Give thanks for another day. Blessed be this carnival I pray. No disease or infection. Jah be with shield and protection.
Long time I have felt like this.
With a big sound and a soca chip. With a long time I have feel this way. So I happy on the road again. Look me what's there. I say soca gone over the moon. Come shake up and groove. I say soca gone over the moon. Come free up your blues. Step up to the microphone.
Step.
And sing it with all your heart and soul.
Sing it out now.
You know life is not for now. So stand up proud and sing your song. Keep it jamming night and day. On Radio Heaven you will play.
Long time I have felt like this.
With a brass band and Kaiso music. With a long time I am feeling this way. So happy on the road.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Welcome back, my people.
Say how times are changing, we in a deep recession. But the man who reading know we a bleed confession. Before he jumping in the dance, they fix bless him with some good finance. $10 million from the board, but money for culture he can't afford. He have no moral authority. You have none. If you fix yourself first from FCB, you have no moral authority.
I give you a clue there. You have no moral authority. Tell me about that $10 million. Give us an understanding, because you see, people have to understand who are the people we dealing with.
We were taking up from Larry Hawaii having to explain himself around a $10 million gratuitous payment.
Yes.
That at the time,
and Wade Mark being the Speaker of the House at the time would have caused the no motion brought before Hawaii by Jack Warner. Before that, the board was asked to explain why such an enormous hefty figure. Right.
And then Attorney Nari Alfonso, who was the chair of the board at that time, explained.
Nari Alfonso from the same Port Authority.
Port Authority fame, yeah. Who found herself as a quote, end of quote, expert in marine law. So she says. She was the advisor to the Port Authority on some boats that they wanted to procure. But let us go back a little bit. She at the time was on the board of the First Citizens, and she explained that Mr. Hawaii was collecting that amount of money, which was way above what he would normally get. But she said he gave 32 years of dedicated and meritorious service, a lot of BS. And she tried to explain that. Lo and behold, she ended up on her next board, where she found herself being the legal advisor, not realizing that the tender committee sent her in error tender documents to tender on a procurement process where it's a clear conflict of interest. She said that she didn't know, and she went ahead.
So she hit where Wade Mark.
Yeah, it is alleged.
It wasn't deliberately done.
It wasn't deliberately done. It was alleged that she proceeded and participated in the tender, a process right now that is still, I believe, before the court. We are dealing with a bunch of persons whose names seem to be coming up all the time in circles. If we are not careful, it is the same proponents hiding right under the surface, committing the same offenses,
right?
And telling us that they are supporting a leader who is an alternative to Dr. Rowley's leadership. When you go ahead,
right, Mr. Ruka, I'm listening to you, and it is passing strange. Well, not really, but for want of a better term, that in this process we have to wake the dead. In the person of
Patrick Barry?
No. Iwer Robinson.
I prefer to resurrect Patrick Barry, who said that Kamala, if we take God out of our thoughts and elect that person as our leader,
couple smoke we pipe. Right, but let me go back. Interesting that we'll have to wait the dead in the person of Iwer Robinson, who was our former president. Because based on what you're saying, everything points to that infamous statement that he removed the sitting government, the UNC led by Pandey, and would replace it with the Manning government instead. Because we would have played a clip just now with Rudal Munilal. And in that clip, Munilal is taking the issue of corruption as a joke. He is taking it as a joke.
Embellishing it,
He is behaving as though, and he's talking to society as though, and telling them, here what's going on. All this set of thing with Tim Gopi Singh and Irfan Ali and all the names
David
that he
Lee,
called, David Lee, and he described in David Lee's case that they are just scars. Battle scars.
So you should aspire to get some battle scars because that shows that you're in battle.
You're in battle. You must steal, you must corrupt, you must rob, you must do all
You must end up on $1.4 million corruption charges and out on bail and find yourself on the right hand side of Kamala Prasad while you have a disgraced former House Speaker on your left hand side. What the Trinidad and Tobago ought to be ashamed of ourselves.
If we should be ashamed again?
Ought to be ashamed of us to give these people a hearing.
And this is your cue for you to come in now with Martin George. Because Martin George, I was listening to Google today, and Martin George is trying to throw the Constitution at the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Oh my gosh, we had a caller on the line. I forgot that person. Sorry about that caller. You can call back. The person got fed up probably. Yeah. Sorry about that caller.
Call back.
Call back. He's trying the Constitution conveniently, but Martin George didn't use that same Constitution to rail in the Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly, who is trying to use the THA Act to supersede the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. Caller, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon to you, Juliet. Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
Happy to you and Mr. Aruka.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Aruka, what's the adjective for the bunch of people? You leave out the adjective before people.
Say that again, Ma'am. I didn't get quite that.
We're dealing with a bunch of people, and I know there was a gap between
this lady
open and closed quotation that I don't know what the adjective for the people.
Every time I come on this station, my employment at the station goes up in jeopardy. I am tempted, ma'am, to give them the full latitude of my Trini accent. The full length of my tongue. They are undesirable,
dishonest. You have to find your own dictionary and give it to us. Well, Martin George, I don't know. This man is something else. And you know what, Julia? I can't listen to him. You see that beating of that mouth? I can't stand that. I'm trying to speak to us as though we are fools. Of course, we may not check out the law, but we know that he's talking nonsense.
Ma'am, and that is where the objection is. Martin George continues to speak to us like he is so bright, and we are absolutely foolish. Like if we keep reading and weighing to that stupid.
This BOT they love to put in the mix. This BOT, but. Okay, have a good evening.
Thank you very much. We have one more video that we want to show. Now, it doesn't have anything to do with this selection of the president issue, but it ties into the issue of the judgment style or the lack of proper judgment by true Kamala leadership. We have a caller. Good afternoon and welcome.
Mr. Aruka, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Juliet SB was holding on all the time.
Sorry about that.
But the phone I'm using kind of very expensive. So if you're hearing me often, it's because of that. Listen to me. I just want to tell you, I was very pleased in hearing many things in the Constitution there from Dr. Rowley. I wouldn't jump ahead because you're going to listen to it and come back on the topic tomorrow. But I'm very happy that Dr. Rowley jumped out today one time to let the average man on the street who they feel dotish, although we ain't dotish, but at least we wouldn't have as they call it, say 8 foot of the Constitution. So he was giving us what is the Constitution says as regards that. And I'm waiting to hear how are you going to dissect it tomorrow. I'm very happy because these people They have no moral authority to come and mislead the public. And I'm very happy, as I said, that the Prime Minister come out today early o'clock to put that nonsense that they come out with to rest. Wayne Mark didn't even know what is the difference between a note and an official document from the High Court. So he better don't even talk. Thank you.
What is more disturbing about that statement that she just made about Wade Martin is that the note came from Larry Hawaii himself, Juliet. How can you not know that that is not a document from the High Court?
But leave that there, because we properly well ventilated. I assume you wanted to make a point just now before the caller.
Yeah, Juliet.
Was it concerning Kamala, I think, and her leadership?
Yeah, Juliet. I just wanted to kind of just wind up the Basde Pandey, the Basde Pandey in why are we still going and taking comments from these characters? Mr. Pandey, who led a government that Kamala Persad-Bissessar was a deputy political leader and had to sing "No Woman, No Cry" because he was telling the country that he made statements that Kamala is not ready for leadership and he's not going to put her in a leadership. We ignored that.
I don't want to be opposition leader. I want to be Prime Minister.
Mr. Pandey holds the ominous position as the only Prime Minister in the Western Hemisphere that ever went to prison for corruption. There's none in the Western Hemisphere. More than that, I live in the Aruka area. I saw how this country was literally criminalized. And I'm saying to you, I didn't pull it up as yet, but you see there are laws that are not deliberately not being implemented. The Prison Service Act says that you cannot find yourself around the prison and be found loitering. When Mr. Pandey went to prison, people went and pitched camp outside and said as long as Pandey inside a day, they are going to stay there. And they
Keeping our environment clean in order to sustain a healthier world. These public tips on how to sustain a healthy environment.
Right. You'll have to leave that there for another day because we want to go quickly into this last video. We're out of time and I want you to comment on Kamala's judgment style or lack of judgment style before we close off. So let's go to that final video with Dr. Rowley. As I said, this video doesn't relate to the issue of the presidency, but I want to remind people who Kamala Persad-Bissessar is.
And Juliet, as I said to you a little before, I don't think Kamala's judgment style is so much.
I wanted to wait. Right. I wanted to show the video first.
Okay.
Right.
The question of a degree, that having failed to prevent them from being disgraced and scandalized in public, the government then started to say, well, previous person had no qualification. And the advisor to the Prime Minister, advisor on national security, he was on radio yesterday calling the names of two well-known officers and telling the country they had no qualification. Mr. Speaker, if this is no qualification, then I'd like to be without qualification. Nigel Clement, he was a lieutenant commander in the Coast Guard as far back as 2002. Qualification doesn't only come by a certificate you get in an exam. This country invested tremendously in time and money in Nigel Clement's development. He was head of the SI. Before that, Mr. Speaker, he was trained by the people of Trinidad and Tobago in intelligence gathering and analysis. He held command positions in the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard. He was trained in the Special Forces. He's a graduate of Canada Caribbean Military Staff College. He's a graduate of Britannia Royal Naval College. Mr. Speaker, this is an officer who came through the ranks. We had a commissioner of police in this country who started as constable. His name was Eustace Bernard. And he came right through the ranks step by step and ended up.
Okay, callers, viewers, listeners, the video would run into or coincide with our closing off. So we'll run that video tomorrow. We want to thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. It was a very vibrant, program today. And as I said, coming out of the press conference today by the Prime Minister, we will continue this discourse.
Julia, but I want to disagree with you openly on air that Kamala's leadership style, to my mind, is that judgment isn't for wanting by me. I am saying Kamala is representing her interests. Every time you see Kamala makes a decision, her interest is diametrically opposed to the national interest. It is because
it's not anything about her judgment.
No, it's not. No. Kamala have a different people speaking in her ear, and they have different interests. Why would Kamala remove the contract for the OPV? It had to be somebody else. It had to be criminals talking in here, because she left the borders wide open, and we had the people were allowed to do what they want.
Well, I want to contradict that statement. I think it was the former National Security Minister,
Guy Griffith, who was our advisor, because he defends it even up until today. He was like a raving, ranted madman just the other day when they asked him about why would you tell anybody who has such a crime problem to remove any security measure. But he started to cuss.
So what would be that interest?
It had Julia.
What would be that interest?
Obviously, it is opposed to the country's interest. And I'm saying to the country, if you feel it's joke, just ask yourself, how come they are not supporting anything that seems to be defending you? And we're taking that to mean that when they thief, we know they thief, we get a little thing from it.
A woman who gave Trinidad and Tobago Rishmi Ramnarayan, now telling the country, that we cannot give the country Christine Kangaloo. Folks, we leave it there. We love you. Talk to you tomorrow, God's willing.
And
thanks for joining us.
Rishmi Ramnarayan.
That's it, Mr. Ruka. Bye. We love you all.
Without moral authority, no, you could never win. Trouble with Black Trinity, too much Satan correcting sin. To be a leader fit and through the right example you must set. Who do you expect to follow you if you're really a hypocrite? The motto of leaders today, don't do as I do but as I say. Children must become confused when business.
Oh, yeah. Well. 91.9 FM, yeah. Man, is the vibe. Everybody, let us meet on the street. Our station is #1, bringing balance to the nation. Soca, and Calypso, rhythm section with limbo. We bringing you plenty vibes, we just share the light. We bring the heat on the street. It will be vibes all day, #1 frequency. Yeah, we stream all day. The mother of all, it will be vibes all day. We bring it virtually, #1 frequency. The mother of all, carnival. Hey, the mother of all, carnival. I said the mother of all, carnival. The streets, FM, 91.9 FM. The streets, FM, 91.9 FM. The streets, FM, 91.9 FM. The streets, FM, 91.9 FM.
Yo, this is Iwer George, the big boss of the business. When I want to listen to a radio station, I listen 91.9
FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the Street 919 FM.
Look at people.
This is the voice of Tuesday Seventh-day Adventist. We are preaching Emergency Alert broadcast, which is from the Tuesday Seventh-day Adventist Church. We will be featuring voices of brethren from different parts of the world, preaching the gospel, preaching prophecy as it relates to current events and the ending of the world. Listen to us on 91.9 FM every Sunday from 9:05 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Sundays. May God bless you as you learn the truth. In Jesus' name, amen.
Hungry for savings, oh yeah. The bacchanal box go save you plenty. 2 years now we waiting for carnival. The bacchanal, all in the road and we saving with KFC. The best deals, oh gosh. The bacchanal box, yes, the bacchanal box. The savings never stop. The bacchanal box, yes, the bacchanal box.
Hungry for savings this carnival? Come satisfy it at KFC with the Bacchanal Box. 2 pieces of chicken and 1 regular side for $31.95.
Coming to the Queen's Park Savannah. It's a celebration for you. A celebration for her. Soca for her. Friday, February 3rd. Featuring with the 18 band.
When I want you to hold me in the corner. Watch you walk over.
Nadia Batson and Sam.
I'll be coming back for you. I'll be coming back.
The world's biggest soca superstars.
Excellent. Here what's going on. I'm gonna be live. Who? EA, yes, me, and many more.
Yo, this is Lyricalist, girl, I'm specialist.
Special guest and surprises.
It's gone like rain, flowing like water. With your bumper.
Get early bird tickets now at islandetickets.com and Cachets nationwide. Soca for her. Soca for her 2023.
Is it the only weather that I'm feeling so? From the time I see I want to put the walk on you.
Friday, February 3rd. Savannah, we coming.
Tune into the street 91.9 FM
Every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
for the repairing of the Breach radio program with me, Bishop Showinau Thomas.
The scripture says, and they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places.
Thou shalt raise up the foundation of many generations, and thou shalt be called the repairers of the breach, the restorers of the paths to dwell in.
Don't miss it. Repairing the Breach radio program with Bishop Sherwin R. Thomas on the street 919 FM every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Scotiabank Magna MasterCard is back with its special Christmas giveaway. Just swipe for more rewards. Every time you swipe your card, get instantly entered for a chance to win 1,500 points on your Scotiabank Magna MasterCard. Get more this Christmas. More points, more rewards, more money. Swipe for more rewards today with your Scotiabank Magna MasterCard. Promotion runs until January 15th, 2023. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Visit MagnaRewards.com for more details. Approved by the NLCB.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
News from the street, 919fm.com. Here's what's happening.
Good afternoon, I'm Chanel Webb with the 4 p.m. news on the street 919 FM and online, Facebook and YouTube. In the headlines, TNT's export grew 68.7% in 2022, according to the IDB, and Tobago Jazz is back, bigger and better. Internationally, WhatsApp to enable messaging in internet blackouts, and now the news in detail. According to a report from the Inter-American Development Bank entitled Trade Trends estimates Latin America and the Caribbean 2023 edition. The value of exports from Trinidad and Tobago is estimated to have increased by 68.7% for the first 11 months of 2022. The report states that TNT's exports maintained a remarkable growth rate in 2022, driven by high oil and gas prices. The report also noted that the country's export growth in 2022 over 2021 followed an increase in the value of exports by 70.6% in 2021 over 2020. The European Union, the United States and Latin America and the Caribbean accounted for most of the expansion, said the IDB report. In the coming months, the export growth rate is expected to slow in response to the downward trend in commodity prices, the war in Ukraine, restrictive monetary policies to reduce inflation, and the slowdown in global growth, the report found. The Tobago Jazz 2023 is on. The upcoming edition of the Tobago Jazz Experience, usually held in April, is promising to be bigger and better. John Arnold, the Tobago Festival's Commission Chief Executive, is promising the festival will return with a bang, and talks are being held with international acts. He expects the return of the Tobago Jazz Experience to bring visitors back to the island following COVID-19 virus. It's about tourism, attracting people, having a reason to come here, and to enjoy all the niche advantages we have, Arnold said. As for availability of flights, he said, discussions would continue with Caribbean Airlines. And internationally, instant messaging service WhatsApp is letting users connect via proxy servers so they can stay online if the internet is blocked or disrupted by shutdowns. The technology giant owned by Meta said it hoped blackouts such as those in Iran never occur again. They denied human rights and cut people off from receiving urgent help. WhatsApp is urging its global community to volunteer proxies to help people communicate freely, and said it would offer guidance on how to set up one. Connecting via proxy maintains the same high level of privacy and security that WhatsApp provides. Your personal messages will still be protected by end-to-end encryption, ensuring they stay between you and the person you're communicating with, and are not visible to anyone in between, not to proxy servers, WhatsApp, or Meta. Recapping the headlines, TNC's exports grew 68.7% in 2022, according to the IDB. Tobago Jazz is back, bigger and better. And internationally, WhatsApp to enable messaging in internet blackouts. Good afternoon, I'm Chanel Webb, and that was the 4 p.m. news on the Street 919 FM and online, Facebook and YouTube. Do have a good day.
News from the street. News from the street. 919fm.com.
Yeah. Whoa, yeah.
Well.
91.9 FM, yeah. Man, is the vibe. Everybody, let us meet on the street. Our station is #1, bringing balance to the nation. Soca, Pad and Calypso, rhythm section with limbo. We bringing you plenty vibes, please just share the light. We bring the heat on the street. It will be vibes all day, #1 frequency. Yeah, we stream all day. The mother of all, it will be vibes all day. We bring it virtually, #1 frequency. The mother of all, Carnival. Hey, the mother of all, Carnival. I said the mother of all, Carnival. This shit FM, 91.9 FM. This shit 91.9 FM, 91.9 FM. This shit 91.9 FM, 91.9 FM. This shit 91.9 FM.
Yo, this is Iwer George, the big boss of the business. When I want to listen to a radio station, I listen to 91.9
FM. Music. Well. DJ Bravo. You have it. She have a champion, bam bam. You have it. You have the champion. She have a champion, bam bam. the exhausted. You have the hey, champion, bam bam. You have the champion, bam 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 bam. Big champion, bam bam. You have the champion, bam bam. Hey, big champion, bam bam. You have the champion, bam bam, baby. Champion, bam bam. You have the champion, bam bam.
Your bam bam looking pregnant. You're shaking it like you're ignorant. Yeah.
Champion, bam bam. You have the champion, bam bam.
Your bam bam looking pregnant. You're shaking it like you're ignorant. Yeah.
Champion, bam bam. You are the champion, bam bam. Like Nicki and Cardi and Megan Thee Stallion. Hey. Champion, bam bam. You are the champion, bam bam.
What you need?
Prince Judgment Day. There's nothing new if you see me behavior stinking the party. Maybe it's just the rum, it's not me. When I'm drinking, punching with ice, head gone and start to talk ice. Don't judge me. Maybe it's just the rum, it's not me. Do not criticize if I hold a bumper too tight. Don't judge me. Maybe it's just the rum, it's not me. If I hold on your waist and greet you with face and wind out your body, maybe it's just the rum, it's not me. And if I make you wet till you've been sweating in front of everybody, maybe it's just the rum, it's not me. Cause when I come out to party, no time to study nobody. Mr. Loose in the bed, they just call me. They can't take me, call the army. Cause there's nothing new if you see me behavior stinking the party. Maybe it's just the rum, it's not me. She come out of fed tonight, moving like she don't have a man. Yeah, when she tell me, maybe it's just the rum, don't tell me it's not me. She all over the dance, look at spots behind she white pants. Yeah, when she tell me, maybe it's just the rum, it's not me. Why so dirty? Now she kick off she shoe and climb up the fence and wind out her body. Maybe it's just the rum, it's not she. I don't want get she vexed before she get undressed in front of everybody. Maybe it's just the rum, it's not she. Cause when she come out to party, no time to study nobody. Mrs. Loose in the bed, they disguise it. They can't take she call the army. She bad. Cause there's nothing new if you see her behavior stinking the body. Maybe it's just the rum, it's not she. It's the rum, it's the rum, it's the rum. It's not she. It's the rum, it's the rum.
Hey guys, get ready to share that live. The Queen of Talk is in the building. Yeah, you know how we do it. The show don't start until we have sufficient people on our live. Packed program today. It is Monday in Trinidad and Tobago, 11 minutes after the hour of 4 o'clock. And we're about to start it. Yeah? So organize yourself, and share the live. Where's my arrow? Where's my arrow? Watching those numbers climbing. Let's go. Superior Sukuni on the inside. Big up your whole self.
Me mind on fire, me soul on fire, feeling hot, hot, hot. All the people all around me
right, so I like how YouTube looking. Big up your whole self on YouTube. Good afternoon to Trevor, to Ken Flanders, to Gregory, Alan, Diane Payne, Anne-Marie Arthur, Nigel Woodley, Renee Lewis, Kevin Williams. Spice is on the inside. Leslie Cruikshank, David, good afternoon to you. Top of the afternoon to Michelle, Superwoman, Althea Allen, Patricia McKenzie, Annan, good afternoon to you. Ian Bristol, Camille Williams, Akil, good afternoon. KB United, top of the afternoon to Same Dude. All the teams on the inside. YouTube right now is winning in numbers. Let me just put that out there. Diane, Ransom, Terrence Cummins, Marilyn Roberts, Brian Sims. Let me go on over to Facebook, because you know Facebook does surprise me from time to time. All right, so we get in there. We approaching 100 on the live, but I know we ain't done there because all they continue to share the live and get the numbers up. It is Monday and we have a lot to discuss.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to members of the media. Thank you all very much for coming at such short notice in what I would like to identify as a continuation of our last meeting. I see a couple of the faces who were here last time when we met, and I like to welcome the new faces. Adish, you're a new face. Akash, sorry. Adish is my parliamentary colleague. Thank you very much for coming, because it's very important that you come, and I was hoping that you would come today, because I propose to spend this press conference focusing only on the issue that we are currently engaged in the country, the matter of the president being appointed, a selectee, and the law, and the general conversation. Because it is difficult for me as Prime Minister, having the responsibility for doing what I'm required to do under the oath of office, which is to observe the Constitution and the law as written and exists at the time of my office, to swallow a lot of what is being fed to the population. Because most people in the country, even professional people and people with many degrees, may never have seen the Constitution, may never have read it, and in many instances would have read it and not remember or even understand it. The average person would have to rely on us, people like me and my colleagues, especially parliamentarians, to guide them along what is constitutional, what is not, what is legal, what is lawful, and so on. And that is why I've asked members of the media today to pay some attention and some of your effort in helping the population to understand what, in effect, is the Constitution on this particular matter, and also to not be disturbed and dismayed by the rhetoric, the vitriol, the fulmination of people who I will not describe other than, in some instances, parliamentary colleagues, some with serious responsibility. I looked at this article carried in the newspaper, and the headline is, Mark labels Kangaloo yes woman and puppet. This Mark here is Senator Wade Mark, and I'll come back to him a little later. Except that this time I must start my presentation by referring to what this Mark, who is no ordinary person, he is the leader of the opposition in our Senate, the place where Mrs. Kangaloo sits. And he describes the selection by the government of Mrs. Christine Kangaloo in the following way. Not only, and I'm quoting him here, not only is our constitution under attack and assault, our very democratic rights, our very democracy, rights and freedoms, and our ability to uphold free and fair elections in our nation, all of these matters are in danger. Now, that is a statement coming from a leader in the Senate who took part in the meeting that we had here in this building, where 3 members of the government sat down with 3 senior members of the opposition in a civilized way. And from this podium, I did tell you that we had a very cordial meeting, and once or twice we even had to laugh at ourselves or others in there. The bottom line is that there are people in this country who set out deliberately to mislead the population, and I will go as far as to say to incite the population. Because when you are told that an action of the government drives at the heart of the Constitution and brings the country under attack and assault, and democracy and our Bill of Rights, our group of rights, and our freedoms, and even our elections, our free and fair elections, our ability to conduct these elections, now threatened. This is fear-mongering of the worst kind, and is purely for one purpose: to cause the population to be incited against the actions of the government. An officer is coming in, if the officer is elected by the parliament, to a job in a 5-year term. And this kind of rhetoric is meant to poison the well from which the water will flow from the tenure of that officer. That's what this is about. So for those persons who have not been familiar with the Constitution, are not really required to, because you rely on others to teach you. Let me take you to my copy of the Constitution. This is the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. My name is, this is my signature. I don't know what copy and what edition Senator Mark and his caucus use, but this is what we use on this side of the government. And I take you to page 29, paragraph 24, very early in the series of clauses in the laws of this country, the fundamentals, the Constitution. Section 24, chapter 3, which is headed The President. Section 24 says, and I quote, "For the benefit of John public who have been exposed to the deliberate incitement and misinformation from people who want a certain outcome and a certain condition to prevail in this country." And it says, quote, "Where a member of the Senate or the House of Representatives is elected as president, his seat in the Senate or the House of Representatives, respectively, shall thereupon become vacant." I want to repeat that for the public who has been fed all the horse manure coming down from the UNC and those others who talk about the Constitution, because they are rooting their argument against the government's actions in unconstitutionality. This is what the Constitution says for all of us. Where a member of the Senate or the House of Representatives is elected as president, his seat in the Senate or House of Representatives, respectively, shall thereupon become vacant. This means, in simple English, that the framers of this Constitution, the Constitution which I swear to uphold before I can enter into this office as Prime Minister, is that it is anticipated and it makes provision for a member of the House or the Senate to be considered, to qualify to be elected and to be voted into office as president in this country, written in the Constitution. And it says, when that happens, the person who is incumbent in those positions, any of those positions, must immediately give up that position in the Parliament. It says, shall thereupon, meaning, as it happens, this is what should follow. They automatically have to get out, the position becomes vacant. That is the law. What does the UNC and all those who are leading this population down the road want me to do? To disregard the law or to pretend that that is not the law? And let me just take you to the history of the Parliament on this matter and my own involvement in it. This document is a copy of the nomination paper of A.N.R. Robinson, 3rd of February 1997. At the time when this document was generated, we were in the opposition, we the PNM. Mr. Robinson was a sitting member of the cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago. He was the leader of a political party which had formed part of the government of that time. As a matter of fact, it was his leadership of 2 seats from Tobago that generated a government in which he was a minister. And while being a sitting minister, under the provisions of Section 24 that I just read, Mr. Robinson agreed to be nominated, selected by the UNC, and this is the document that nominated him. And that document, interestingly enough, one of the persons who signed that document is a certain Kamla Prasad Bisesa from Light Pole 265, Sign Village in Siparia, a member of Parliament. And this is her signature. At a later time, another election came up for president. We were also in the opposition. No, we were the government then. We were the government. And the UNC was in the opposition. And they put up a nominee for the post of president. And remember, the ballot for this post is secret in the Parliament. Very unique. It's by secret ballot. So once you're a nominee, you're in the dance. This is February 14th, 2003. 3 p.m. Details of the nomination are as follows. Ramdial, Ganesh Ramdial, from Paria Avenue. He was put up by Rudal Munilal, Kamla Prasad Bisesa. They signed it. So I want to ask Senator Munilal this afternoon, when these 2 people, particularly the cabinet minister and leader of a political party opposed to the PNM, was put up by the UNC, was the country in danger? Was the country under attack, under assault? And our democracy, our rights, and our ability to conduct free and fair elections, were those threatened? Or is it that there's something about Christine Kangaloo that threatens the population? I raise this so that the population can do what they must do which is to take the facts as they are, know the law as it is, and disregard those who would misrepresent to them, senior counsel, self-appointed or otherwise, because this is all politics and has nothing to do with unconstitutionality. I will go further, and I will take issue with the commentators from the university as well, because maybe it's because I spent so much of my life in the university that I look to the university, my alma mater, sometimes to bail us out with intellectual interventions, with the work of research, not joining the he say, she say, but adding to the quality of the debate and the national discourse. When they write that there's all this division and this political wall that is, as though people who are in political parties, like the party that I'm in, that we are sheep, and whichever way the lead sheep goes, the rest fall and go over the cliff. That's what they do. As if we don't have any, we give up our brains. We disregard our upbringing, and we just do what somebody tells us to do. But let me tell you all something. I look very carefully in the discourse in this country on the whole question of the nomination of a president from a political party and this automatic vote that is going to go.
We're going to pause for a break, Trinidad and Tobago. We will be right back. When we resume, you'll hear more from the Prime Minister. I see the trolls out on the live today. Right now, they're on Facebook like rain. Get in and put them in their place. Let's take that break.
The street comes alive with the mother of all carnival.
Everybody, let us meet on the street.
91.9 FM, the soca frequency from inception.
Plenty vibes, we just share the light. We bring the heat on the street.
It's the mother of all carnivals.
Yeah, what I need, a little bit of rhythm, a little bit of rock.
Right down is non-stop. Oh, you don't know the line over.
This there go be water mix up with beer. We jump in, yeah. This there go be water mix up with beer, 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 beer.
Yo, this is the mother of all cannibal.
The mother of all soca. The official station and the destination. The street 919. All new soca full. All new soca full.
All soca, all day.
Tell the DJ, play some soca music today.
You see this carnival? I also like garbage.
Nobody does it better than on the street.
Yo, this is Iwer George, big boss of the business. When I want to listen to a radio station, I listen 91.9.
Show me some love.
bills to pay. And so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the street 919 FM.
From the beginning, the National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago has been focused on creating a sustainable future. For us, sustainability is not just a passion. It is a pledge to our planet that we will be mindful of our impact. It is a plan to help realize the potential of our people. It is a promise to our children that we are thinking of tomorrow. The National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago, pursuing sustainability at the forefront of energy.
Trinidad!
Bruce Wayne and Sexy Flex present Soca on the Boat 5. The return to Soca. On Sunday, 5th February 2023. On board the luxurious Embassy Yacht. Boarding 3 p.m., sailing 4 p.m. DJs, MC Duke and Selector Kachi.
Yo, this is MC Duke and I will be on Soca on the Boat 5. Return to Soca.
Dr. Ross.
This is the musical surgeon Dr. Ross, and I will be on board Soca on the Boat 5. Return to Soca.
And Bruce Wayne and Mr. Voice.
Soca on the Boat 5. The return to Soca. Yours truly, Mr. Voice. I will be there at his dance.
Get your limited early bird tickets. At $200. Get your tickets at The Police Mess, Long Circular Road in St. James, The Street 919 FM on Marvel Road, and Candy Crush booth number 6, Carenage Fish Fry. Or call Bruce Wayne and Sexy Flex at 340-2016 or 388-2271. No oversized coolers allowed and no glass bottles allowed. Soca on the Boat 5. The return to Soca.
Look back, hey. Look back, hey.
Ladies, the world's hottest soca stars you ladies love are coming to the largest gathering of women ever.
Soca for her.
23, Friday, February 3rd. Boys. Lyrical, Iwer George, Urban Owls, Mama Nappy.
Is it me or the weather that I'm feeling so?
Representing the Caribbean, Skinny Fabulous.
Everybody push something in the air now. Behavior nothing.
Problem Child, Moto.
You don't know this your boy Moto there from St. Lucia. February 3rd is all about Soca for her. Moto will be live.
If you can't be my woman, I don't care. I want you in the outside woman.
Adamo. Joining the Queens, Patrice Robin
and Nadia Batson. Get early bird tickets now at islandetickets.com. Cachets nationwide.
Extra foods grab us up.
Soca for her.
Coming to the Queen's Park, Savannah.
Friday, February 3rd. Tune in to The Street 919 FM every Thursday from 10:05 a.m. to 10:20 a.m. for the program Straight and Narrow, The Way of Life, The Health Store, being brought to you by Mrs. Arlene Collins Mohammed. For more information, check us out on Facebook or Instagram at Straight and Narrow, or visit our website at www.opulence.com/Arlene for Life. You can also call or WhatsApp at 309-4697 or 620-9379.
Every Friday, it's all about Fire Mood Soca Fridays with MC Duke and Selector Kochi from 6 straight to 9 p.m. blazing all the latest and past soca hits. So remember, make it a line, make it a day, rock and come in, you know. It's all about Fire Mood Soca Fridays on the Street 919 FM. You don't know.
Looking for a safe and relaxed professional massage therapist and nutritionist? Look no further. Nature's Touch with Empress Judy and Associates offers a natural approach to better health. Treat yourself to a professional massage therapy and nutrition advice in a safe and relaxed atmosphere. Rejuvenate your body, mind, and soul at Nature's Touch Therapy. For an appointment, please call or WhatsApp 1-868-398-8282. or visit our Facebook page. Remember, your health is our responsibility at Nature's Touch.
Share the Live. Share the Live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the Live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the Live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the Live. The Street 919 FM.
When this nomination was made for A.N.R. Robinson, I was a member of the House, an opposition member, and in the conversation in my party, I did not agree with the nomination offered by my organization, but the Constitution makes provision for secret ballot for good reason. And when the votes were counted on this day in the Parliament, you would have seen that Mr. Robinson got more votes than the votes of the party that sponsored him. And I think that's important. And it's important for the intellectuals and the columnists to take note of that. Because if you do, you would realize that the person who today is leading the government in this process could tell you now that as a PNM Member of Parliament, I voted for the UNC nominee A.N.R. Robinson. And I was not the only one. I think there was at least one other vote from the PNM. Two others from the PNM. So the process and the system worked. A nomination was made by the majority, and by secret ballot, there was a combination of support. That is important. I have not seen anybody mention that in this slew of vituperation that is going on now, trying to mislead the public. One expects that the party with the majority, if it's a disciplined organization, or if people feel strongly enough, because that's why it is a secret ballot, provided for in the Constitution. So if they want to talk Constitution, they have to acknowledge that. And then, of course, for those who acknowledge it in some cursory way, they will tell you, well, oh, especially the leader of the opposition who's leading the charge, oh, Christine Kangaloo, and she goes disgracefully to her family. They're all in the bosoms and the bowels of the PNM, meaning what? That the rights in the Constitution prevent them from supporting a political party? How many families in this country are in the bowels of the UNC? As far as we're concerned, the only person in the bowel of the UNC is the member for Naparima. But then you come to denigrate people and to describe people in the worst way in a process where we're looking for harmony in the country. It's bad enough that you can't agree to consensus. Because when we had the meeting here, it was a very cordial meeting. And my colleague from Siparia said to us all, I don't want to make a decision now. I will go back to my caucus and let them know what the government's position is. Give me until tomorrow morning. That was the nature of the discussion. We left in the most cordial way. I don't know if the UNC keeps a caucus in the driveway of the Prime Minister's residence, because that is where the opposition leader began to spill her bile. Having told the meeting she will go to her caucus, maybe she couldn't go to the caucus in the way she promised. But long before she got to the caucus, right outside the gate here, she was spewing all the vile about a simple matter where the population, and I dare say the government, has taken action for a smooth transition, not expecting that everybody will agree, because our system is not one that you have to get 99% or 100% of the votes. We know that there are people for all kinds of reasons who will not agree. But on the balance of it, the vast majority of the citizenry from all walks of life will express their views, and we believe that our selection would find favor with that. And that brings me back to the leader in the Senate again, Mr. Mark, because he needs to be dealt with. Since he appointed himself to tell the country what he's going to tell the country as he declares war. Because I can tell you now, half an hour ago or thereabouts, the nomination from the government to nominate Mrs. Kangaloo has gone into the parliament. So as I speak to you now, she has been duly nominated by probably all the members of the government side, because the opposition having indicated that it will have no part of it. We have a duty to put in at least 12, because you need 12 nominees to make the nomination valid, and all our members were keen, and I suspect that they would have all have signed. So a nomination exists now, and Senator Mark, of all people in this country, will declare to our children, our grandchildren, and the literate and the illiterate in the country, that if that happens, he will declare war on Trinidad and Tobago. Well, I want to tell Senator Mark today, when you declare war on Trinidad and Tobago, I will declare peace. P-I-E-C-E. Listen to this gentleman who is leading us in the Senate. And he says, I quote him, "Whoever is in that office has to exercise a certain authority, and that authority that is being exercised must be exercised with a certain degree of impartiality, free of political influences, must be non-partisan, and must not be dictated by extraneous circumstances," unquote. That is Senator Wade Mark, leader in the Senate. It is clear that Senator Wade Mark did not believe this or know this when he sat as Speaker in our Parliament. When there was an issue before the House, a motion which I filed, raising questions, serious questions, about the involvement and conduct or misconduct of a member of the cabinet with respect to that hotel out the street out there, which is now called the Bricks, where taxpayers lost hundreds of millions of dollars. And the then member of the House, the Senate, had questions to answer in that transaction. The motion was before the House. And what did Senator Mark do as Speaker? He entered the debate, intervened in a debate in the House, told the House that he received correspondence from the judiciary, identifying to him that this matter before the House was sub judice. And as a result of that, he, Senator Mark, has to rule. And he ruled that the debate must be discontinued because it is sub judice. Turned out that was a ruse to protect the minister who had to answer. And it was a lie. The Speaker of the House intervened and stopped a debate based on a naked, unvarnished, partisan lie, and intervened in the debate to protect a member of the House. That is Wade Mark. When the judiciary replied that they had no communication with Senator Mark, he had to apologize to the Parliament for lying to the Parliament. It must be the only time a Speaker ever did that, or had to do that. And he has the unmitigated gall to appoint himself teacher of the nation today on Constitution, and laying out for us what should happen in an office of that nature, and casting aspersion of one of the most decent and well brought up public officer with a record to prove it. Senator Mark is out of place. And the reason why I have to remind the country of all of this is based on how the PNM behaved under those circumstances. We behaved in a most dignified manner, and there was no bacchanal, no scandal, no rah-rah for you to point to them. If we had to object, we object. And I dare any of them, I see them going and quoting who said what and who said what, and who, I dare any of them in the Robinson matter to show where I said I opposed that. Because I couldn't have. Because in the PNM caucus I was saying, I don't agree. And I will not agree because I have a free secret vote to make. Maybe some didn't believe me. And it was cast and counted. So today I have the moral authority to say that the Constitution makes provision for that, and my position all along has been that way. All along. Because when you look at the balance of it, and I pointed out to my colleagues in the meeting here the other day, I said I'm not campaigning for anybody. But if you look around the world, I know of no instance, or I may protect myself and go further and say, one can hardly find an instance in the 160 odd countries that are deemed to be democracies where you have a president, executive or otherwise, who is a person that has never had an involvement in the political arena. Look around the world and tell me which one. Because in the democracy practice in the modern world, leaders come up from that era, that area, that experience, and that does not disqualify them. In fact, in most instances, that is where they get their qualification. But then it is said, okay, so in this instance, this threat to our democracy and this collapse of our institutions because this lady had some time with the PNM, I want to ask all of them. We've had people come out from we have had people come out of the parliament, from the political arena, and go into the judiciary. How long do they have to stay for that to happen? What is the yardstick? What is the hurdle you have to get over to move from the parliament to the judiciary? Again, given the fact that we don't have the current information provided to us on an ongoing basis, let me remind you, Dr. Aeneas Wills ran for the leadership of the PNM at a national convention of the PNM. So you can't hide him anywhere as to how PNM he was. He ran for the leadership of the PNM. And then proceeded from there, with no fanfare, to the bench. He retired as Justice Aeneas Wills. One of my colleagues, who many of you knew when she came into the political arena, I knew her before she came into the political arena. Because while people were looking at her quality and were seeking to recruit her into the political arena, in my position as deputy leader of the PNM recruiting people for an election, I said to her, I don't think this is the best place for you. Because as I got to know her, I realized her love for the law and her respect for our jurisprudence. I said, you may better serve this country in the judiciary. That was my advice. I saw her again in the parliament. She distinguished herself there. She also represented Pointe-a-Pierre, the same seat that Mrs. Kangaloo represented, and she moved from there to the bench. And I dare any of them today, those who carry on this rah-rah here today, to say, well, that was a mistake, and you can't come from there to go there. The fact that some can't do it, like with Mark. Because you see, when he found out who is our nominee, he raised one point with me. And the point was this, and he raised it with great aplomb. How could I not have supported him when he was up in a similar position a few years ago? And I could come now and support the head of the Senate to go to the parliament. And I had to say to him that on matters of this nature, adjudication is made on a case-by-case basis. And while both of them may have been in the Senate, one is chalk and the other is cheese. One is fish and the other is fowl. Take your pick. So, ladies and gentlemen, I tell you all of this so you can understand that there is no real problem here as is being stirred up by the opposition, detractors, and others who set about to advise you. But it is really galling where people who I am pretty sure have never read the Constitution but have an opportunity to write or to comment, do so misleading innocent people. Because if the Constitution makes provision for it, why are you misleading people? You will hear the UNC in attempting to find something negative about Christine Kangaloo, pointing to the fact either that she was a member of parliament, she's a member of the PNM, or worse, that she was the president when Jawala Rambaran was fired. Let me take you to the Constitution again. Section 81. And I quote from the Constitution in response to that attempt by them to throw shade on Christine Kangaloo. In the exercise of his functions, where he's there, me and her as well, under this Constitution or any other law, the President shall act in accordance with the advice of the Cabinet or a minister acting under the general authority of the Cabinet, except in cases where the provision is made by the Constitution or such other law that without prejudice to the generality of this exception in cases whereby this Constitution or such other law is required to act. Let me repeat the first part. The President, under this Constitution, in the exercise of functions, shall act in accordance with the advice of the Cabinet or a minister acting under the general authority of the Cabinet. In short, it means where the law says so, that it should be done so, the Cabinet will take a particular decision and the President shall, not may, the President shall carry out that action as directed by the Cabinet. And as I said here when I was here with you the last time, when the governor of the central bank, Mr. Rambaran, was dismissed from the presence of the central bank, that was a direction by a decision of the Cabinet. It was not a discretion for the President. And the President would have satisfied herself. I could tell you, the President just didn't sign it and send it back, We had to wait for the President to satisfy herself as to what the law requires of her. And when proper legal advice was had there, only then was Section 81 invoked by the President, who had no discretion. So why is Senior Counsel Mrs. Kamla Prasad Bissessa, who knows better, who ought to know better, why
the views expressed.
Oh, yeah. Well. 91.9 FM, yeah. Man, is the vibe. Everybody, let us meet on the street. Our station is #1, bringing balance to the nation. Soca, Van and Calypso, rhythm section with limbo. We bringing you plenty vibes, we just share the light. We bring the heat on the street. It will be vibes all day, #1 frequency. Yeah, we stream all day. The mother of all, it will be vibes all day. We bring it virtually, #1 frequency. The mother of all, carnival. Hey, the mother of all, carnival. I said the mother of all, carnival. This shit, 91.9 FM. This shit, 91.9 FM. 91.9 FM. This shit, 91.9 FM. 91.9 FM. This shit, 91.9 FM. 91.9 FM.
Yo, this is Iwer George, the big boss of the business. When I want to listen to a radio station, I listen 91.9
FM. You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the street 919 FM.
Every Friday, it's all about Fire Mood Soca Fridays with MC Duke and Selector Kochi from 6 straight to 9 p.m. blazing all the latest and past soca hits. So remember, make it a line, make it a day, rock and come in, It's all about Fire Mood Soca Fridays on the street 919 FM. You don't know.
Scotiabank Magna MasterCard is back with its special Christmas giveaway. Just swipe for more rewards. Every time you swipe your card, get instantly entered for a chance to win 1,500 points on your Scotiabank Magna MasterCard. Get more this Christmas. More points, more rewards, more money. Swipe for more rewards today with your Scotiabank Magna MasterCard. Promotion runs until January 15th, 2023. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Visit MagnaRewards.com for more details. Approved by the NLCB.
Hungry for savings, oh yeah. The Bacchanal box will save you plenty. 2 years now we waiting for Carnival. The Bacchanal, all in the road and we saving. With KFC, the best deals, oh gosh. The Bacchanal box, KFC Bacchanal box. The savings never stop.
Hungry for savings this carnival? Come satisfy it at KFC with the Bacchanal box. 2 pieces of chicken and 1 regular side for $31.95.
Hi, I'm Valentine Garcia.
And I'm Nikki Garcia.
Please join us on the Final Hour broadcast every Thursday at 9 a.m. on the Street 919 FM radio.
Every week we will journey into the amazing Word of God. So please join us.
See you then.
Renting a car in Tobago should be quick, affordable, and easy.
Wow.
Here at Onia Rentals, we make the process as simple as possible by using our easy e-sign-up. Yep, we can sign you up from just about anywhere using our tablets. See? All done. And everything goes straight into the cloud. Yeah, you're on your way. Are you coming to Tobago? Book your car rental with us and enjoy the most affordable rates in Tobago. But hurry, because cars go pretty fast. Call 361-1042. That's 361-1042. One more time, 361-1042. O'Neill Auto Rentals, Tobago, taking you further.
Here at Land Capital Certificates, we provide opportunities for your money to make money. We all know saving is important, but saving alone won't get you to your financial goals. And let's face it, the bank doesn't have your best interest in mind. So this is your wake-up call. Do you have $1 million saved? Then contact us today. Sponsor Limited. Call 324-LENN. That's 324-LENN.
Tune into the Street 91.9 FM
every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
for the Repairing of the Breach radio program with me, Bishop Showinau Thomas.
The scripture says, "And they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places.
Thou shalt raise up the foundation of many generations, and thou shalt be called the repairers of the breach, the restorers of the paths to dwell in."
Don't miss it. Repairing the Breach radio program with Bishop Sherwin R. Thomas on the Street 919 FM every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m. Tune in to the Street 919 FM every Thursday from 10:05 a.m. to 10:20 a.m. for the program Straight and Narrow, The Way of Life, The Health Store, being brought to you by Mrs. Arlene Collins Mohammed. For more information, check us out on Facebook or Instagram at Straight and Narrow, or visit our website at www.opulence.com/Arlene for Life. You can also call or WhatsApp at 309-4697 or 620-9379.
Nah. Not again. I say no. What part you don't understand? The N or the O? Man, I can't take it no more. Everybody wants something from me. Coming around for another handout begging. Can't do it no more. The free ride expired today. I'm tired of hearing all of your excuses. It's so simple. Anytime you call my phone. I'm not a bank, I don't do the load. This year I'm learning how to say no. The answer is no.
Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
In the case of Senator Mark, I know he has to be afraid because he thinks that we will behave the way he behaved. But we have a public record. We have a record of decades. We have a record where those persons from the PNM, from Matthew Ramcharan coming forward, once they were identified in that post of Speaker or Senate Leader, Wahid Ali and others, they never functioned in the PNM again. They immediately withdrew. Some people even resigned from the PNM when they got to those positions. That is what this country has as its legacy under the PNM. Every single one of them. It is 7 years now. Bridget Anisette George has been in the Speaker's chair. A very active member of the PNM before Attorney General and otherwise. She has dismissed her involvement in the PNM. So I ask the population to disregard the statements and the behavior of those who would generate a rah-rah because they believe that it will work for them politically. And I'll go further. This is a very clear case of supporting or not supporting. Why should we be surprised that the UNC is not supporting this? Members of the media, I want to ask you, name one thing that is going on in Trinidad and Tobago for the benefit of the people that the UNC is supporting. Name one policy or program that the PLN came up with in the last 7 years of all difficulties, whether it is COVID or VIDCO. You name one that the government is supporting, that the opposition supports the government on. In a pandemic where lives were being lost, millions of lives around the world affected, and we trying to protect ourselves here, vaccines cannot be had and so on and so on. We had to end up fighting 60 cases in the courthouse, protecting our medical staff, because the opposition from undermining the vaccination program, undermining the understanding of the panacea and the pandemic, all of that, they support nothing. This government went to Australia to get help, to get 2 ferries for Tobago. They go all the way down to Australia to get the opposition to prevent it. This government has been executing our foreign policy in the only way we know how, as guided by the principles laid down by our history and the experience under Dr. Williams. They go and join up with others to promote President Guaido. A total variance with the government of Trinidad and Tobago. Well, 2 weeks ago, exactly what the PLM government led in CARICOM, when I went with the Prime Minister of Barbados to New York to see the Secretary General, to put our position, the position of let the Venezuelans talk among themselves about their politics and let dialogue be the course, and indicate that we will not support regime change by force. Our opposition here was in the Lima group, supporting the overthrow of the government of Venezuela. Now that the opposition in Venezuela has come around to where CARICOM is, to where Trinidad and Tobago led CARICOM, what does the opposition have to say? They line themselves up with American sanctions, calling on the Americans to sanction the Prime Minister and the Minister in the office of the Prime Minister. Rowley and Young must be sanctioned because we're breaking American sanctions. They went further to lie on a state company, create an issue, have it published, and turn around and attack Paria, saying that Paria was supplying fuel surreptitiously to Venezuela in breach of the U.S. law. When our independent country allowed a landing at the request of the Vice President of Venezuela to visit Trinidad and Tobago, as far as they're concerned, a crime was committed, because that was done in violation of another country's sanction against the Vice President of Venezuela, and make it look as if I was behaving like a school little boy where Rowley allowed Delcy Rodriguez to come to Trinidad. Independent Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah? And that is the UNC, supporting nothing that is good for this country. Even if it means denigrating your name, lying about the Constitution, that is what they're about. We in Trinidad and Tobago say thank God for the civility, the stability, and the record of the PNM in the management of the affairs of this country, we continue so to do. Thank you. Yes?
Prime Minister, good afternoon. Akash Sanru. Yeah, I got the media. Over the weekend, opposition leader Kamala Prasad says, what do you think about that?
The Constitution makes provision for that. Israel Khan is a personal lawyer. Israel Khan has been in a number of political parties, the ONR, the NAR, and I dare say he has been a UNC activist. Israel Khan has been very outspoken in abusing me publicly, and PNM and others. And therefore I think that's a good pick from Mr. Kamala Prasad basis. It shouldn't surprise any of us. But of course, it falls to members of the parliament. If he gets 12 votes, if he gets 12 nominees, he will be a properly nominated person. And then we go and we'll all vote in secret. And the matter will end there. There's no need for us to get on as though the country is on fire and there's no water hose. There's no need for all this bacchanal and denigration. There's a process laid out in the Constitution. And don't tell me that if I don't agree with you, you will declare war. We didn't declare war on Wade Mark when he lied to the parliament. We didn't declare war on the UNC when Wade Mark stopped a debate. You know, we have to be careful with these things. At the end of the day, if you're looking for how it should have been done and how it was done and done properly for successful outcomes, you have to look to how the PNM did it. Because we are the only ones who seem to be satisfied that when we are in the opposition, we must behave sensibly and normally. We supported the UNC when they went out there and campaigned to bring to our country the Caribbean Court of Justice. As opposition, we held the flag with them. We congratulated them. The minute they lost the election, to this day, they have continued to say they will not support the Caribbean Court of Justice as our final court of appeal. So you see, we're different. We are different.
No, Prime Minister, I mean, you must have anticipated that there would have been some objection to Ms. Kandlu given her ties to the PNM. My question to you...
I dealt with that before. I said to you, I expect that not everybody would agree.
Understood. But putting the opposition UNC aside, I mean, some other objections to that, people are asking, wasn't there anyone in the country who was outside the political realm, someone without any long-standing political ties that you could have nominated?
I could nominate anybody in this country if the person agrees to be nominated. That's a requirement. But I will tell you, in the meeting I had with the opposition, I did tell them that before the government came to a conclusion, we did look, the way I put it, we did look from seizures to Charlottesville, from Sangre Grande to Carnage, to see who were the people that we could consider to approach. And we did that. And we believe that we came up with what is in effect a good choice. And I will say though, we shouldn't always, let the negative, how many negative comments, be the basis on which we proceed. Because while you could tell me about how many people who might object, I could tell you about how many tens of thousands of people who accept it. So why are we disturbing ourselves that much because somebody objects? Because I could tell you, one or two of the objectors that you're seeing there, the tailor didn't have suit for them, right? So they may not have to wear that suit. So the basis of the objection might be quite different to yours. But we listen to all of it. And at the end of the day, we believe that we have come up with a nomination which didn't only satisfy the requirements of the law, but it also satisfied, in the broadest sense, the population's anticipation of a person who will do justice to the office. And that's why I said to Senator Mark, while I had no problem in the case of someone coming from the politics to the presidency, which I voted for. I voted for that. Maybe you didn't know that before. I am saying that when you come to determine who that person is, then the individual comes up. And that's where Senator Mark didn't have my support. And that's where Senator Kangaloo has my total support. Yes, we are.
How do you respond to the contention that because A.N.R. Robinson was not a member of the UNC, that he was independent, quote unquote, of the government that appointed him?
No, we can't. I'm not stretching that chewing gum so far. You cannot be an independent in the cabinet. Our Constitution does not make provision for anybody in the cabinet who is independent on any issue. The day you find yourself at variance with the collective decision of the cabinet, you have to leave the cabinet. If you stay there, independent is not an adjective that describes you. That is a convenient argument. I've heard it said from the leader of the opposition, A.N.R. Robinson was chosen because he was fiercely independent. Yeah, so fierce that when the very UNC government attempted to make appointments to the cabinet, Mr. Robinson objected. And he was supported by some people, and he was denigrated by others, but the objection that he made ended up in the court. And what was the ruling? The court ruled that the president was wrong, and Mr. Pandey was right to use the provisions that he chose to use in the Constitution, which says that the people, even though they had lost the election, were not debarred from being appointed cabinet members. That's what it is. And as far as the PNM goes, we had an issue with that too, but not at the cabinet level. And that's why I'm saying the people in the university must help us out here and help out the public instead of writing, the same thing over and over and over, reinforcing who and what they are. In Tobago, there was a THA election. And up to that point in that election, nobody who had ever lost in an election in this country for the PNM was ever considered and given a position immediately after that. Nobody. But when Mackenzie was the only person who the PNM was able to be successful at an election in Tobago, we lost 11-1. Orville London had lost the seat. And Mackenzie, who was leader of PNM Tobago, wanted Orville London to be his councillor in the assembly. Prime Minister Manning loudly objected. A strong objection. I supported the position that Orville London could be put. And the PNM changed his position then because Mackenzie, using his authority as PNM leader in Tobago, who had to make the call, he made the call of placing Orville London in the Tobago House of Assembly as a defeated PNM candidate. So if we're going to have a discussion like they want to have in the papers, let it not just be stirring up the vitriol and the misinformation. Let us deal with how the things have evolved. And from the day Orville London was appointed, the thing had changed. So when I became leader, having supported that position then, when I became leader of the PNM, and Avinash Singh ran in Chaguanas West and lost, he was appointed to the government. So these things need to be told to the population by those who set out to educate the population. You have to educate the population on the facts, not on what you think it should be or what should serve your purpose. You might be entitled to your own disagreement, but you are not entitled to your own facts. Today I see one of my parliamentary colleagues writing to the press, to the papers again, a columnist, and saying that the time when Robinson appointed Mr. Manning as leader of the government of the 1818 was the only time a president has ever, trying to make the point that Mr. Robinson had done something wrong. It was so historic and so wrong. And I had to ask, this lady must have been a child when Dr. Williams died in 1981, sorry. Because when Dr. Williams died, all of us, especially those of us in the PNM, saw President Ellis Clark. He was the one who made the choice of George Chambers as Prime Minister. And at that time, the argument in the country wasn't that he didn't have the authority to do it, It was that he should have selected this one or that one. That was the argument then. So, if we stay with the facts, if we stay with the Constitution, If we stay with the understanding that you're not going to please everybody, but you can please the majority of the people, a large majority of the people, then this country has no problem. None whatsoever. And that's why today I will not sit idly by and allow Wade Mark, the head of the UNC, who has made some of the strangest appointments in the Houses of Parliament, to come here and mislead the population that something is wrong constitutionally with the matter that we are engaged in. This matter is going very smoothly, according to the Constitution, according to the practice, according to our history. The government, having looked across the population, came up with a nominee, a very experienced nominee, which I dare say has found favor with a wide cross-section of the population. And the government stands by that. We did give the opposition the opportunity to have somebody in the mix early. They said they had no one. Well, in which case, there was a duty on the part of the government to have someone to fill the position. We proceeded from there. We said to them, if you have someone, we wait until tomorrow morning, as you said, because we have a deadline to meet on Tuesday, and Monday we would want this matter to be concluded by Monday, and we gave that time. We didn't even need that time. Within 5 minutes, we got the answer. So it's going very smoothly. The nomination has gone very well. It is legally sound in the Parliament. And from here on in, two things will happen. One, I expect we will follow the sound legal advice that we will be having, as we have been having, and that the President of the Senate will vacate that position. I did indicate to you all when I met last time that whenever that happens, the government will ensure that the position is filled, and we then will be summoned to the Parliament, to the Electoral College, as we have been. I think that notice is already out. I was reading it this morning, that we meet on the 20th of this month. So on the 20th of January, the nominated persons will be before the Parliament to be voted upon by secret ballot. That's all it is. And the person who gets the most votes there will go on to be the president of our country. And there being two candidates, as far as I'm aware of, I don't know if there are any others, that one would prevail and the other would be have offered him or herself, and the results we accept the results because we expect the Parliament processes to be beyond reproach.
Good day, Prime Minister. Paul Olindo here from the Newsday. I wanted to find out, you said that Mrs. Kangaloo will vacate her seat. Do you have any idea who government might pick to replace her?
I have a good idea.
What's that?
You will be informed in very short order.
And my second question is, I had asked last week when I was here about the public's ability to perceive Mrs. Kangaloo as impartial, but extending that question, how do you think the public will be able to accept that the appointments that she has to make, especially the independent senators, will also be impartial as they should be?
Well, somebody has to do it. Anybody making any decision in this country, you could find some way with such a small group of people in a small country. It's almost impossible for you not to find the two of them from South, two of them from Tobago, two of them went to the same college, two of them in the same golf club, two of them was in the same political party. That's how the country is. So this search for the nirvana of someone with no connection to anything in this country. And I did say that I'm not impressed with the fact that you are connected to nothing in the country qualifies you to be the head of the highest, holding the highest office in the land. Some people think so. I don't agree with that. And I don't think that because you have been involved in nation building at all levels, which is how I view public service, right? And maybe it's because of my own experience. I've been in public service now for how many years? I'm a gazetted public officer. I don't know how many of you know that. I'm a gazetted public officer working on a Saturday in the public service. I taught school in this country. I worked in the university. I worked in the Senate, in the opposition, in the government. So public service to me, I have to defend public service as honorable. It has been my life. So those who have not entered the public service arena and believe that there's another avenue And that avenue is that you must be untainted. And by untainted, they mean you must have had nothing to do with. Let's take the other way around. The fact that you are an officer in a political party ought to mean something in this country. That is the goal we should aim for. Because what political party would give you office if you are beyond the pale? Or if you're a crook, known crook? Such a political party is one to watch. And of course, human beings make mistakes along the way. As mistakes are made, you don't cry over the mistake that has been made. It's how you deal with it. And I could tell you that because I am leading a political party of over 6 decades in Trinidad and Tobago, and our record is one that we are very proud of.
Prime Minister, we saw the daily newspapers today. I need to ask this, it's of national importance. Yesterday we had the tragic murder of a 6-year-old girl in Sangre Grande. Now, figures already this year put the unofficial murder toll at around probably 10, 11, 12. This, of course, on the heels of a record high murder toll last year. As Prime Minister of this country, what can you say to the families of these victims?
Well, I speak about the population, and I did make a comment somewhere out there on this particular matter when it came in, and that is the comment I'll make again. It's not a matter of how many people have been killed. There's no acceptable figure saying, okay, 100 murders or 200 murders or 400 murders. This country has been going down that road. What we should be more concerned about in the face of this challenge is the prevalence of the families involved in these matters, both at the level of perpetrator and victim, and the wider national family. And also the method by which these outrages are being carried out. I don't know if you're noticing that frequently in recent times, the bulk of those killings or the breaking through of doors involve firearms of the heavier types, the ones which came on the scene in not too distant past. And we're now seeing at crime scenes where more than one person is being hurt or killed, the prevalence of ammunition that was at one time very scarce in this country. There was a time in this country where that ammunition could only have been found on the range in Chaguaramas. Today it's all over the country, in the hands of all kinds of people, many of whom have chosen what they perceive to be an easy way in life. Crime pays, and it is for the government to ensure that crime does not pay, and that people are protected, and that we work towards restoring some element of safety and security in this country, which we know that crime is committed in all societies. But what is happening here now is an act of disregard, impunity, and all the arms of the state and the national population need to respond to that. And that's why I appeal to the public. If you know something, say something. The police are not magicians. Many people know who is doing what and what is going on. You could save a life. You could save this country by giving up those who have taken it upon themselves to live the life at the end of an AR-15. Those boys who are doing that, they have mothers, they have uncles, they have brothers, they have friends, they have cousins. If you know something, do the country a favor and stop protecting these criminals. It does not take very many criminals to make a population of 1.3 million people very unhappy. Doesn't take much. Nobody gets his or her hand on an AR-15 to wish you good morning. They are weapons to shed blood, and it doesn't matter whose blood. Unfortunately, I mean a 6-year-old child falling prey to people who believe that they have a right to go to somebody's door, where your home is supposed to be your castle, blow it down, go inside and shoot up whoever they want inside there to settle whatever score they have to settle. The government's policy has always been that that ammunition ought to remain with the disciplined defense force. But of course, it isn't always so.
Do you still have confidence in your national security minister?
I said before, if there's any minister in my government that I doesn't have any confidence in, at the moment when that confidence is lost, that would be the last day in the cabinet. I work very closely with all the ministers in my cabinet. They all have different responsibilities and different challenges. I work very closely with all of them. Thank you very much, and I trust that you will help me to educate the population. Thank you.
So we're going to get ready to pause for a cause. When we come back, we head straight to the phone lines with just about a half an hour left.
The street comes alive with the mother of all carnival.
Everybody, let us meet on the street.
91.9 FM, the soca frequency from inception.
Plenty vibes, we just shed it like we bring it here on the street.
It's the mother of all carnivals.
Yeah, what I need, a little bit of rhythm, a little bit of rum.
Right down is non-stop. Oh, you don't know how to line my walk.
This here go be water mix up with beer. We jump in, yeah. This here go be water mix up with beer, 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 beer.
Yo, this is the mother of all caliber. The mother of all soca. The official station and the nation. The street 919. All new soca full. All new soca full.
All soca, all day.
Tell the DJ, play some soca music today. You see this carnival? I also like garbage.
Nobody does it better than on the street.
91.9 of this street. 91 street. 91.9 of this street. 91 street. 91.9 of this street. 91 street. 91.9 of
Yo, this is Iwer George, the big boss of the business. When I want to listen to a radio station, I listen to 91.9.
Hey, so when it call, you must answer. Respond with your hands up. When it call, you must answer. Respond with your hands up. When it call, you must answer. Respond with your hands up. When it call, you must answer. Respond up. In my flesh, in my bone, I can feel it up in my soul. Lighting up everything I know, everything I know. Hey, this is love, this is growth, this is vision, and this is hope. So can spirit bless in this world. Come and let it show. And it's all day. The spirit telling me jump until the morning. And we're not going to stop until we fall. We're ready for the road. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can feel the spirit. It calling me. The spirit calling me. It calling me. Start to jump around. You feel the spirit. It calling me. The spirit calling me. It calling me. Start to jump around. Hey, so when it call, you must answer. Say respond with your hands up. When it call, you must answer. Respond with your hands up. When it call, you must answer. Say respond with your hands up. When it call, you must answer. Respond up. Hey, when the spirit call, I know you gon' feel it. Say it gon' make you ball. Like in your feelings, can't stop whining at all. Somebody go feel it. I say feel it.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the street 919 FM.
Bruce Wayne and Sexy Flex present Soca on the Boat 5. The return to Soca. The return to Soca on Sunday. Sunday, 5th February 2023. On board the luxurious Embassy Yacht. Boarding 3 p.m., sailing 4 p.m. DJs, MC Duke and Selected Kachi.
Yo, this is MC Duke and I will be on Soca on the boat 5. Return to Soca.
Dr. Ross.
This is the musical surgeon Dr. Ross and I will be on board Soca on the boat 5. Return to Soca.
And Bruce Wayne and Mr. Voice.
Soca on the boat 5. The return to Soca. Yours truly, Mr. Book. I will be there at his death.
Get your limited early bird tickets. At $200. Get your tickets at The Police Mess, Long Circular Road in St. James. The Streets 919 FM on Marvel Road. And Candy Crush, booth number 6, Caranage Fish Fry. Or call Bruce Wayne and Sexy Flex at 340.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
This is the voice of Tuesday, Seventh-day Adventist. We are preaching Emergency Alert broadcast, which is from the Tuesday, Seventh-day Adventist Church. We will be featuring voices of brethren from different parts of the world, preaching the gospel, preaching prophecy as it relates to current events and the ending of the world. Listen to us on 91.9 FM every Sunday from 9:05 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Sundays. May God bless you as you learn the truth. In Jesus' name, amen.
It's a celebration for you.
A celebration for her.
Soca for her.
Friday, February 3rd. Featuring with the 18 Band.
Nadia Batson and Sam.
I'll be coming back for you. The world's biggest soca superstars.
Excellent! Here we're going on. I'm gonna be live. Who? EA, yes, me, and many more. Yo, this is Lyricalist, gonna be specialist.
Special guest and surprises.
It's gone like rain, flowing like water. With your bumper.
Get early bird tickets now at islandetickets.com and caches nationwide.
Soca for her.
Soca for her 2023.
Is it the only weather that I'm here feeling so? From the time I see I want to put the walk on you.
Friday, February 3rd. Savannah, we coming.
Guess who's back again? Juju Love is back on the street.
It's me, Juju Love, by public demand, along with my sidekick, Mr. Aruka. We take no prisoners.
Junior Tavy is back on the street, Monday to Friday, 2 to 4 p.m. Juju Love, only on the street, 919 FM.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM every Friday from 9:15 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. with Kingdom Health Services, situated at number 125 Eastern Main Road in Tunapuna. For the program, Health and Healing, merging the old with the new, with Mr. Brent Diet. For more information, call 318-7471 or 484-0141 or 360-4100. It's all about Kingdom Health Services on the street, 919 FM.
Right. Right now that bumper need to be on the shoulder, yeah. Right now that bumper need to be getting closer, yeah. Right now that bumper need to be on the shoulder to ride. That shoulder go take you where, yes, that shoulder go take you where. That we go take you where, yes, that shoulder go take you where. That we go take you where, yes, that shoulder go take you where. That we go take you where, yes, that shoulder go take you where.
Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
All right, people, we are back. Thank you so much for staying with us. We're going to go straight to the phone lines with just a half an hour left of today's program. The question I'm asking you is, Trinidad and Tobago, do you believe Christine Kangaloo can perform the duties of president independently? That seems to be the argument of the opposition. That is the argument of those opposed to her nomination. Do you think Christine Kangaloo can perform the duties of president independently without any sort of political affiliations? The lines are open. We are taking your calls. Let's go. Caller, you live.
Good afternoon to you, my dearie. Aisha?
Hi, Mommy. How are you?
Good afternoon. Yes, Aisha, she can.
Thank you so much, Mommy. Let's take another one, guys. Just a half hour to go. Caller, you live.
Pleasant good day to you, Aisha. Good day to Trinidad and Tobago.
Good day to you, Paul.
Aisha, Good afternoon. Aisha, let me tell you something, right? First, the population of Trinidad and Tobago need to understand what are the duties of becoming a president and what are the duties that this president is going to execute, because we have seen where the Constitution wasn't able to give the president enough powers to resolve issues in this country. And two, I think that the people should go to the polls in terms of voting for presidency, because it's all this bacchanal and this confusion where political affiliation is concerned. It makes no sense. And then we have activists on the ground politicizing and using racial remarks and making PNM look like there's a racial party. So we need to stop that and nip it in the bud, you understand? Because they don't want me to come and protest in front of the president's house. Thank you.
Interesting. We're going to go again. Caller, you live.
Aisha, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, PNM Jama.
Yes, Aisha, I believe she could, because she acted as president many times. I think it's about 3 times she acted as president when the president was unable to act, to perform her duty. Right? So I believe she could, yes. 100%.
Thank you so much. So we're getting an overwhelming yes on YouTube. In fact, Point Commander Sharon says yes, 1,000%. She's qualified and already proven to do the job. I'm on Facebook right now. John Edwards, yes, 100%. Anne-Marie Montique, yes, 100%. Brian Marcel, she's the best and only choice. Every single line is lit. Caller, you live.
Yes, good evening to my sister Aisha.
My dear brother Andrew.
Yes. The woman is quite capable. You see, the UNC don't want nobody to be serious, to take them on serious. And I was yes in the house, when she talking to them in the house, to take both PNM, the government and the opposition, to talk to the both of them. So I believe she 100 and more that she's capable of doing the work.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Every single line is lit. I want to get your views and opinions. I'm going to play some voice notes as well.
If UNC was in office right now and PNM was in opposition, and Kamala would take a sitting senator right from the UNC and make them president right now, what all you gotta be saying all now? I hope all you understand Iwer Robinson was not part of the UNC government.
Caller, you live.
Well, it sounds like you didn't born yet, because she's not a sitting senator. She's the president of the Senate. So go back again and write that or read. Have that reread. Come back. Good evening, sister.
Evening, my dear brother. Thank you so much
How
for
are you
reaching
this
out.
afternoon? I have a few points I'd like to pick with you this afternoon. I was hoping to come to your station this afternoon. Yeah, because I didn't like what you do us last week. And you did me that a few weeks ago. You called back. Who you called back this week only? Who you called back later? Kunji?
Kunji?
Yeah, how you think I feel when you do that? And today again you call back somebody. I think it must be one of my men. I consider them my ministers because they intend to fight me. They tell me that my prime minister is not a good leader. So they are my ministers. And when I consider the Queen of Talk calling my ministers and allowing them to have this long conversation, I tell myself, you self-sizing and you're using me. I felt very offended, sister. By you just calling him, knowing that the level of disrespect that he has for my kind, or what I support, which is the right thing for my country. And you had the audacity to call him, and I had to listen to he talk that people kata against my people. I'm sorry if you felt offended, but I felt offended by you doing something. But anyhow, this is political, because that lady represents my country. She drives around with the coat of arms on the motor car that drives her around. When I pull when I pull TNT currency out of my pocket, I see the coat of arms. Her job is to keep my system in check, to keep my state. She's head of state. The Prime Minister is driving around with PM1. He ain't no tips at all. So she is political. And she's going to do the job because she has been doing it already. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you so much, brother. Let's see who else is there.
Aisha, what it is my Prime Minister, Member of Parliament say, they're talking what? Horse manure talk. You know what is horse manure talk, Aisha?
All right, let's see who else is there. Caller, you live. Not ready yet. Let's see who else is there. Caller, you live. Caller, you live.
Aisha.
Yes, caller, you live.
I can't get rid of UNC. It's can't get rid of all of that because they're no good for the country.
Thank you so much. Kingsley, behave yourself on the People YouTube and Facebook for me, please. Behave yourself on Facebook. Caller, you live.
Hello, good day, Aisha.
Hi,
yes,
good day, darling.
Yes, she would. I support her 1,000%.
Thank you so much. All right, guys, we just have a few more minutes left of the program. ISUPK is in the building. They come up in about 10 minutes or so. Speak now or forever. Hold your peace. The lines are open. Let's see who's there. Caller, you live.
Namaste. Good afternoon to you, Aisha. And it seems that Bataria will beat you. But I want to tell him, KNM talk shows used to call me to it. But I will expose it all. If we go after Aisha Wells because she called COP because they called the job and she called him back, I will expose it all. Because PNM talk show host used to call me and they give me direct number to call. But Tara will expose it all. Drop that case one time. And if I know you come down the station, I come down with go. Both of us we bunks up. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The neighbor is a problem, not COP. Your COP never hit you or bust your head. Why COP is your problem? How COP come your problem just so Bataria? How could you call in here to try to be little Aisha Wells? Because it is an Aisha Wells talk show program. And why you have to feel offended? He remind me of Polly. That's how Mountain Georges, I sit on here now. And in the morning, Mungo just wake up and he talking about me all day. And even Paulie, you used to do the same thing too. There's a man who used to listen to the radio. Match up 4 radio bacteria. Well, you cannot be so sick, boy. Everybody had the right to Prime Minister now said, you cannot be so sick by bacteria, boy. But we expose it. Anytime, and I'm there, half the airwave here. Kingsley, half the airwave. Don't get that, fellow. I have the airwave. Aisha, this was an attack. Dr. Rowley press conference today was an attack on the citizen of this country. The press conference today was an attack on the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago. Dr. Rowley went to a press conference that people children getting killed, a 6-year-old get killed. He went to a press conference to show sympathy for a 6-year-old. What a man. Dr. Rowley, you have grandchildren, boy. So you in a press conference to show sympathy for a 6-year-old. You call a press conference to defend Christine Kangaloo, boy. You never defend Marlene so yet. Why you not put them defend African people, right? And in Faris, you defend Faris, Stuart Young. You all only defend other races than your own race. How you could be a black man, boy? You tell us you dare to import the rich Indians, to import the rich white, to import the rich Chinese, and leave the African below the ladder. Because if you empower these individuals, the Africans will beg and scrape at the bottom of the ladder. Dr. Rowley, we will expose it, we will expose Bataria. And Bataria, your neighbor, your neighbor is your problem, not COP. And COP never bust your head. People are COP for. Bataria will expose you. And after you know, you like Mama thing, you like Mama thing, I'll come in for you.
You just go for everybody, yeah? Oh, God, relax yourself sometimes. Nah, your body busy. And Barataria has a right to be offended. But I would make that call for any one of my callers who call and their call get disconnected. Remember, we have a system here that we see the numbers when they come up. Once a number comes up, it shows up on a TV screen. Even if a video is playing, your number comes up. That's why most of the time I drag the numbers down, especially if something is playing on that screen, so persons are unable to see it. Not all the time it happens that way. So if Barataria is offended by the call, he's entitled to be offended. But I would do it for any one of my callers on the afternoon if they get disconnected. I didn't take Barataria message to heart. I didn't take it serious. I know how much you guys like to be a part of the show. All they just spend money to call here. All they just make sure and pay all your Wi-Fi bill to call here. So if one of my callers get disconnected, it could be anybody, I would have picked up the phone and called them back. Just saying. So I didn't take it personally, Kingsley. All right. The lines are open. I literally have 2 minutes to go. I will take my last call. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Very last call. Let's see who else is there. Bop. Okay, let me take this one. Caller, you live?
Aisha.
Hi.
Aisha.
Yes, Gemma.
Aisha. Hello, Aisha.
Yes, Gemma, I'm hearing you.
Kingsley cousin Barataria and same thing. But he ain't realizing is a black man too, he cousin. What color Dr. Rowley is? Not a black man also? And he saying these ill things about the same black man also? Ay.
Gemma. All right, guys, I have 30 seconds. Tomorrow we're going to pick up where we left off. As I usually say, TNT, do a good deed today. Until tomorrow when we come with something else, something new, something hot in the official station, the fans, the nation, the street 919 FM. Have a good one.